The fascinating story of the Knights Templar. It reads more like a drama than medieval history. In the span of 2 centuries, from 1119 to 1312, this order of warrior monks rose from their humble beginnings in Jerusalem to become an elite military and financial force. They were officially known as the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, but history remembers them simply now as the Knights Templar. It is a tale that encompasses devout faith and martial valor, enormous wealth and political influence, and a sudden fall amidst scandal, persecution, and betrayal. So we will explore the Templars' origin in the Crusader states, through to their rise in military and financial power, their expansion and governance, relations with the church and monarchies, and eventually that bitter downfall. But don't worry, we're not going to leave out those myths and conspiracy theories that have shrouded the Templars since their dissolution. We can't go without them. And so our journey through the annals of the Knights Templar will reveal not only the Order's true history, but also leave us with a few of those lingering questions yet to be answered. But let me welcome you to the channel first. It's going to be a long video, so we may as well get acquainted. Anybody who's new here, I invite you to click that subscribe button. The like button helps too. And leave a comment telling me what you think of the Knights Templar. I'm sure there'll be some interesting opinions in the comments on a video like this. Now, this video and everything else on this channel is ad-free due to the generous patrons and YouTube members, both on Patreon and YouTube memberships, of course. And a thank you to those who checked out the merch store. I do appreciate that. Now, of course, the best thing you can do for the channel is share it around and just enjoy. And that's what we're going to do now. So, get relaxed, and we can begin our journey back to the time of the Crusades. And indeed, the Knights Templar were founded in the aftermath of the First Crusade, that being 1096 to 1099, which had been quite a success, establishing Christian control over Jerusalem. And in the years following the Crusaders' victory, Christian pilgrims began to flock to the Holy Land. But there was a problem. Those traveling through Outremer, the Crusader states that is, faced grave dangers on the roads. Bands of robbers and hostile locals preyed on pilgrims traveling between the coastal ports like Jaffa and Jerusalem, often ambushing and massacring the unweary travelers. These were not warriors traveling through. These were elderly people, families going to see the holy sites. They didn't come to wage war. They didn't carry with them any sort of protection. They were ripe for the robbing. So in response to this insecurity, a small band of knights, led by the French nobleman from Champagne, Hugues de Payens, proposed the creation of a new kind of order dedicated to protecting these pilgrims. And so, in 1119, de Payens approached the King of Jerusalem, Baldwin II, and Warmond, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, with this new idea. Baldwin was quite pleased. He welcomed the proposal, likely formalized at the Council of Nablus in January of 1120, and thus he granted the knights quarters in his own palace on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Prime real estate, that's for sure. The royal palace was located in the former Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders now called the Temple of Solomon, and it is from this new location that the order took its name, the Order of the Knights of the Temple, or simply just the Templars. Thus was born the Knights Templar. The legend begins. Originally a group of perhaps only 9 knights bound by vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In these early years they truly lived up to their moniker as poor knights. Of course that would change later, but we'll get to that. They had no great wealth or land of their own, and relied solely on donations from the kind public to survive. A poignant symbol of the Templars' initial poverty was their official seal, depicting 2 knights riding a single horse. Now, that was to show that resources were so scant that 2 men had to and willingly shared a single mount. Despite their small numbers and meager means, the founding knights, among men who were like Godfrey de Saint-Omer, André de Montbard, which was Hughes de Bayon's comrades, committed themselves to protecting Christian pilgrims along the perilous roads. For the first few years, the Templars operated in relative obscurity. They had no formal rule or recognition by the Church at large, essentially a self-organized band of devout knights carrying out a charitable mission. But this changed dramatically in the late 1120s, thanks to a powerful ecclesiastical patron, Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. Bernard, a renowned Cistercian abbot and influential churchman, saw great promise in this new knighthood that combined piety with military service. He happened to be the nephew of André de Montbard, one of the founding Templars, and thus had a personal interest in their success. And so, at the Council of Troyes in 1129, Bernard championed the Templars' cause before a gathering of church leaders. Under the guidance of Bernard, the Council of Troyes officially approved the Church of the Order of the Temple, and formulated a rule of conduct for them, effectively transforming the Templars into a disciplined religious order under church sanction. Bernard himself drafted a laudatory exhortation for the Templars, in praise of the new knighthood by its title, which praised the concept of warrior monks in general. In it, Bernard celebrated the Knights Templar as, quote, a new kind of knighthood, one unknown to the ages gone by, fighting a dual battle, both earthly and spiritual. It was this endorsement that gave the order enormous moral legitimacy. And with that, papal support soon followed. In 1139, Pope Innocent II, a close ally of Bernard, by the way, issued the bull Omne Datum Optimum, which granted the Templars extraordinary privileges. The Templar order was made exempt from local church authority and answerable only to the Pope himself. They were allowed to operate freely across all Christendom. The bull allowed them to travel through any border, exempt them from paying tithes or taxes, and permitted them to keep their own spoils from Muslim territories. It seems those days of poverty are well and truly over. But in practice, while they still respected local laws and rulers when prudent, the Templars now enjoyed an unprecedented autonomy under papal protection. The poor knights of the Temple had gone from obscurity to being the Church's favorite little militia, all within 2 short decades. As donations of money, land, and noble sons poured in from pious patrons across Europe, eager to support the holy cause, the stage was set for the Templars' rapid rise. By the 1130s, what began as 9 knights living humbly on the Temple Mount had grown into a prominent religious military order, the first of its kind in medieval Christendom. With official church endorsement and growing resources, the Knights Templar swiftly expanded their operations and military activities. They were headquartered in Jerusalem, later in Acre after 1191, and on Cyprus in 1291. But their ranks swelled with recruits from all over Europe, who were drawn to the idea of this knightly vocation in the service of God, and word was spreading that being a Templar was the holiest you could get. And so by the 1140s, the Templars had become the most integral part of a Crusader army in the Holy Land. They were among the first to arrive, and the last to leave, in any major engagement against Muslim forces. In fact, the Second Crusade, from 1147 to 49, was the first crusade in which the Templars officially participated. A contingent of Templar knights fought alongside King Louis VII of France and King Conrad III of Germany in the ill-fated expedition. And the Templar even advised the French king on tactics during the march across Anatolia in 1147. Although the Second Crusade ended in failure, it cemented the reputation of the military orders as indispensable elements of the Crusaders' warfare. On the battlefield, the Templar Knights developed a fearsome reputation as shock troops, the medieval equivalent of an elite special forces unit. Clad in heavy armor, bearing their distinct white surcoats with a red cross emblazoned on the chest, and riding war horses, the Templars were noted for their discipline and bravery. One of their trademark tactics was the disciplined cavalry charge. The Templars would form up in tight formation and charge en masse at the enemy lines, aiming to smash through with sheer momentum and break the foe's formation. Contemporary observers marveled at the effect of these charges. When launched at the opportune moment, a Templar charge could cause havoc and turn the entire fortunes of battle. The Templars were often assisted to guard the flanks or lead the vanguard of Crusader armies because of their reliability under pressure. They fought with a combination of monastic discipline and knightly prowess. Strict rules punished any Templar who faltered in courage or obedience. For example, if a brother knight lost his sword or horse through negligence in battle, he could be expelled from the order. Such iron discipline ensured that Templar units generally held formation and followed orders even in the chaos of combat. They were the best trained and equipped of any Crusader army member. They played their crucial roles in many of the major battles and sieges of the 12th and 13th centuries in the Holy Land. They garrisoned key frontier fortresses and were frequently tasked with the defense of critical passes and castles that shielded the Crusader states. For instance, the Templars defended the strategic pass of Amanus north of Antioch, and they took custody of castles that kings or nobles could not adequately secure themselves. In some cases, they even built or rebuilt fortresses to strengthen the Crusader defenses. Their castles at sites like Bagras and Safad helped anchor the Crusader frontier. But they never forgot their original mission as protectors of pilgrims. Throughout the 12th century, the Templars maintained a network of patrols and small forts along the pilgrimage roads, providing escort and refuge to travelers who otherwise would be very easy prey for all the brigands. The annals of the Crusades record both glorious victories, but also crushing defeats for the Templars. They were present at the siege of Ascalon in 1153, the Battle of Montcassard at 1177, where Christian forces, including the Templars led by their Grand Master, won notable victories against Muslim armies, alongside Baldwin IV, the leper king himself. They also fought bravely during the Third Crusade, 1189 to 92, alongside none other than King Richard the Lionheart. At the siege of Acre, 1189 to 91, which marked the start of the Third Crusade, the Templars and their counterparts, the Hospitallers, formed the backbone of the besieging Christian army, and their contributions were vital in finally recapturing the city of Acre. They even appear in accounts of the Fourth Crusade, 1202 to 1204, while the order did not officially endorse that controversial campaign. If you know, you know. Some Templar Knights joined the Crusader force that unexpectedly captured Constantinople in 1204. Not very Christian crusade, but it is what it is. Later on, during the Fifth Crusade in Egypt, the Templars took part in the siege of Damietta, and were among the first to scale the walls when Damietta fell to the Crusaders. Yet the Knights Templar also suffered terrible losses in defense of the Holy Land. Given their reputation, captured Templars could expect no mercy from their foes. They were often executed rather than ransomed, as Saladin and other Muslim leaders considered them too dangerous to be left alive. After the disastrous Battle of Hattin in 1187, where the Crusader army was annihilated by Saladin, 230 captured Templar knights were beheaded, a grim testament to the fear and hatred that these warrior monks evoked. Only the highest-ranking Templars were spared for ransom in that instance. The Templars' Grand Master at Hattin, Gerard de Ridfort, was one of the few that survived the battle. He was taken prisoner and later exchanged, only to die fighting 2 years later during the siege of Acre. Decades later, in October 1244, at the Battle of La Fourbière near Gaza, the Crusader forces, including a large contingent of Templars, were decimated by a Muslim army. Some 300 Templar knights were killed in that battle. In 1250, during the Seventh Crusade, led by King Louis IX of France, the Templars again paid a blood price. At the Battle of Mansoura in Egypt, many Templars, including the Grand Master, Guillaume de Sonnac, fell in combat as they valiantly defended the Frankish forces retreating from a Muslim counterattack. Such was the commitment that several Grand Masters of the Order perished in battle over the years, fighting right at the front line alongside their knights. Through victory and defeat alike, the Templars maintained their zealous fervor. Chronicles describe them as utterly ruthless on the battlefield, sometimes even to a fault. Eagerness to engage the enemy could make them difficult for secular commanders to restrain. But there is no doubt that the Kingdom of Jerusalem and the Crusader presence in the Levant would have been ever more short-lived without the staunch defense provided by the Templars and other military orders. Even after the fall of Jerusalem, the Templars continued to fight on, helping to hold the remaining Crusader coastal strongholds. They were the defenders of cities like Acre, Tripoli, and Antioch in the 13th century, and they organized several last-ditch efforts to reclaim territory. The Templars' final stronghold in the Holy Land was the fortified city of Acre, and when it fell in 1291 to the Mamluks, the Templars led a heroic last stand at their fortress by the sea. A handful of Templar survivors evacuated by ship to Cyprus after Acre's fall, marking the end of the Latin East. The loss of the Holy Land would set the stage for the Order's changing fortunes in the years to come. But by that time, the Knights Templar had also built a vast presence and power base back in Europe, and that is what we are going to explore next. And so, even as the Templars poured their blood and treasure into the Crusades, they were steadily expanding their footprint across medieval Europe. Donations from kings, nobles, and churchmen throughout Christendom allowed the order to establish a widespread network of preceptories, that is, local Templar centers, in nearly every kingdom of Western Europe. By the mid-12th century, Templar communities had sprung up from England to France, to Spain, Italy, and as far east as Hungary and Bohemia. These communities not only supplied recruits and funding for the Holy Land, but they also became power centers in their own right. The Templars held extensive land holdings in Europe, farms and vineyards, villages, churches, mills, and estates, all gifted to them by benefactors or purchased with donated funds. Over time, the order amassed hundreds of properties, which they managed efficiently to generate income. A portion of this income, often 1/3, was regularly sent to the headquarters in the East to support the crusading efforts. The rest funded the order's operations in Europe and the upkeep of their members. One remarkable aspect of the Templars' growth was their pioneering involvement in finance and banking. With so many far-flung properties and so much wealth moving around, the Templars became quite adept at managing money. As early as the 1130s, the order was putting its funds to work by issuing loans and earning interest, despite the Church's general prohibition on usury. By 1150, the Knights Templar had introduced an innovative system of letters of credit for pilgrims. A traveller could deposit money or valuables at a temple preceptory in Europe and receive a document or cipher indicating the deposit's value. Upon reaching the Holy Land, the pilgrim could present the document at a Templar house and withdraw an equivalent amount of funds. You imagine having a system like that 800, 900 years ago. It's pretty impressive. This system allowed pilgrims to journey without carrying large sums of gold, you see. And if you're not carrying large sums of gold, there's not much point in anybody robbing you. Effectively, making the Templars medieval bankers now who facilitated safe travel. It is perhaps the earliest known form of international banking or travelers' checks. And as their reputation for trustworthiness grew, the Templars were entrusted with guardianship of treasures and assets for kings and nobles. Many monarchs and lords deposited their own funds in the order's treasury for safekeeping. For example, the Templar compound in Paris, the Paris Temple, as it was called, served as a kind of treasury for the French crown. And in London, the master of the temple acted as a trusted financial agent to the English king, rather. The order also provided financial services. They could transfer money across great distances, offer secure storage, and even issue loans to cash-strapped rulers. By the 13th century, the Knights Templar had become proficient and trusted bankers, to the point that the kings of France, England, and Aragon were doing regular business with them. When nobles set off on a crusade, they often forwarded funds to the Templars in the East in advance, so that money would be waiting for them to pay troops and suppliers upon their arrival. The scope of the Templars' financial operations was unprecedented in medieval Europe. It's been noted that, given their vast economic network and trans-regional activities, the Order of the Temple, well, it arguably qualifies as the world's first multinational corporation. This comparison highlights how far the Templars' enterprise reached beyond the pure military scope. Money streamed into Templar coffers from various sources, whether it was donations, revenues from estates, spoils of war, ransoms, banking fees. But the order also had significant expenses, you see, and that kept its wealth in perspective. Maintaining knights, garrisons, war horses, and not to mention the castles in the Holy Land. Well, as you can imagine, that was enormously costly. The Templars also undertook charity. By rule, they gave alms, such as distributing 1/10 of all bread they produced to the poor. They paid clerical tithes where required and made political donations to secure favor when necessary. The result was that the Order's actual disposable income was likely less spectacular than the myths about their limitless riches suggest. After all, you gotta spend money to make money. One account notes, the Order was never quite as rich as everybody thought. In fact, given their heavy commitments, the Templars often reinvested or spent money as fast as it came in, purchasing new lands, building fortifications, equipping crusades, or lending to monarchs. And the monarchs sometimes defaulted on debts too. Nonetheless, by around 1300, the scale of the Templars' operations was truly quite impressive. By the time of the Grand Master, the final one that is, Jacques de Molay, the Knights Templar had established a presence in nearly every corner of Latin Christendom. It is estimated that at least 970 Templar houses, that is, commanderies and castles, existed across Europe and the Mediterranean by the early 14th century. The Order's core membership likely numbered around 7,000 brothers, knights and sergeants, which, if one includes their servants, serfs, affiliates, means they directly supported tens of thousands of people. Their fleet of ships, used for transporting goods, pilgrims, and knights, made them a naval power as well. They owned entire fleets docking at Atlantic and Mediterranean ports, and even owned the island of Cyprus outright at one point. They got that in 1191, when Richard the Lionheart sold it to them. They governed it briefly, before reselling it. The Templars' political influence grew alongside their economic might. In the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, they were granted important castles, and often consulted on truce negotiations with Muslim powers. In Europe, they frequently acted as royal treasurers and advisors, and so it's little wonder that the sight of the Templars' Red Cross banner flying over a castle or compound became common from the British Isles to the Iberian Peninsula, and all the way to the eastern Mediterranean. But despite the extensive resources, the Templars remained a religious order bound by their vows, and not by commercial enterprise. Every penny was meant to support their mission of holy war and pious service. In theory, individual Templars kept no personal riches. The wealth belonged to the order and its holy cause. This collective wealth and the Templars' considerable independence would eventually stir envy and suspicion, as we'll see. But first let's consider how the order functioned internally during its 200-year history. From its inception, the Templars combined the lifestyle of monks with the profession of knights, requiring a unique organizational structure, and of course a strict code of behavior. On top of the hierarchy was the Grand Master, the supreme leader who oversaw the entire order worldwide. The Grand Master was elected by the senior brothers of the order and held the position for life. In practice, many Grand Masters died in battle, or if they were lucky, old age in office. Though most of them would prefer to die in battle, I dare say. Under the Grand Master, The order's territories were divided into provinces or priories, each overseen by a regional commander, often called a master or preceptor. Local Templar communities were called commanderies or convents, typically based around a fortified house or castle, and led by a commander or preceptor who managed the daily affairs and reported up to the provincial leadership. This pyramidal structure allowed the order to maintain unity of purpose across vast distances. Correspondence and reports flowed between the far-flung commanderies and their headquarters, bearing the order's seal, the two knights on the horse to authenticate official communications. Periodically, high officers of the order would gather in general meetings or chapters to discuss the important business or enact policy. Though these were relatively infrequent, for the most part local Templar commanders had considerable autonomy in managing day-to-day matters, but this was so long as they observed the rule and loyalty, sent required revenues to the recruits to the east, and followed the moral codes. Only serious misconduct, however, would draw intervention from higher-ups. Membership in the Knights Templar was broadly divided into several categories. The core of the order were the Knight Brothers, noble-born men who had been knighted or would be knighted, and took up the Templar vow. These knights wore the famous white mantle with a red cross, and were the ones who fought as the heavy cavalry on the battlefield. However, the knights were actually a minority in the order. Templars also consisted of sergeants, sometimes called brother sergeants or turcopoliers, who were of lower social status, often commoners or lesser nobility. Sergeants served as light cavalry or infantry, and filled many supporting roles. They typically wore a brown or black mantle instead of white. There were also brother chaplains, ordained priests who joined the order to provide spiritual services, administering the sacraments and conducting daily worship for the brethren. In addition to these, the order employed or affiliated many lay servants, squires to assist the knights, craftsmen to maintain weapons and buildings, farmers on the estates, even local mercenary troops drawn from their feudal dependents. There's even records of a few women associated with the Templars, primarily nuns in nearby convents or managers of donated properties, though women were certainly not admitted as fighting members. At its height, the Order's membership and workforce was a diverse community, united under temple rule. The rule of the Knights Templars, basically originally on the Benedictine and Cistercian monastic rules, adapted at the Council of Troyes, governed all aspects of daily life and conduct. Templar brothers took 3 monastic vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, binding themselves to the order and renouncing all personal ambition. They lived a communal life, sharing meals and lodgings, following a regimented schedule of prayer, devotional reading, and military training. Attendance at divine office, that is, church services, was mandatory daily, and the knights were expected to maintain the piety of monks even as they bore arms. They were also to be celibate, forsaking marriage and family life in exchange for brotherhood in arms. Their diet was moderate. Meat was typically allowed only on every other day, a concession compared to stricter monastic orders. As knights, they did not observe cloistered seclusion. They could ride out and campaign, but frivolous activities were forbidden. The rule banned worldly pleasures, such as hunting for sport or hawking, which ordinary knights relished, and it forbade ostentatious dress or ornaments. The Templars' clothing was to be simple and unadorned. For example, whereas secular knights often wore ornate belts as status symbols, The Templars only wore a plain woolen cord belt to symbolize their humility. Uniform was certainly an important identifier for the order. The white mantle, granted by Pope Honorius II, was exclusive to the Knight Brothers, symbolizing purity. The red 8-pointed cross, often a cross paté, was added to their garb sometime after 1147, becoming the enduring emblem of the Templars. This red cross, worn over the heart, signified martyrdom and commitment to the crusade. The Templars were ready to die in red blood for the white cross of Christ. The sergeants wore a darker cape, brown or black, but without the red cross, to distinguish them from the knightly brethren. All brothers were to wear their hair short, in contrast to the long, fashionable knightly locks of the day. And notably, the Templars, as a rule, grew beards. In an era where most Western knights were clean-shaven, the bearded Templar became a bit of a stereotype. Observers often commented on the Templars' long beards, giving them a rugged, ascetic appearance. Discipline within the order was strict but practical. The rule set out a system of punishments for infractions, ranging from minor penances to expulsion. Small breaches of conduct might be met with temporary loss of privileges or extra prayers. The more serious offenses, such as disobedience, cowardice, or breaking the vow of chastity, could result in public flogging or imprisonment within the order's houses. And in extreme cases, a brother could be cast out of the order, which, for a knight who had taken a lifelong vow, was certainly a devastating disgrace. However, the temple rule also emphasized fairness and the spiritual well-being of its members. Trials were held where accused brothers could defend themselves, and mercy was often shown for those who repented lapses. Overall, the rigid governance and a strong sense of spiritual mission forged the Templars into a remarkably cohesive unit, despite their far-flung operations. A contemporary observer, William of Tyre, noted that the Templars were both, quote, monks and knights together. Indeed, their dual identity was reflected at every level of this organization. William of Tyre, by the way, if you didn't know, was the one who wrote the biography for Baldwin IV, the leper king of Jerusalem. Well, he did so until his last year. He didn't quite get his death in it, but he certainly got the closing chapters. Well, back to the Templars. It's worth noting that not everyone in the 12th and 13th centuries was comfortable with this concept. You see, this deeply religious and rudely professional attitude certainly fascinated and impressed many of their contemporaries, but it's not easy. The idea of military monks, too, was unprecedented, and some churchmen initially questioned whether fighting could be reconciled with holy vows. Bernard of Clairvaux and others provided the theological justification. War against the infidel in defense of the innocent was not only permissible, but it was quite meritorious, a form of Christian love in action. The Templars were promised the same spiritual rewards as other crusaders, remission of sins, etc., and were held up as models of holy knighthood. Over time, the success of the Templar experiment silenced most critics, and other military orders like the Hospitallers and the Teutonic Knights adopted similar structures. In fact, I suppose you could say the Templars were trend-setters in combining this monastic life with chivalry, and their organizational model began to be emulated all across Europe. From the outset, the Templars enjoyed a special relationship with the papacy, and popes were the ultimate authority over the order. Several popes in the 12th and 13th centuries issued bulls reinforcing Templar privileges. A bull is like I suppose, a political statement, a written command, I suppose. The Templars' independence from local ecclesiastical oversight, granted by that Omnidatum Optimum in 1139, meant that bishops and archbishops could not excommunicate them or even interfere in their operations. Only the Pope could discipline or regulate the order. This direct line to Rome was both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it protected the Templars from being hindered by diocesan clergy or secular rulers. They could carry out their work across borders without seeking permission or paying feudal dues. But on the other hand, it sometimes bred resentment among the local churchmen. Parish priests and bishops complained that the Templars did not pay tithes, and that the order siphoned off donations that might otherwise go to local church. There were also disputes over burial rites. The Templars, like the Hospitallers, often had ceremonies at their preceptories, and people sought burial in Templar grounds, perhaps to honor a vow or to be considered part of the order's spiritual benefit. Local clergy saw this as an encroachment on a lucrative aspect of their ministry. You see, churches always charged fees for burials, and when you could just go and get buried by the Templars, well, it was a bit of a cheaper option. Dig your own grave and save, as they say. By and large, however, the Pope staunchly defended the military orders as long as the Crusades were ongoing. The Church lauded the Templars' contributions. Popes like Alexander III and Gregory IX showed praise and called them the militia of Christ. The papacy often employed the Templars as trusted agents. They carried papal messages, safeguarded important travelers, and even guarded relics or treasures on behalf of Rome. In 1172, for example, Pope Alexander III stayed at the Templar house in Rome, that is, the temple on the Tiber, as they call it, and later entrusted the Templars with funds intended for the Holy Land. Such closeness to the papacy further enhanced the prestige of the order. Their relations with secular monarchies were more complex and varied from realm to realm. In the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem and the other Latin East states, the Templars were pivotal allies of the crown. Kings of Jerusalem relied on them as a standing army to supplement feudal levies. They granted the Templars castles and lands in return for military service. For instance, the order was given control of Gaza in the 1140s to fortify the southern frontier, and later received other key fortresses. The Templars even acted with semi-sovereign authority at times. They negotiated treaties with Muslim leaders independently. When it concerned lands they managed. On a few occasions, the order's interests clashed with royal policies in Outremer, a famous example being in the 1180s when Grand Master Gerard de Ridford urged King Guy of Lusignan into the ill-advised Battle of Hattin. But generally, the Templars and Latin kings were partners in survival. Back in Europe, many monarchs appreciated the Templars for their financial services and network. The order functioned as bankers and diplomats for kings. For example, the kings of England in the 13th century frequently used the Templars' London Temple, as a treasury and relied on Templar sergeants as royal couriers. King Henry III of England entrusted the Master of the Temple with negotiations and was known to seek loans from the order. In France, the Templars' Paris house similarly held royal funds and jewels in deposit. Monarchs like King James I of Aragon and King Alfonso II of Portugal granted the Templars lands in Iberia in exchange for their military aid against the Moors. The Templars played a notable role in the Reconquista, that is, the Christian reconquest of Spain, helping to garrison frontier castles and participating in major battles against Islamic Spain. In Aragon, they even absorbed a smaller local order, the Order of Montjoy, to strengthen the fight against the Moors. The Portuguese king aligned so closely with the Templars that after the order's last suppression, Portugal reconstituted the Templar personnel into a new order to carry on their work. But more on that a little bit later. However, with power and privilege always comes friction. The more power you get, the more attention you get. And not all attention is good. By the late 13th century, some secular rulers had grown weary, and at the worst times, envious. They were envious of their wealth and influence, which a lot of the time, well, was frankly quite more wealthy and quite more influential than the kings themselves. Which lends the question, who's really in control? The Order's transnational autonomy, owing allegiance to no king, only the Pope, was an anomaly in a Europe of strengthening royal states. The kings couldn't tax the Templars, and Templar lands often sat as enclaves exempt from feudal duties. Rumors circulated, accusing the Templars of arrogance and avarice, claiming they hoarded wealth and lived comfortably off donations that should have gone to fighting in the Holy Land. Some critics argued that the Templars and other military orders spent too much money building grand preceptories in Europe or engaging in politics, instead of focusing on the Crusades, which by this time were not going so well. There was also strategic reasons. After the fall of Acre in 1291, the original purpose of the Templars was in question. If the Holy Land could not be recovered soon, some European leaders pondered whether these well-funded orders should either be merged or redirected. Indeed, one major proposal floated, especially by King Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V in the early 1300s, was to merge the Knights Templar with the Knights Hospitaller into a single super-military order. The idea was that a unified order would be easier to control and could concentrate resources better for a new crusade. The Templars themselves, particularly the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, opposed such a merger, preferring the independence and traditions of their own order. The debate was still ongoing when external events intervened in 1307. But it was in France that the Knights Templar would meet their gravest crisis. Ironically, the French monarchy had long been a benefactor of the Templars. Paris was home to one of the richest Templar commanderies. French knights filled the order's ranks, and French princes, including King Louis IX's brother, had even joined the Templars themselves. But King Philip IV, as Philip the Fair of France, reigning from 1285 to 1314, had quite a different attitude. Philip was an ambitious, hard-edged ruler, determined to assert control over all elements of society. He had already quarrelled with Pope Boniface VIII and asserted royal authority over the French clergy. But he was also deeply into debt with the Knights Templar. He had borrowed heavily to finance wars against England and Flanders, and the bill was coming in. By the first years of 1300, Philip's court began to see the Templars as both a potential threat and an enticing target. Contemporaries and historians have suggested multiple motives for what Philip did next. The Templars were an independent military force, sitting inside his kingdom that is a state within a state, and there were growing whispers about the order's secret initiation ceremonies and immense hidden wealth. Perhaps Philip truly believed some of the dark rumors. Maybe he just wanted to seize the Templars' assets and cancel his debts. But in any case, he resolved to destroy the order, at least in France. Crucially, Philip found disgruntled former Templars and used their spies to gather accusations of heresy and immoral practices against the Templars. And early in 1307, his ministers quietly drew up a list of charges that would stun Christendom when revealed. On Friday, October the 13th, 1307, that's ominous, isn't it? The Kingdom of France moved against the Knights Templar with ruthless precision. In a coordinated dawn raid, King Philip's officials arrested every Templar in France they could find, from the Grand Master Jacques de Molay down to the brothers at the local preceptories, and seized the order's properties. Philip had sent sealed orders throughout his realm to be opened and executed on that day, catching the Templars completely by surprise. The shock of this sudden attack reverberated across Europe and gave rise to the superstition that Friday the 13th is an unlucky day, a modern legend often linked to the Templars' arrest, though the connection did not become a pop culture meme until much later. Philip's allegations against the order were pretty grave. The Templars were accused of heresy and blasphemy, denying Christ, spitting on the crucifix, and trampling on the cross in their secret initiation ritual. They were also charged with idolatry, allegedly worshipping a mysterious effigy, a demonic idol in the form of a human head, later popularized under the name Baphomet, and with engaging in obscene practices. The accusations actually included claims of ritualized indecent kissing on the base of the spine or navel, etc., as part of initiation, and even acts of homosexuality, forbidden by church law. In essence, Philip's dossier painted the Templars as a corrupt, devil-worshipping gay club that only pretended to be a pious order. These lurid charges were probably fabricated by Philip's advisors. I could say maybe fabricated, but I'm going to say probably or most likely. Well, possibly they drew on conclusions of ex-disgraced Templars and the troops used earlier against heretical groups like the Cathars in the Languedoc region of southern France. Whether any of it was true or not, it was right there on paper, and it was the king pushing it nonetheless. So, well, it provided all the pretext needed. But what about the Pope? They had to get the Pope on their side, right? Initially, Pope Clement V, who was based in France, the papacy had come effectively under French influence beginning with the Avignon papacy, was pretty skeptical and quite alarmed at Philip's unilateral action against one of the Church's most honored orders and oldest friends. Clement V wrote to Philip, protesting the arrests, but within weeks, Philip's agents had extracted confessions from many high-ranking French Templars. Of course, when I say extracted, I mean they tortured and intimidated them until they signed what they wanted them to sign. Even the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, after weeks in a dungeon, was coerced into confessing that, quote, yes, the order had certain secret misconduct, Though Malay never admitted to the worst charges of denying Christ, his confessions were ambiguous and later retracted. Confronted with all of these evidence and confessions, Pope Clement felt compelled to act. He summoned inquiries and ordered monarchs in other countries to also detain their own Templars, lest any guilty person escape. Over the next few years, trials or inquisitions of the Templars took place in England, Aragon, Castile, Italy, Germany, and Cyprus, all under the Pope's authority. No longer just a French phenomenon. They were coming for all of the Templars all across Europe. But not all rulers were as compliant as Philip. In England, King Edward II was initially incredulous about the charges and delayed proceedings. In Iberia, the kings of Aragon, Castile, and Portugal were similarly skeptical, and even protective of the Templars, who had been their crusading comrades for so long. Nevertheless, pressure from the Pope himself eventually forced most rulers to investigate and temporarily imprison the Templars in their domains, as nobody wanted to get excommunicated. The trial process dragged on from 1307 to 1311. Under the scrutiny of papal commission, the Templars' order-wide guilt or innocence had to be determined. It became evident that the outcome varied by region. In France and Italy, where torture was applied rigorously, a significant number of the Templars, including many rank-and-file brothers, confessed to the prescribed charges, although often these confessions contradicted each other or were clearly absurd under scrutiny. In contrast, in England, Iberia, and Germany, most Templars either flatly denied the accusations, or at most admitted to some minor infractions. The most heinous heresy charges found no credible support in these regions. For example, in hearings in Aragon and Castile, not a single Templar admitted to denying Christ or spitting on the cross, and many local clergy testified to the order's orthodox behavior. This inconsistency strongly suggests that the confessions in France were products of torture and fear, not truth. Indeed, many Templars who initially confessed later recanted when they had the chance to speak freely, even though recanting meant they could be condemned as relapsed heretics and be thrown back into the dungeon for more execution. But they recanted because they wanted to assert the order's innocence and the falsehood of the accusations. No physical evidence of heretical practices was ever produced. Despite searches, authorities found no satanic idol, no preserved head, no secret rule endorsing blasphemy. The only evidence was the confessions wrung from prisoners getting their fingernails pulled out. Not very reliable. Well, in 1310 in Paris, a group of Templars attempted to mount a defense of the order. They claimed the right to be heard by the Pope and a church council. And indeed, a provincial church council in Paris saw the public defense by a Templar named Peter of Bologna and others. But the French king's officials were in no mood to allow a vindication of the Templars. In May of 1310, 54 Templar knights who had retraced their confessions were burned at the stake. Relapsed heretics, according to the French inquisitor, all with papal approval. This gruesome spectacle effectively silenced other Templars from coming forward to speak in their defense, because doing so was now clearly life-threatening. It was against this tense backdrop that Pope Clement V convened the Council of Vienna in 1311 to make the final decision on the fate of the Knights Templar. The Council of Vienna, in southern France, met in late 1311 with the Templar affair high on its agenda. Pope Clement V was caught between the assertions of Philip V, Philip IV rather, and the troubling fact that outside of France the case against the Templars was quite weak. In early 1312, before the full council, the Pope decided to suppress the order by his own authority. On March 22nd, 1312, Clement V issued the bull, Vox in excelso, and with that, the Knights Templar were formally dissolved. Notably, the Pope did not condemn the Templars as heretics in doctrinal terms, but he spoke of the scandal and infamy surrounding the order, and the expedience of suppressing it for the good of the Church, rather than pronouncing a definitive judgment of guilt. In effect, Clement V admitted that the Templars' reputation was irreparably damaged, especially in the eyes of the French monarchy and, well, the public too. And thus the order could no longer fulfill its purpose. The order was dissolved, of course, but it was not damned. This crucial distinction has been borne out by historical evidence. Pope Clement actually absolved many of the Templar leaders of the charge of heresy in a secret church inquiry. The findings of the papal commission at Chinon in 1308, discovered in modern times, nonetheless, this is very new, show that the Pope's investigators completely absolved Grand Master Jacques de Molay and the others of heresy, although they were told to do penance for any minor improprieties. But none of that could save the order from political destruction. After suppression, what became of the Templars and their vast properties, you might ask? Pope Clement's follow-up edict in May 1312, Ad Providum, assigned most Templar assets to the Knights Hospitaller, that is, the Order of St. John. In theory, the wealth accumulated for crusading would continue to be used for that purpose by the Hospitallers, another military order which was still in good standing. In practice, the transfer varied. In some places, the Hospitallers did receive former Templar lands, allowing them to significantly expand as seen in England and parts of Italy. But in other regions, secular rulers grabbed the Templar properties. King Philip IV in France secured a chunk of the order's treasury to settle his own claims. No big surprise there. They called him Philip the Fair. Well, I don't know if they meant fair as in fair skin. They certainly didn't mean fair as in equitable. Or perhaps that was the joke. Well, in the kingdom of Castile, over in Spain, nobles simply occupied Templar castles, and the Hospitallers had difficulty claiming them. The Pope's orders were not always effectively enforced when local lords saw an opportunity for land grabs, you see. Most rank-and-file Templars, once the order was dissolved, were just released from their vows, which is kind of sad when you've taken a lifelong vow. You kind of set your whole plans around it, don't you? Clement V instructed that those members who were not found guilty of crimes should be given a pension or allowed to join another religious house. For example, some ex-Templars retired to monasteries or lived quietly on church stipends. Not a bad option, I suppose. They were forbidden from forming any new military order, though, or joining the Hospitallers. The Pope didn't want the taint of the scandal to spread, nor a concentration of former Templars forming a power block within the Hospitallers. I suppose that's understandable. But in a few cases, the Templars did join other orders with special permission. But generally, they just faded into private life. Not every country treated former Templars harshly, you know. In England, no Templars were executed. That's right, not a single one. Those who admitted minor faults were pensioned off by King Edward II, or folded into other ecclesiastical institutions. In the Iberian Peninsula, the dissolution took a more unique course. The kings of Portugal and Aragon were unwilling to simply disband knights who had been crucial in the fighting against the Moors, and they certainly did not want valuable fortresses to fall into the hands of the rival claimants or the Hospitallers. So, they found creative solutions. King Dinis of Portugal refused to persecute the Templars in his realm and negotiated with the Pope to transfer all Templar holdings into a new order, that being the Order of Christ, founded in 1319. This Order of Christ was essentially a reconstituted Templar order, under a new name, but royal patronage, not under the Pope anymore. Many Portuguese Templars simply switched insignia and continued on business as usual, eventually playing a key role in Portugal's later voyages of exploration. The cross of the Order of Christ adorned the sails of Vasco da Gama and other explorers, by the way, if you're wondering what it is in the artistic depictions. In Aragon, that is, Spain, King James II established the Order of Montesa in 1317 to take over the Templar lands and allow former Templars to join. These successor orders meant that in Iberia, unlike France, the transition was relatively peaceful, and some Templar legacy lived on in an official capacity. But aside from those, no true successor of the Knights Templar was ever recognized by the Church. The Templar order was definitively gone from the stage by 1312. Remnants either scattered or absorbed. The final act of the Templar tragedy came in 1314. The aging Grand Master Jacques de Molay and a few senior Templar dignitaries had been kept in captivity throughout the process. After years of imprisonment, Molay and the preceptor of Normandy, Geoffroy de Charnay, were brought forth in Paris to receive their sentences, and that sentence was thus perpetual imprisonment. It was March 1314, and the two men hearing the judgment publicly recanted their earlier false confessions and proclaimed the order's innocence. This defiance was too much for King Philip. Without further delay, he ordered Charnay and Molay to be burned at the stake as relapsed heretics that very evening on the island in the Seine River in Paris. Eyewitnesses say that Jacques de Molay, as he faced the flames, asked to be tied so he could face Notre Dame Cathedral and hold his hands in prayer. He is said to have called out from the fire that God would judge those who had unjustly condemned them. According to legend, Molay issued a prophetic curse that Pope Clement and King Philip would soon meet him before God's tribunal and answer for their deeds. But strangely enough, both Clement and Philip died within a year of Molay's execution. Clement succumbed to illness just 1 month later, in April, and Philip died in a hunting accident in November. This eerie coincidence fueled popular stories that the curse of the Templars had been fulfilled. Well, historians seem to view it as a dramatic legend rather than a provable fact, but I certainly hope it's true. What is certain is that Molay's death marked the end of the Templars as a living institution. In just under 200 years, the Knights Templar had gone from being celebrated heroes of Christendom to dirty, condemned heretics. Yet even as the order died, it entered the realm of myth and legend, where it would achieve a form of immortality. The sudden and violent suppressions of such a powerful order left many people bewildered and searching for answers. This provided fertile ground for the conspiracy theories and lore that have endured up to the present day. And while maybe they're not all based in historical grounding. They're still part of the culture and legend around the Templars. So I don't care. I'm just going to talk about them anyway, because it's fun. Now, before concluding this section, it's important to examine that these myths about the Templars, the Holy Grail, hidden treasures, secret societies, we need to do a bit of due diligence with them. Think about if they're politically motivated. Think about if they have some kind of different basis in some fairy tale or something, but just take the next section with a bit of a grain of salt. Well, let us start with one of the most enduring myths or stories around the Templars, and that is the Holy Grail, and of course the other assorted sacred relics. Well, what is the Holy Grail? If you don't know, it's the legendary chalice that is said to have been used by Jesus Christ at the Last Supper, sought by the Arthurian kings and knights. This connection intriguingly began not in modern fiction, but it actually has its roots in medieval literature. In the early 13th century, the German poet Wolfram von Eschenbach, hope I said that properly, wrote Parzival, an Arthurian romance that features a band of knights guarding a precious grail relic. That's the 13th century, so that's, well, when the Templars were still around, so quite contemporary. Wolfram calls these guardians the Templates and the Temple Knights, a thinly veiled reference to the Knight Templar, which is in Latin Templari. In Wolfram's fictional story, the Grail Knights live in the temple fortress and keep the Grail safe. Clearly an imaginative riff on the real Templars, who did actually have a temple, the Temple Mount, and a reputation for holiness and mystery. Of course, within their fortresses, one could only imagine over 200 years of crusading and battles and wars the kind of treasures they could have collected. Well, it indicates that even as early as the 1200s, the mystique of the Templars had seeped into popular legend. However, of course, there is no historical evidence that the real Knights Templar ever possessed the Holy Grail or were involved in any Grail quest. The Grail is merely a literary motif. Medieval chroniclers and temple documents are entirely silent on such an object. You think if they had it, they'd be pretty vocal about it. But the Templars did collect relics, as all religious institutions of the time did. They likely held the relics of saints, perhaps a fragment of the true cross or bones of martyrs in their chapels. But nothing suggests they found or guarded uniquely powerful Christian relics like the Grail or the Ark of the Covenant. The notion that the Templars, quote, discovered secret treasures under the Temple Mount, this common trope, is quite unsubstantiated. It originates from the fact that the Templars' first headquarters was the Temple Mount, and that invites quite a bit of imaginative speculation. But in reality, while the Templars did conduct renovations and perhaps excavations around the so-called Stables of Solomon, no contemporaneous source indicates they found anything. The association of the Holy Grails with the Templars is essentially a product of fiction, starting from Wolfram's tale and amplified by later writers. In modern times, novels like the Da Vinci Code and pseudo-historical books have spun plenty of elaborate tales about the Templars hiding the Grail, sometimes depicted not as a cup but as a secret knowledge of Jesus' bloodline. They're pretty fun, but yeah, no basis really. Not a single inventory from the trials mentions a Grail or anything of that nature, and surely if Philip believed that the Templars possessed such an actual relic, he would have trumpeted that to justify his raid, or would have eagerly seized it. Or, then again, maybe it was so important that they didn't want anyone to know that they had it, because of course having something of such value, well, that would invite the wrong kind of attention. So, who knows? Well, what was actually seized from them were just lands, coins, and conventional valuables. The Grail myth remains just quite a mystery, albeit one that's quite fun, with roots in medieval Romance literature. But here's another one. Another widespread theory claims that the Knights Templar survived their medieval suppression by transforming into or hiding within the Freemasons, the fraternal organization that emerged in the 17th and 18th centuries. And this is a tantalizing idea. A secret continuation of the Temple Brotherhood, preserving its esoteric knowledge and gradually resurfacing as the Masonic Order. The notion gained popularity in the 18th centuries, when some Masonic lodges created Templar decrees or rites, adopting Templar symbols and rituals. It is true that Masonic ritual borrows imagery from the Crusades. For example, the York Rite of Freemasonry has a body called the Order of the Temple, where modern Knights Templar are created as an honorific decree. However, if we're going to be serious about it, we can conclude that there's no direct historical link between the medieval Knights Templar and the pre-modern Freemasons. Freemasonry in its recorded form arose from a stonemasons guild in Britain in the late 1500s and early 1600s, evolving into a gentleman's fraternity by the early 1700s. The Templar connection was later grafted onto Masonry as a kind of romantic embellishment. But one specific legend asserts that some Templars escaped the arrests in 1307, especially by fleeing by the sea with a treasure fleet from the port of La Rochelle, found refuge in Scotland, which being under King Robert the Bruce was excommunicated at the time, and they might have found a safe haven. And then, of course, fought on the Scottish side at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, thus repaying Bruce for shelter. And I'm sure we all know how Bannockburn went. Subsequently, these hidden Templars supposedly passed their traditions into Scottish stonemason lodges, birthing Freemasonry. That's another intriguing narrative. But once again, no contemporaneous evidence really lends any weight to it. There is no record of mysterious knights aiding Bruce at Bannockburn. Scottish chronicles credit the victory to Bruce's leadership and troops, and note the absence of the Knights Templar, who, if anything, had royal ties to England. Modern Masonic scholars and independent researchers have rejected the theory of Templar survival via Scotland as quite unfounded. In fact, the Premier Grand Lodge of Freemasonry itself, founded in 1717 in London, made no claims of Templar descent in its early constitutions, and you think it would have been something important to mention. The Templar connection was injected mainly by 18th century French and German Masonic rites, at a time when invoking the Knights Templar added an aura of antiquity and mystery to the ceremonies. The case is neatly summarized by the historical consensus. The purported link between the Knights Templar and Freemasonry is a later invention and not backed by credible historical documentation. Thus, the idea that the Knights Templar still exist today as a shadowy, secret society influencing world events is not really grounded in any reality, though it's certainly possible that some individual Templars joined other organizations or kept low profiles after 1312, but an organized survival is quite implausible. Well, let's go to the next one. We talk of lost treasures and other legends. Perhaps the most tantalizing Templar legends concerns those lost riches and hidden treasure. The abrupt arrest of the order in 1307 immediately sparked rumors that the Templars had secreted away their fortune. A dramatic tale persists that before the French authorities could seize the Templar treasury in Paris, wagons of gold or a fleet of Templar ships slipped away, carrying the treasure to safety. Destinations speculated include Scotland, Portugal, or even the Americas in the most fringe theories. This notion of a lost Templar treasure has inspired countless treasure hunts. The famous Money Pit of Oak Island in Nova Scotia, for example, has been linked in speculation to buried Templar gold or artifacts. So what is the truth? Contemporary records indicate that King Philip's officials did confiscate considerable assets from the Templar properties in France. Gold, silver, stored in Paris and elsewhere were all catalogued. But these were not immeasurable hoards. Much of the Templars' wealth was in land and loans, which Philip appropriated by cancelling his own debts. It is telling that King Philip, who was thorough in the asset seizure, did not report any astonishing treasure haul. If the Templars did have vast secret caches, Philip's chroniclers failed to mention King getting to them. Moreover, as discussed earlier, the order's wealth was often overstated by outsiders. They had great income, sure, but also great expenditure. When all Templar properties were inventoried across Europe after the suppression, the Hospitallers who received these properties did not suddenly become fantastically wealthy overnight. Rather, on the contrary, the Hospitallers complained that managing the ex-Templar lands was quite burdensome. Much of the value had been lost in the transition. This suggests that there was no huge surplus treasure unaccounted for. In England, an inventory of the London Temple in 1308 found relatively mundane items. No Holy Grail, no sacks of diamonds. This legend of the Templar treasure often intersects with the idea that the knights hid sacred relics or documents. For example, some theorists claim that Templars possessed the Ark of the Covenant, or the Shroud of Christ in secret Gospels. One popular hypothesis has been that the Templars recovered the Shroud of Turin during the Crusades and kept it, explaining why the Shroud's history is vague before the 1350s. It is intriguing, but circumstantial at best. There is no mention of such an object in Templar trial records or medieval accounts. If such a holy relic had been in their possession, the Templars likely would have publicized it to bolster their legitimacy, just as the Hospitallers proudly did with the True Cross. The absence of evidence, combined with the highly imaginative nature of these claims, lends people to regard them as post-medieval romanticism. Another persistent myth is that curse of Jacques de Molay. As noted, Molay's supposed prophetic curse on the king and the pope has entered legend. Some versions extend the curse to all future French kings, claiming the house of Capet was destroyed by it. Indeed, Philip's line died out in 14 years, and the Capetian dynasty had turmoil. Grist for later storytellers like Maurice Drouin's historical novels, Again, a little bit more folklore than history. Chroniclers at the time don't at all mention a curse. The earliest reference to these bold final words comes from an account written years later. Very likely a retrospective embellishment to make Molay appear as a martyr who had divine retribution against his precursors. While it adds poetic justice, well, it's still a legend. Now, finally, the void of the Templars' disillusion allowed all manner of secret society theories to proliferate. In later centuries, people speculated that the Templars guarded esoteric knowledge. For example, Some late 18th century writers suggested the Templars in the Holy Land learned mystical teachings from Eastern mystics or heretics, such as the Cathars or the Assassins, and that this secret knowledge was passed down clandestinely. No evidence of this appears in any way in Templar writings or trial testimonies, aside from the forced confession of idol worship, which in itself was inconsistent and likely false. The Templars were, if anything, outwardly quite orthodox in faith. Their daily prayers and devotions were thoroughly Catholic. The charges of heresy were politically motivated and unproven, yet those very charges later fueled occult theories that maybe they really did have a hidden creed. The reality is a bit more mundane. The Templars did not have a different gospel or a hidden deity. The Baphomet accusation remains a bit mysterious, but most scholars think it was either a complete fabrication or a garbling of the Templars' veneration of certain relics. Some have posited that they might have had a preserved head of a saint or a representation of John the Baptist's head, which got twisted into translation under torture under a devil's head. In any event, the trial records show that no physical idol was ever produced. Summer 1565. The island of Malta is about to witness one of history's most ferocious sieges. The Ottoman forces, intent on annihilating the last Crusader stronghold, had just overrun a small fort and sent a grim message across the water. The headless bodies of the captured Knights Hospitaller were floated on wooden crosses toward the main fortress. In response, Grand Master Jean Parisot de Valette, the aging leader of the Knights, ordered his own Turkish prisoners to be beheaded. Their severed heads fired back at the Ottoman camp from cannons. It was a gruesome exchange, but it shows the uncompromising resolve of the Knights Hospitaller, an order of warrior monks that by then had stood for centuries as a bulwark of Christian defense. From their humble beginnings tending sick pilgrims in the 11th century Jerusalem, to their transformation into a militant brotherhood fighting epic battles, the Knights Hospitaller carved an extraordinary place in history. It's a place that we should all learn about, and that's what we're here to do today. So welcome. If you're a newcomer, good to meet you, and for those returning, it's really nice to have you back. Why don't you tell me where you're listening from in the comments? Also, another reminder, the video's all ad-free along with everything else. It's because we're all crowd-funded here. Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal or Super Thanks, and of course the merch store. That's how we keep it all ad-free for your viewing pleasure. But if you want to do us a solid, then just like, comment, tell your friends, hype the video. That just helps us in the algorithm. In any case, with the welcomes said and done, let's go on another journey back to medieval times and learn the full history of the Knights Hospitaller. Well, let's look at the origins. We've got to go back pretty far. Those streets of 11th century Jerusalem. Decades before the First Crusade, by the way. In a city then under Islamic rule, a group of merchants from Amalfi, that is one of the old Italian trading hubs, obtained permission around the year 1070 to establish a Christian hospital. Now this hospital, dedicated to St. John the Baptist, was built near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Staffed by Benedictine monks and volunteers, it offered shelter and medical care to the poor, the sick, and just tired pilgrims who traveled far away to reach those holy places. For years, it operated quietly as a charitable hospice in a multicultural city, tending to patients of various backgrounds. and this was the seed from which the Order of Hospitallers would grow, a religious community devoted to healing and hospitality in the Holy Land. Ever wonder where we get the name from? Yes, there it is. But in 1099, things changed. Now, if you know your dates, that's when the First Crusade erupted, and, well, the Hospitallers were right in the thick of that. After a brutal siege, the crusading armies captured Jerusalem, and amid the chaos and regime change, the Amalfitane Hospital remained a rare sanctuary for mercy. A man named Gerard, known to us in history as Brother Gerard or Blessed Gerard, was in charge of the hospice at this time. Contemporary accounts describe Gerard as a pious and compassionate figure, devoted to aiding the needy, and thus he won favor with the new Latin Christian rulers of Jerusalem, who recognized the value of this hospital in caring for wounded crusaders and sick pilgrims alike. Under Gerard's guidance, the hospital in Jerusalem expanded its operations after the First Crusade. It could accommodate impressive numbers of patients, as later pilgrims would report. The hospital of St. John sometimes cared for hundreds at a time, and it wasn't just Christians either. No discrimination here. They cared for them regardless of origin or religion. Of course, this is all in keeping with its charitable mission. Gerard and his companions became renowned for their generosity. They fed the poor, nursed the ill back to health, and provided lodging to travelers. As they saw it, this was all for the sake of Christ, all just doing the good Christian thing. This nascent community, led by Gerard, gradually formalized into a religious order in these early years. It was in the year 1113 that Pope Pascal II issued a pivotal papal bull. This was titled By Postulatio Voluntatis, and it officially recognized Gerard's hospital and placed it under direct papal protection, which in those days was really the best protection you could get. This papal charter effectively established the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem as a new order within the church itself. It confirmed the hospital's independence and right to receive donations, and it also acknowledged the brothers' work to sustain the poor and pilgrims. But importantly, this bull of 1113 laid the legal foundation for the order's future. It affirmed the charitable purpose of the hospital and approved the election of Gerard's successors. And so, with papal sanction, the Hospital of St. John began to receive lands, properties, and alms from devout patrons across Europe, all eager to support its spiritual and humanitarian mission. In these years, the members of the order, called Hospitallers or Brothers of the Hospital, took religious vows of poverty, chastity, obedience, and followed a rule of life that was pretty similar to other monastic orders. But their work, that was the distinctive part. They were neither cloistered scholars nor parish clergy, but rather they were caregivers, right out there in a frontier environment. Throughout the early 12th century, the Hospitallers' fame as healers grew. Pilgrim chronicles from this period give remarkable testimony to the scale and quality of the hospital in Jerusalem. The German pilgrim, John of Versberg, writing around 1165, marveled at the, quote, enormous multitude of sick people, both men and women being cared for in various rooms of the hospital at St. John on any given day. He reported that as many as 2,000 patients could be accommodated at once, with dozens who died each day being carried out, and new sufferers constantly arriving to take those empty places. The Hospitallers provided these unfortunates with food, bedding, and medical attention, but it was all at great expense, an expense that John of Würzburg believed even the most powerful kings and despots would struggle to sustain. Another contemporary traveller, known as Theodoric, likewise praised Jerusalem's hospitals' richly provisioned halls and its more than 1,000 beds, concluding that no one could comprehend its vast charitable outlay without seeing it firsthand. These accounts are, however, likely somewhat idealized, but I think the important part is this, that they convey the immense reputation that the Hospitaller Infirmary had earned. Even a fraction of those beds, well, it's still pretty impressive back in the day, especially as a charity, asking for nothing in return. That is something unique. So what really had begun as a modest hospice had by the mid-1100s become one of the most celebrated institutions in the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, a place where Christian charity was manifest on a grand scale. During these early decades, the order's primary identity was a brotherhood of compassion. Hospitallers devoted themselves to imitating the Good Samaritan, feeding the hungry, taking care of the sick, and of course sheltering all those pilgrims going to and from. Gerard, their founder, died around 1120, and was venerated after as a model of Christian charity and virtues. He would actually eventually be beatified, known as Blessed Gerard. But initially, there was nothing overtly martial about the group. They didn't have their origins in a great battle. No trial by fire. They were just doing the good charitable thing, leading by example, just taking care of those who needed to be taken care of. There were friars, there were lay brethren, medicine men. They were not knights in armor. But the seeds of change were already present. The world had requirements that needed to be filled. The Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states were military societies under constant threat, and all able-bodied men were expected to help defend them. The Hospitallers, despite their mission, were no exception. As the Latin settlers came under attack from surrounding forces, it seemed not enough for the brothers of St. John to merely heal the victims. They increasingly found it necessary to protect the vulnerable by taking up arms themselves. But, as they say in medicine, perhaps an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of the cure. Well, the transformation of the Hospitallers from a purely charitable order into a military one was not an overnight process, rather a gradual one driven by the harsh realities of living out there in the Crusader kingdom. If they had been up in Europe or some other more peaceful place, perhaps not the Spanish frontier or the French frontier, but think about Ireland or that sort of thing. If you've watched my video about the lives of Irish monks, well, they would have gotten away with just being monks the whole time. But it's hard to do that in what is effectively a war zone. In any case, Gerard's immediate successor was Raymond Dupay, a French knight who became master of the hospital around 1120. Under Raymond's leadership, the Order of St. John took a decisive step of arming its members for combat. But don't get me wrong, that did not mean that they were switching lanes completely. They weren't abandoning the care of the sick. The hospital work certainly continued, but rather augmenting the Order's duties to include the armed defense of pilgrims in the Latin territories. Initially, a small escort guard may have been organized to protect pilgrim caravans on the roads, but over time, however, the Hospitallers developed a full-fledged military wing alongside their charitable activities. Raymond Dupay is traditionally credited with formalizing this dual vocation. He drew up a rule, that is, a set of statutes, for the order that retained the ethos of hospitality and service, while also permitting brethren to bear weapons in the defense of Christendom. By the mid-century, the Knights Hospitaller had emerged as one of the key military orders of the Crusades, second only to the Knights Templar, who had been founded in 1119, but they were explicitly on a military mission. I did a video about them a while back if you're interested. Well, the Hospitallers adopted the white 8-pointed cross as their emblem, a symbol that would become iconic. On the battlefield, they eventually wore a black or dark habit emblazoned with this white cross. But unlike secular knights, these were kind of warrior monks. They took monastic vows and lived communally under religious discipline, yet they fought with the sword against the enemies of the faith. They weren't afraid to get their hands dirty or their clothes bloody when the time called for it. Well, this was a new kind of holy knight, something that the church had not quite dealt with before, and it certainly raised a few eyebrows. You see, the problem is mixing bloodshed with holy vows. That's a radical concept. How do you reconcile thou shalt not kill with go out there and kill as many Saracens as you can? Well, influential churchmen like St. Bernard of Clairvaux, they had their own ideas. He staunchly defended the ideal of military orders portraying them as Knights of Christ, who were fighting sin in the world through physical combat. And over time, the concept gained broad acceptance. In fact, many European nobles were inspired to join the Hospitallers, or just lend their support to them, seeing in the order a noble outlet for chivalry harnessed to a sacred cause. The 12th century history of the Hospitallers is marked by rapid growth in both wealth and military responsibilities. Donations poured in from Europe, estates, farms, mills, and revenues to endow the order's work. These assets were organized into a network of commanderies, that is, local chapters, across Italy, France, Provence, Spain, England, and beyond, and they generated income to send to the central convent in the Holy Land. It was with these resources that the Hospitallers not only sustained their hospitals, but equipped their knights and soldiers. Increasingly, the order was granted strategic castles to garrison on the frontier of the Crusader states. For example, in 1142, Raymond II, the Count of Tripoli, ceded the Hospitallers to the formidable castle of Croix de Chevalier in Syria. Perched atop a ridge, Croix de Chevalier would become the order's most famous fortress. They expanded it into a virtually impenetrable stronghold and used it as a base to dominate the surrounding region. Other fortresses and lands soon came under Hospitaller control, especially in the county of Tripoli and the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The order's growing temporal power meant that the Knights of St. John were not just caretakers, but feudal lords and frontline warriors. And so throughout the latter half of the 1100s, the Hospitallers played an increasingly active role in the major military campaigns of the Crusader states. They joined King Baldwin II and King Amalric I of Jerusalem on expeditions, and for instance, they earned a reputation for their discipline and bravery while out there in the field. The Knights of the Hospital, alongside their Templar rivals, often constituted the heavy cavalry shock troops in battles against the Muslim forces. They were frequently entrusted with holding crucial positions, the vanguard of a Crusader army on the march, or the rear guard covering retreats. And this was certainly a heavy responsibility, and a deadly one. They suffered accordingly in several battles. Yet their presence bolstered the Latin kingdom's defenses significantly. It's important to note that even as they were militarizing, the Hospitallers did not neglect their healing ministry. In every Crusader city where they had a presence, they ran hospices or infirmaries for the sick and wounded. The combination of caring for souls and bodies in peacetime and fighting in wartime made the Order of St. John a very respected institution, but also a very unique one. It was a dual role, but it was not without tension. Some contemporaries wondered if monks should shed blood, even in a just cause. Within the order itself, the demands of warfare could certainly strain the resources and spiritual focus. A notable episode of that occurred in the 1160s, when Grandmaster Gilbert d'Assilay led the Hospitallers to support King Amalric's invasion of Egypt. These campaigns were costly failures, and the order was nearly bankrupted. The Hospitallers had invested men and money in an ambitious offensive far from their core mission of hospitality. In the aftermath, Pope Alexander III rebuked the order in an 1170 letter, essentially urging them to remember that mercy was holier than combat. He advised the Hospitallers to return to the original work established by their forefathers, that is, to go back to caring for the poor and sick, implying that this was a better way to serve God than military misadventures. And this papal admonition shows that even in the 12th century, church authorities were concerned that the Knights of St. John might lose sight of their founding purpose amid the temptations of power and warfare. But despite such concerns, circumstances left the Hospitallers little choice but to continue in arms. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith around the mid-12th century, but it was soon after that they faced existential threats. An iron sword in a golden age, I suppose. In 1185, on the eve of the decisive showdown with Saladin, the Hospitaller Master Roger de Moulins co-signed a peace treaty with that formidable Muslim leader, evidence that the order was by then a quasi-political power broker. But the peace was short-lived, and within 2 years, open war erupted anew. The Hospitallers would be put to their greatest test. And so the year 1187 came, and with it brought catastrophe to the Crusader realm, and to the military orders in particular. We find ourselves at the Battle of Hattin, July 1187, where Sultan Saladin's army destroyed the main Crusader force of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Knights Hospitaller, alongside with the Templars, fought valiantly in this battle, but they were overwhelmed by the superior numbers and tactics of the Islamic forces under Saladin. Contemporary chronicles record that the military orders were considered the backbone of the Christian army, so much that Saladin, after his victory, singled out Hospitaller and Templar captives for execution, viewing these warrior monks as dangerous fanatics who would never cease opposing him. Saladin ordered nearly all the captured Hospitaller knights to be put to death, but the master of the temple was famously spared. Very few others escaped the sword. The loss of so many seasoned knights in one day was a devastating blow to the Order of St. John. Even more catastrophic was the loss of Jerusalem itself. By the end of 1187, Saladin had conquered the Holy City and most of the Crusader territories. The Hospitallers were forced to abandon their greatest hospital in Jerusalem that had been the heart of their mission for decades. The fall of Jerusalem certainly marked the end of an era. The birthplace of the order was gone, and they had to regroup in the remaining Christian-held ports along the Mediterranean coast. In the aftermath of Hattin, the surviving Hospitallers retreated to the city of Tyre, one of the last strongholds that had not quite yet been taken by Saladin, and then to Antioch and Tripoli. When the Third Crusade arrived, 1189 to 1192, by the way. Under Richard the Lionheart and other Western kings, the Knights Hospitaller eagerly joined in the effort to reclaim the lost kingdom. They fought at the protracted siege of Acre, 1189–91, which culminated in a very hard-won Crusader victory, but victory nonetheless, not quite Pyrrhic, but certainly no cause to write home about. Acre became the new capital of the diminished Kingdom of Jerusalem, and the Hospitallers established their headquarters and a new hospital there. Throughout the Third Crusade, Hospitaller knights rode alongside Richard I of England and his allies in battles along the coast, such as the Battle of Arsuf in 1191, where their disciplined charge helped defeat Saladin's cavalry. Although the crusade failed to capture Jerusalem again, the Crusaders, with the military order's help, did secure a strip of coastal territory from Jaffa to Tyre. This provided a lifeline for the Christian presence in the Holy Land, one that would endure another century, largely due to the staunch defense by orders like the Hospitallers. The 13th century for the Hospitallers was a tumultuous period of both resurgence and relentless pressure. The order, now based in Acre, rebuilt its strength by recruiting new knights from Europe and receiving the patronage of monarchs and nobles. It continued to run hospitals. The Acre infirmary cared for the poor and sick as Jerusalem's had done before, while also fielding a formidable fighting force. The brothers and St. John participated in the Fifth Crusade from 1217 to 1221, which aimed to conquer Egypt. In that campaign, the Hospitallers played a major role in the siege of Damietta, and their Grand Master was an important counselor to the Crusade leaders. Though the Fifth Crusade ultimately failed, the Order's martial reputation only grew. Not long after, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II negotiated a treaty in 1229 that temporarily restored Jerusalem to Christian rule without fighting, a deal that the Hospitallers and Templars alike viewed with ambivalence, pretty much because it involved compromises with Muslim power, and, well, that wasn't a popular thing to do at the time. The Hospitallers maintained a cautious relationship with Frederick II, even briefly facing his hostility, but they continued to prioritize the defense of the Holy Land above European politics. But then came one of the darkest days for the Hospitallers, and the Crusader states in general, in October of 1244 at the Battle of La Fourbière near Gaza. There, a joint force of Crusaders and allied Muslim troops clashed with the invading Khwarezmian Turks, allied to the Egyptian Sultan. The result was a massacre for the Christian side. It was said that of the hundreds of Knights Hospitaller present, only a handful got away surviving. The Grand Master of the Hospitallers was captured and held prisoner. He was later ransomed, unlike many of his brethren who perished. This disaster, even worse than Hattin in terms of losses for the military orders, left the remaining Crusader territories exceedingly vulnerable. Over the next decades, the Knights Hospitaller and Templars struggled to shore up the defense of their shrinking Christian enclaves in Syria-Palestine. They poured resources into fortifying their castles and cities, knowing that fierce new enemies, the Mamluk sultans of Egypt, were on the rise, and intent on finishing the work of expelling the Franks. But despite this grim situation, the Hospitallers fought on with determination through the mid-13th century. They were present in 1248 and 1254, when King Louis IX of France, that is Saint Louis, led the Seventh Crusade, again going after Egypt. The Order's knights fought in the Nile Delta, and the Hospitalier master, also Guillaume de Chateauneuf, who was from before he'd been freed, was an important figure in advising King Louis. That crusade ended in failure, and King Louis was captured. The Hospitallers contributed to the huge ransom paid for his release. King Louis later embarked on another crusade in 1270 to Tunis, but it was also short-lived. By then the Muslim threat to the remaining Crusader ports was more pressing. The Hospitallers concentrated on defending what was left of Outremer, that is, beyond the sea, as they say, principally the city of Acre and a few fortresses in Syria, such as Crac de Chevalier and Margat. They also still held territory in the county of Tripoli and had significant presence on the island of Cyprus, which had become a new base for Christian power after 1192. However, one by one, the Crusader strongholds fell to the Mamluk onslaught. Sultan Baybars, an expert general, captured the Hospitaller fortress of Crac de Chevalier in 1271, after a long siege. According to later accounts, Baybars employed a clever ruse. He forged a letter, purportedly from the Hospitaller Grand Master, instructing the garrison at Crac de Chevalier to surrender. The weary defenders, isolated, with no hope of relief, believed the letter and yielded the castle. Baybars, who admired the fortress's strength, allowed the surviving knights safe passage upon surrender. But the loss of Crac de Chevalier, which had been a cornerstone of Latin defense for over a century, well, that was a severe blow. There was no way of putting it nicely. In 1285, the great Hospitaller fortress of Margat also fell to the Mamluks. The territory of the order that could protect was shrinking rapidly. The final act came in 1291. The city of Acre, the last capital of the Kingdom of Jerusalem and home to the Hospitallers' convent, was besieged by Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil's forces. The Knights Hospitaller, alongside the Templars and other defenders, put up a desperate resistance. For weeks, they fought street to street, as sections of the city walls were breached. The Grand Master of the hospital at the time, Jean de Villiers, was gravely wounded in the fighting. He was evacuated by ship just before Acre's walls were overwhelmed. Other Hospitallers perished defending the city's hospital and their quarter. By May 1291, Acre was lost, a final major Crusader city to fall. A few survivors, including Grand Master de Villiers, managed to flee by sea to Cyprus. With the fall of Acre, the Latin Crusader presence on the mainland Middle East was effectively extinguished. A tiny outpost on the island of Ruad off the Syrian coast held out until 1302, but eventually it succumbed. The Knights Hospitaller had been effectively driven out of the Holy Land. Of course, this was a moment of existential crisis for the Order of St. John. For nearly 2 centuries, they had poured their lives into the defense of Christian Outremer. But now, there was no Christian Outremer. So what were they going to do? The same question was on the minds of the Templar Order. They faced a similar crisis, though their fate would take a very different turn. Rest in pieces to them. If you want to learn more about them, you'll have to go watch my video about the Templar Knights. We won't go too far into it here, but tragedies, betrayal, it really has everything. Well, the Hospitallers, under Jean de Villiers' leadership, regrouped on the island of Cyprus, which at least offered a nearby refuge and staging ground. From there, they could, along with other refugees from Acre, contemplate how to continue their mission, whatever mission that was going to be. The Hospitallers still had significant wealth and extensive lands back in Europe, so not all was lost. They also had a corps of dedicated knights, not just strong in combat prowess, but fiercely loyal. They would not be disbanding any time soon, that's for sure. Instead, the order began to reinvent itself. Yet again, looking toward the sea for a new frontier. After the loss of the Holy Land, the Hospitallers had to find a new role and a new base to carry on the fight. The focus on the crusading effort was shifting, however. There was no longer a fight to hold Jerusalem, that was in the rearview mirror, but it was rather to contain the expansion of the Ottoman Turks and other Muslim powers in the Mediterranean, but yeah, mainly the Ottomans, they were the main worry. The Knights Hospitaller thus evolved into a maritime military order, redirecting their holy war to the seas. Their important opportunity came in the early 14th century. In 1306, under the bold leadership of Master Fawkes de Villaret, the Hospitallers launched an expedition to seize the island of Rhodes in the Aegean Sea. Now, Rhodes at the time was under a local Byzantine Greek ruler, nominally under the declining Eastern Roman Empire. The Hospitallers, with the blessing of the people, support from Western naval forces, attacked and captured Rhodes by 1309. Over the next few years, they also secured control of surrounding islands in the Dodecanese and parts of the nearby Anatolian coastline. It was effectively a new Crusader conquest, and it gave the Order of St. John a sovereign territory of its own. The Knights of St. John thus transitioned from the land-based lords in Palestine to island rulers in the Mediterranean. Rhodes would be their home for the next 2 centuries. They fortified the island heavily, turning the city of Rhodes into a strong citadel with massive walls and a fortified harbor. The location was strategic, allowing them to patrol the waters between Europe and the Levant. On Rhodes, the Order developed a new identity as both a monastic state and a naval power. The Hospitallers continued to consider themselves knights in the crusading tradition, now often called the Knights of Rhodes, and they committed to defending Christian shipping and Mediterranean shores from Turkish piracy and aggression. They maintained a fleet of galleys, crewed by Order brethren and mercenaries, and regularly launched naval raids known as caravans against the Muslim-held ports and sea lanes. In essence, they became warrior knights of the seas, attacking Ottoman and pirate vessels and protecting pilgrims traveling by the sea to the Holy Land. Well, even though the Holy Land was no longer in Christian hands, well, pilgrims still went there and often faced corsairs and all sorts of trouble. The Hospitaller Order also underwent internal reorganization during the Rhodes era. By the 14th century, it had adopted a system of langues, or the French word for tongues, or linguistic divisions. I suppose we should say longs, excuse me. Well, knights were grouped by their language nationality into different langues such as Provence, Auvergne, France, Italy, Aragon, including much of Spain, that is Aragon, and English, which include knights from England, Scotland, and Ireland. And then there was Germany too, but yeah. So each langue had its own auberge hall, that is, in Rhodes, and its regional headquarters back in Europe. This was a structure that helped manage the diverse international membership and the extensive properties that funded the order. It was also during this era that the leader of the Hospitallers formally began to be styled Grand Master, a title that was already in use earlier, but somewhat in a colloquial way. It was now standard. The Grand Master at Rhodes effectively acted as independent princes on their island. They coined money, negotiated with emperors and sultans, and administered laws, all while remaining of religious order under monastic vows. Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, the Knights of Rhodes were embroiled in almost constant conflict with Muslim powers, especially the rising Ottoman Empire. At times they also contended with naval forces of Egypt, and with also various Turkish pirate fleets. The Knights' fortress at Rhodes proved to be remarkably resilient. Several attempts were made to dislodge them. For instance, an Egyptian Mamluk fleet attacked Rhodes in 1440, and again in 1444, but the Knights repelled those assaults. The Ottoman Turks, after conquering Constantinople in 1453, turned their attention to eliminating this troublesome band of Christian corsairs on their southwestern flank. Sultan Mehmed II, who by the way was the conqueror of Constantinople, launched a major invasion of Rhodes in 1480. A large Ottoman fleet and army besieged the island, greatly outnumbering the defenders. But by this time the Hospitallers only had a few hundred knights, supplemented by a local Rhodian militia and foreign supporters, perhaps a few thousand men in total, to withstand an army of tens of thousands. It was not looking good. The siege of 1480 was quite intense, and the walls of Rhodes were battered, at one point nearly breached. Grandmaster Pierre d'Aubusson led the defense with valor, even fighting in the thick of combat on the walls. And in one critical assault, the Ottomans forced their way into a section of the city, and d'Aubusson, although wounded by multiple arrows, rallied the knights for a final counterattack that expelled the invaders from the breach. After several weeks of ferocious fighting, and high casualties on both sides, the Ottoman commander abandoned the siege in August of 1480. And just like that, the Knights Hospitaller had achieved a stunning but hard-won victory against the odds. This defense of Rhodes was celebrated across Europe. The seemingly invincible Mehmed II had finally been foiled, and the Hospitaller's role as the shield of Christendom was reinforced mightily far and wide. The reprieve was not permanent, however. The Ottomans would return, and with an even greater force. The intervening decades saw the Knights continue their naval raids, and also engage in diplomatic maneuvering. They occasionally aligned with Ottoman rivals, for example, forging understandings with the Mamluks of Egypt, or with the Persian rulers, to keep their enemies divided. But by the early 16th century, the Ottomans under Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, with that big onion-shaped hat of his, it's really something to behold, were determined to eliminate Rhodes as a Christian stronghold. In 1522, Suleiman amassed an enormous invasion force. Some historical accounts say up to 100,000 soldiers and a fleet of hundreds of ships besieging Rhodes. The defending Hospitallers, led by Grandmaster Philippe Villers de l'Isle Adam, hope I got that one right, numbered perhaps 600 knights, and maybe a few thousand soldiers, including a few Greek Christians and mercenaries. The siege that unfolded in 1522 was one of the epic confrontations of the early modern era. For 6 months, the knights and the people of Rhodes resisted wave after wave of assaults, bombardments, tunnel mines. The city's fortifications were gradually reduced to rubble by the Ottoman artillery. Yet the defenders stubbornly fought on, street by street, sometimes hand to hand. By the winter of 1522, however, it was clear that the Hospitallers could not hold out much longer. They had suffered heavy losses and were running low on supplies. With large breaches in the walls and no hope of relief from Europe, Grand Master L'Isle Adam eventually agreed to negotiate. Sultan Suleiman, respecting the courage of the knights, offered relatively honorable surrender terms. In December of 1522, the Knights of St. John formally capitulated. And remarkably, Suleiman allowed the surviving knights and any Rhodian civilians who wished to depart to do so freely. He even let them carry their arms and sacred relics with them. So that's nice, I guess. Well, on January the 1st, 1523, after an emotional farewell ceremony, The Grand Master, L'Isle-Adam, led the remaining knights out of Rhodes. They embarked on the ships provided and sailed away under the Ottoman escort, thus ending the Order's 213-year presence on Rhodes. Suleiman had Rhodes at last, but he also permitted the Order of St. John to live on in exile, a decision that would have consequences down the line. And just like that, they were all homeless. The Knights Hospitaller spent several years after 1523 just wandering around in Europe, trying to find a new base of operations. But the task of finding them a territory fell in part to the Pope and to powerful Catholic rulers who valued the Order's military prowess. Finally, in 1530, there was a solution. Charles V, the King of Spain and the Holy Roman Emperor, offered the knights the island of Malta and Gozo in the central Mediterranean, along with the North African port of Tripoli, as a perpetual fief. This grant was made with the approval of Pope Clement. The terms required the knights to continue their fight against Islam in the Mediterranean and symbolically to send tribute of a single Maltese falcon each year to the victory of the Viceroy of Sicily, an echo of medieval feudal token payments. Well, the knights found all this to be pretty reasonable, so they accepted. It's not bad, the entire island of Malta, just for that sort of token payment. Well, of course, they have to fight the Muslims as well, but you would just hope there wouldn't be too much fighting. Well, thus they packed their things, and they moved to Malta, a rocky archipelago that was strategically located between Sicily and North Africa, but at the time sparsely populated and underdeveloped. Settling into their new home, the Hospitallers, now often called the Knights of Malta, set about improving the island's fortifications and infrastructure. They took control of the old capital, Medina, and, more importantly, the coastal forts guarding the Grand Harbor. Tripoli, in North Africa, proved untenable. The Order had trouble controlling it and eventually lost Tripoli to an Ottoman attack in 1551. But Malta itself would become a crucial stronghold. The knights, true to form, continued to engage in naval warfare against Ottoman and Barbary coast fleets from their new base. Their galleys patrolled the seas and launched raids on Ottoman shipping. Over the decades, the Ottoman Empire grew increasingly frustrated with the nuisance and threat posed by these Knights of Malta, who weren't only disrupting trade and troop movements, but occasionally intercepting rather valuable prizes. At one point they even captured the Ottoman Sultan's lavish personal galley and his chief eunuch, an incident that particularly enraged Sultan Suleiman. There's nothing worse than losing your chief eunuch. Sure we can all relate. Well, tensions culminated in what is perhaps the most famous chapter of Hospitaller history. That is the Great Siege of Malta of 1565. Anticipating an Ottoman attempt to conquer Malta, the knights had fortified two key peninsulas at the mouth of the Grand Harbor, building Fort St. Elmo and strengthening the older forts of St. Angelo and St. Michael that protected the towns of Birgu and Sengli. In May of 1565, Sultan Suleiman unleashed a massive invasion force, said to number around 30,000 soldiers, including elite janissaries and corsair forces, led by the infamous Admiral Dragut, backed by over 180 ships. Opposing them were roughly 500 knights and sergeants of the Order, alongside a couple thousand native Maltese militia and several thousand Spanish and Italian soldiers who had been sent to assist the defense. Now, all told, the Christian defenders likely numbered just under 8,000, and, well, 30,000 soldiers and the 500 knights, well, it's a bit The odds were grimly lopsided, we can say that much. The siege that followed was among the most brutal, but also the most heroic in military history. The Ottomans began by attacking the isolated Fort St. Elmo, which commanded the harbour entrance. The knights and soldiers in St. Elmo knew they were likely sacrificing themselves to buy time, yet they resisted ferociously for about a month. After sustaining incredible bombardments and repeated assaults, Fort St. Elmo finally fell in late June of 1565. The entire garrison of defenders was killed, having exacted a far greater toll on the Ottomans than Suleiman's generals had anticipated. They were certainly not going to be ransomed back after that beating. Well enraged by the stubborn defense, the Ottoman commander had the fallen knights' bodies mutilated. Many were decapitated, and their headless corpses were floated across the harbor on crude crosses to terrorize the remaining defenders. This was the horrific scenes we talked about in the introduction, which Grandmaster de Valette answered in kind by executing Turkish prisoners and firing their heads out of a cannon. Grisly episodes. This shows the desperation and resolve of both sides. In any case, St. Elmo was gone, and the Ottomans turned their full might on the main positions at Birgu and Sengli. Throughout July and August of 1565, intense fighting raged around the walls and bastions. The Knights of Malta, led by the indomitable Jean de Valette, who at age 70 fought on the ramparts alongside his men, impressive enough alone that he lived to age 70 in 1565. Well, he was up there repelling the numerous assaults alongside them, so well done to him. At times, the situation was extremely dire. In one assault, Ottoman forces breached the defences and entered part of the town, but the knights counterattacked and sealed the gap in fierce hand-to-hand combat. As weeks dragged on, both sides suffered from the summer heat, the disease, and the dwindling supplies. Hard to get food and water in a siege. That's the reason why they siege people, to stop them from doing so the more you know. The defenders grew exhausted, and their numbers shrank. But they were not going to give up. They refused to capitulate, and Grandmaster de Valette's leadership and the knight's oath to never yield kept morale intact even at the darkest hours. By September, the siege had reached a critical point. The Ottomans prepared for a massive assault to crush the last resistance. At the 11th hour, however, a relief force from Sicily, a few thousand Spanish troops, arrived on Malta. This small Christian reinforcement attacked the Ottoman besiegers from the rear. Weary, sick, and now fearing encirclement, the Ottoman commanders lost their nerve. The invaders withdrew suddenly in mid-September 1565, ending the siege, and against all expectations, Malta had been saved. The Great Siege of Malta became legendary. Europe rejoiced at the victory, seeing it as a turning point in the long struggle against the Ottoman expansion. And indeed, in 1571, just 6 years later, a Christian coalition fleet, including the Order's galleys, would decisively defeat the Ottoman navy at the Battle of Lepanto, and many contemporaries linked that triumph back to the defense of Malta, which had shown the Ottomans were not quite as invincible as everybody thought they were. And so in the wake of 1565, the Knights of Malta took stock of their precarious but triumphant position. They had lost a large proportion of their brethren in the siege, but new recruits soon filled the ranks, inspired by the glory of that victory. Word spreading far and wide, everybody wanted to join up with the Hospitallers. So, Grandmaster de Valette immediately began construction on a new fortified city on Malta, on higher ground, overlooking the harbor. This city, named Valletta in his honor, became the new capital. Built with the latest bastion fortifications, Valletta was one of the most advanced military citadels of its time, and a monument to the Order's resilience. The Knights also expanded their naval power, continuing to send out squadrons to patrol for corsairs. In 1570–71, they joined the Pope's Holy League against the Ottomans. A contingent of Knights Hospitaller fought bravely at Lepanto, where the Ottoman naval threat was curtailed. Over the next century, the Knights of Malta settled into the role of regional maritime defenders against Christian avengers, rather. They maintained a standing fleet and carried a campaign of privateering against Muslim shipping well into the 17th century. This ongoing naval war was a form of licensed piracy. The caravans of the galleys, which Order justified as part of its perpetual crusade. They captured enemy ships and liberated many Christian slaves held by the Barbary corsairs, while unfortunately also sending the captured Muslim crews to serve as galley slaves on their own vessels. So these practices were brutal, but pretty typical of the age. They weren't unique in their approach, that's for sure. Through such actions, the Order continued to be feared by its foes, and admired sometimes grudgingly by Europeans, even as the nature of warfare and politics changed around them. In cultural terms, the Order of Malta reached its zenith of prestige and opulence in the 17th and 18th centuries. The international nobility still vied to send their sons to become knights of this esteemed Catholic order. The knights built splendid churches, palaces, and hospitals in Baroque style in Valletta. They also cultivated arts and science. For instance, the Order's hospital in Malta was renowned for its high standard of medical care and cleanliness, continuing that hospitaller tradition of healing. Yet with wealth and relative security came a bit of complacency. By the 18th century, the strategic context had shifted. The Ottoman Empire was no longer a dire menace to Europe, and secular nation-states had modernized armies and navies that overshadowed the small order. The Knights of Malta, while still militarily active to a degree, found themselves increasingly without a clear mission. Some observers critiqued that once the austere warrior monks had grown soft, they indulged in the comforts that were available to those of their rank. Duels and intrigues among knights, lavish lifestyles, and factionalism hinted that the old zealous spirit was beginning to wane. The final crisis for the Knights of Malta came from an unexpected quarter. That was the rise of revolutionary France. In 1798, during the French Revolutionary Wars, General Napoleon Bonaparte led a French expedition toward Egypt and made a stop at Malta. At that time, the Grand Master was Ferdinand von Hompesch, and the Order's rule strictly pervaded fighting against fellow Christians. Exploiting this rule, and the fact that many knights were French and sympathetic to him, Napoleon demanded the surrender of Malta. After token resistance and considerable internal dissent, the Order capitulated. The French forces took Malta without a pitched battle. Napoleon unceremoniously expelled the knights, seizing their wealth and properties on the island. This abrupt fall, essentially at the hands of Christian power, was a humiliating end to the Order's sovereign tenure on Malta. And so, after 268 years, the Knights of St. John were once again scattered and dispossessed, just as they had been after losing Rhodes. But they didn't quite cease functioning. In the wake of their eviction from Malta, there was just a bit of a replanning, an intermission. The late 1790s and early 1800s was certainly a chaotic time. It didn't help that many of the knights were elderly, recruitment had dwindled, and now they had no base. They sought refuge in various European courts, notably the Russian Tsar Paul I, who admired the chivalric ideals of the order, offered protection. In 1799, some knights elected Paul I as their Grand Master, even though as a Russian Orthodox Christian he did not meet the Catholic requirements. But, well, I think they were moving beyond that at this point. This move was quite irregular, and it was not recognized by the Pope, but it reflected desperation to find a patron, and if the Pope wasn't going to come in and sort problems out himself, he can't quite get angry when they go over to the other side, can't he? Well, Tsar Paul took the title and formed a Russian branch of the Order of St. John, though it was quite short-lived. Well, more like Paul was short-lived. He was assassinated in 1801. It's one way to lose your patron. Meanwhile, the remaining legitimate knights, mostly those not under Napoleon's sway, regrouped in Italy. And for a while, the order had a shadowy existence, with claims of Grand Masters in exile. The Treaty of Amiens in 1802 even contemplated restoring Malta to the Knights, but Britain, which had taken over Malta from the French, ultimately refused to relinquish control of the island. Without a territory, the order's sovereign status was in limbo. But over the 19th century, the Knights Hospitaller found a new calling that echoed their very beginnings. They transitioned from being a military order to primarily a humanitarian one. In 1834, the order established its headquarters in Rome under papal auspices. Slowly, it revived as a Catholic charitable organization, focusing on medical and relief work. This entity became to be known as the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, or SMOM, a sovereign in limited and honorary sense, but without a country. The order retained its traditional structure, a Grand Master at the head, professed knights, and so on, and continued to be recognized diplomatically by many nations. But its mission, however, returned to the Hospitaller roots, running hospital, clinics, ambulance services, providing aid in wars and disasters, and caring for the poor and sick around the world. By the late 19th and 20th centuries, the Knights of Malta, as they were popularly called now, became known for their neutral humanitarian work, kind of like the Red Cross, this kind of thing. They provided medical support in conflicts, set up leprosaria and a charitable agency, and continued the spirit of service that Blessed Gerard had established 800 years prior. In a sense, it had come full circle. What began as a brotherhood of healers had, after a long and warlike interlude, refocused on healing once more. The white 8-pointed Maltese cross, which had once flown over Crusader castles, now became one painted on the side of ambulances, clinics, and first aid kits. I suppose the legacy of the Knights Hospitaller lives on in various offshoots and continuations. The Catholic Sovereign Military Order of Malta remains active today, with thousands of members and volunteers worldwide engaged in charity. It even retains some of the old ceremonial privileges, issuing stamps, passports for its officers, maintaining diplomatic relations, etc., a nod to that historic status. Additionally, Protestant branches of the order emerged after the Reformation, for example in Germany, Sweden, and in the British Commonwealth, i.e. the Venerable Order of St. John. These organizations, though separate from the Catholic order, also dedicate themselves to medical aid and charitable works, such as the St. John ambulance brigades found in many countries. You might have one in your country. They all draw inspiration from the medieval Hospitallers. A wide green field at dawn, banners fluttering, trumpets blaring. On either side, knights in gleaming armor sit astride restless war horses, while a crowd of onlookers gathers. On one side, a noble's retinue clusters under his banner. Opposite them, another troop of armored horsemen awaits. a medieval tournament is about to begin. Accounts of the time allow us to paint the scene quite vividly. One 13th century poet describes on the morning of a tournament that knights appeared and stood before their lodgings, carefully, splendidly armed, then rode out in tight, well-ordered companies, with no private jousts discussed, only the challenge to win or lose it all. There would be no half measures today. Every knight would stake his pride, his body, even his life, on the field of honor. That's what we're going to talk about today. These living events of the medieval tournament. We'll explore what actually happened in a historical context, not quite what you see in the movies. From the 10th through to the 15th centuries, the golden age of these events, stepping beyond the stylized versions, getting into the real experience and all the gritty details, the chaotic melees of the early Middle Ages, the elegance and danger of the joust, and even the theatrical extravagance of the padam. Along the way, there's plenty of true stories and anecdotes drawn from knights' own chronicles and medieval observers. You'll find champions, crafty underdogs, exalted victors, and battered losers. I hope that by the end, you'll feel as if you too had spent a day amid all the colourful pageantry, the deafening cheers, and the clashing steel. So let's enter the list. What really happened at the tournament? Well, allow me first to welcome you, as that is good manners. Newcomers to the channel, it's good to meet you. Those coming back, thank you once again for meeting me back here on this platform. Thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon, and those who decided to check out the merch store. Now, with all that being said and done, let's get down to the details. Nice and relaxed, as always. In the earliest forms of medieval tournaments, the main event was not the gentlemanly joust of later fame, but rather it was the melee, essentially a mock battle royale. Two teams of knights, sometimes numbering even in the hundreds, charged at each other on horseback and fought in groups, very much like a real skirmish, just like the simulations. There were minimal formal rules at first, so these melees could sprawl for miles beyond the initial field. Chroniclers describe combats roving across huge swaths of the countryside, occasionally even crashing into towns and villages. Early tournaments were essentially war games. Victory was decided by prowess, and sometimes by sheer numbers or cunning on the field. Well, you could only imagine the breadth of that field for those poor souls who decided not to show up to the tournament. Well, perhaps you don't want to go to the tournament, but the tournament is going to you. Now, what about weight classes? Bad luck. It was more about the strongest would survive. There were really not very many fair fights. Knights could gang up on opponents, and even infantry archers might join the fray in some cases. It doesn't sound very chivalrous, doesn't it? In fact, one 12th century account notes that the Count of Flanders once bolstered his team with 300 infantrymen to ambush the opposition and cover a retreat. Clearly, the chivalry of the tournament was often more apparent in poetry than in practice during these free-for-alls, and like I did say, we're not sparing the gritty details. But what motivated knights to fight with such ferocity, at least outside of an actual war? Beyond the glory and the training, one powerful incentive was as old as time. Profit. They wanted to make money. In melee tournaments, you see, a knight who managed to capture an opponent could demand a ransom, or claim the loser's horse and armor as his own prize. This turned tournaments into lucrative ventures for the skilled and lucky. The career of the famed knight William Marshall illustrates this quite well. Marshall, a landless younger son, made his name on the 12th century tournament circuit largely by capturing other knights. At one tournament in 1177, at the village of O, Marshall personally captured 10 knights and 12 horses in a single day, a haul of ransoms and war gear that greatly enriched him. Not bad for a morning's work, especially in those times. In fact, William and a comrade formed a sort of tournament partnership, pooling their efforts and spoil, and in just 10 months of touring the melee fields, they captured 103 knights for ransom, an almost unbelievable number. In fact, such exploits earned Marshall fame as the greatest knight, and on his deathbed decades later, he allegedly recalled having unhorsed 500 knights over his tournament career. Clearly, for knights like Marshall, tournaments were not mere sport. They were high-stakes competitions, where one could win fortune and reputation. Of course, the action in melee was intense, unpredictable, and quite dangerous. The knights would thunder together in a grand charge, lances leveled, trying to smash through the opposing line. After the initial collision, the field dissolved into dozens of swirling duels and small group fights. They fought with blunted weapons at times, but in earlier days, just as often with normal swords, maces, and even lances tipped with iron. A contemporary observer noted that in the 12th century tournaments, mounted knights fought with lance, sword, and mace, while some dismounted men even used bows and pikes, blurring the line between sport and real war. The melee could last for hours, typically from morning until dusk. Knights who were unhorsed or exhausted might try to withdraw to a safe area. By the 13th century, there were often designated reset zones on the field, where a combatant could catch his breath or negotiate surrender without being attacked. If captured, a knight gave his word as a prisoner was expected to yield up his arms and pay a ransom. In some cases, a captured knight would be escorted off to a team's camp until he paid, or at least surrender his horse as surety. Enterprising fighters like William Marshall became experts at seizing horses' bridles to lead away unlucky opponents. To get a flavor of the chaos, let's recount an eyewitness anecdote from the 1170s. William Marshall's biography, a verse chronicle written by those who knew him, relates one tournament that spilled out of control into the streets of a town called Annet. Marshall and his patron, the young King Henry, found themselves pursuing a group of enemy knights right into the town's main street. In the melee of alleyways, Marshall charged Sir Simon de Neufel, grabbed the bridle of Simon's horse, and began dragging the hapless knight away as his prisoner. Sir Simon, desperate not to be taken, suddenly reached up and caught hold of a low-hanging house gutter, overhead, and literally yanked himself off his horse. The astonished Marshal galloped on, not realizing his captive had cleverly hooked himself onto a building. King Henry, following behind, saw Simon dangling from the eaves, but chose not to alert Marshall. Perhaps as a bit of a joke. Marshall trotted back to his camp, leading the riderless horse and proudly handing it to his squire, saying, "Take charge of this knight." The young king burst out laughing and quipped, "I think you'll find that you've lost him. he decided to hang around back there suspended from a gutter. Only then did Marshall look back and see his would-be prisoner nowhere in sight, and he had roared with laughter at the trick. Fantastic little story, isn't it? It shows the unpredictability of melee combat, and certainly a human touch to the story. 1 minute a knight is a victor leading off a captive. The next, he's holding an empty bridle and laughing at himself. Even in the thick of competition, medieval knights appreciated a good joke when fate played a hand. Of course, it wasn't all fun and games. The danger of melees was very real. While many combats ended with knights bruised or with dented armor, serious injuries and fatalities were not uncommon. Perhaps the most famous tournament fatality of the 13th century was Sir Gilbert Marshall, the Earl of Pembroke, ironically, by the way, one of William Marshall's own sons. In 1241, Gilbert took part in a tournament at Ware against King Henry III's express prohibition, and he met a quite gruesome end. Chroniclers report that he was thrown from his horse, and his foot hung up in the stirrup. The panicked horse dragged Gilbert violently across the field for a long distance, little by little inflicting mortal injuries. The Earl died from the incident, and King Henry was, understandably, quite furious, even refusing to immediately allow Gilbert's brother to inherit the title because the family had disobeyed royal orders. By attending that ill-fated tournament, Henry was, well, furious at the whole situation. Well, especially in the early melee-type tournaments, they truly walked the line between sport and slaughter. It's no wonder that the medieval church looked askance at these bloody games. Really, were they that far removed from the gladiatorial combats of ancient Rome? Sure, there were rules, but there were still fatalities. The church feared for knights' souls, of course, and their lives. In 1130, Pope Innocent II actually issued a ban on tournaments, declaring that those killed in such, quote, abominable jousts and tournaments should be denied a Christian burial. Many devout commentators argued that the only justifiable use of knightly violence was war in the service of God, not reckless mock battles for vanity and coin. Yet, despite clerical disapproval and the occasional royal bans, the tournament melee survived, and it thrived. It simply had too strong a hold on knightly culture, and everybody was just having way too much fun. Over time, however, the chaotic melee did begin to civilize itself somewhat. By the 13th century, official rules were introduced in some regions to reduce the mayhem. For example, in England, King Richard the Lionheart decided to allow tournaments, which his father had banned, by the way, but only under strict regulation. In 1194, Richard designated specific sites where tournaments could be held, and even charged entry fees based on a knight's rank. A clever little way to fill the royal coffers on the side, that's for sure. Knights had to swear to keep the peace, and not murder or pillage during the event. Later, in 1292, Edward I of England's Statute of Arms took regulation even further. Knights were forbidden from using pointed swords or lethal weapons in the lists, and striking a fallen opponent was also prohibited, not to mention bad form. Special care was taken to prevent general brawls. Only a knight's own squire could help him up if unhorsed, and any outsider who interfered would face harsh penalties. The rules aimed to tame the melee into a more gentlemanly contest, and to assure that a tournament didn't accidentally escalate into a private war. By the late Middle Ages, melees were often fought with a plaisance, blunted weapons, rather than a l'outrance to the death. This doesn't mean that they became gentle pajama parties. I suppose it was far from it. Knights could still be knocked unconscious, gagged, or have bones broken. We've certainly seen that. Fatalities still occurred. But gradually the emphasis shifted toward display and skill over just blood-drenched carnage. And the rise of the joust, a more controlled combat event, was part of this big shift, as we'll see next. But before we do leave the melee, consider its lasting appeal. For all the risks, a group melee offered a knight something that the joust did not: the thrill of open combat with tactical and team elements. Much like a real battle, it was proving ground for leadership and courage. In some periods, the melee was the feature attraction, and the joust was just a sideshow. Knights like William Marshall owed their fame to success in melees. Even in later centuries, when jousting had become all the rage, many tournaments still ended with a grand melee as a finale. The controlled chaos of 100 knights fighting in earnest, the roar of the crowd as one side began to give way, the shouts of heralds trying to stop the combat at sundown. That was the heartbeat of medieval tournament. And as a contemporary might say, it was chivalry's playground and battlefield, all in one. How about a quick little joke before we move on? You know, you don't find many people named Lance these days. But in the Middle Ages, people were named Lance a lot. Well, let's move on now to the joust. By the High Middle Ages, a new form of contest had come to rival and eventually overtake the melee in popularity, believe it or not, and that is the joust. Unlike the free-for-all melee, the joust was a single combat between two knights, fighting one-on-one with lances, and sometimes swords if the lance broke. Early on, jousts were often held on the side, either before the main melee to entertain spectators, or after as a sort of encore. But by the 14th and 15th centuries, entire tournaments were sometimes organized purely as jousting competitions, with elaborate rules and pageantry all focused on these knightly duels. But what made jousting so popular? Well, for one, it was much easier to follow. The format was simple. Two men charge at each other, and try to unhorse or strike the other. The spectacle of two armored knights clashing at full gallop was incredibly thrilling, and of course much safer to watch from a fixed arena than a roving melee. It also fit the ideals of chivalry and romantic honor that blossomed in late medieval culture. A joust framed the combat as an individual test of courage, skill, and courtly virtue, often dedicated to a lady's favor or to honor one's lord. In literature and art, the joust became the iconic image of the tournament, epitomizing chivalrous combat. But in practice, jousting could be just as fierce and rough as the melee could. But it did develop its own sophisticated rituals and equipment. By around 1300, specialized jousting armor was evolving. Heavier helmets, like the frog-mouthed helm, and reinforced breastplates designed to withstand lance impacts. Lances, for jousting, were often made to break on impact to absorb force, and by the 14th century, many had blunted tips, sometimes fitted with a coronal head, a small crown-shaped tip to prevent spearing. In some jousts, the aim was explicitly not to unhorse your foe, which could of course be very dangerous, but to score points by shattering lances on each other's shields or armor. The lists, jousting arenas, were usually enclosed by fences, and eventually a wooden barrier called a tilt down the middle became common by the 15th century to keep the charging horses separated, minimizing collisions and making jousts a lot more controlled. These innovations reflect an ongoing trend, turning violent combat into an organized sport. But, lest we think that jousting was all safe, it really wasn't. Knights certainly still risked life and limb, being hit by a wooden lance at high speed. Even a blunt one could be like being struck by a heavy pole in a car crash. And I hope no one has to figure out what that feels like. Many knights were injured jousting. Some were even killed, including later on kings. The French king Henri II's death in a joust in 1559 is one example, but that's just one outside our period. Within our time frame, one dramatic jousting injury happened to the French knight Jean de Carogé, famous from a later judicial duel in 1386. At a 1380s tournament, he took a lance blow that splintered and drove wood into his groin, causing serious injury. Now, if that's not a gruesome way to go, I don't know what is. But Carogé survived. It certainly does show the potential brutality of a joust gone wrong. And who knows if his lance was still functional afterwards. Well, yet knights and spectators alike were enchanted by the joust. Perhaps even more so because of its dangers. Whole careers were built on jousting prowess. Take the case of Ulrich von Liechtenstein, a 13th century Styrian knight who left us one of the most colorful, if perhaps exaggerated, memoirs of jousting in his book, The Service of Ladies. Ulrich was so devoted to the ideals of courtly love that he undertook what can only be described as a jousting road show in honor of the lady he adored. In the year 1227, Ulrich donned a costume to impersonate Lady Venus, the goddess of love, complete with lady's garb, and travelled from Venice through various towns, challenging all knights he met to joust with Frau Venus. He sent advance notices to each of the towns, announcing that the goddess of love would joust with any knight for the honor of his lady. Astonishingly, this was not just a fanciful tale. Ulrich really did ride around dressed up like a woman, distributing gold rings as prizes to any knight that managed to break a lance against him. For over a month, he paraded through Central Europe, fighting countless jousts. At one stop, a skeptical countess insisted that this mysterious Lady Venus lift the veil at Mass, upon which she and the congregation discovered Ulrich's mustached face underneath and burst into laughter. The countesses good-naturedly gave Ulrich, still dressed as Venus, a kiss of peace, despite the ruse. Certainly reveals the theatrical flair that jousts could take on, and it reminds us that medieval people could have a sense of humor. Ulrich's outlandish adventures was one extreme example, to be sure. Part love-mad escapade, part publicity stunt. But it shows that by the 13th century, jousting wasn't just training for war. It was becoming a performance, an art. Knights would go to incredible lengths to win renown in the jousts and favor of noble ladies watching. In more typical jousts, knights might wear their best heraldic attire, brightly painted shields and surcoats bearing their coat of arms, flowing crests on their helmets, sometimes fantastical papier-mâché animals or wings, and their horses draped in embroidered caparisons. They often rode out saluting the presiding nobles and ladies, perhaps displaying a lady's token, a scarf or sleeve on their arm. Before a joust began, there was quite a bit of ceremony. Heralds would announce the names and titles of opponents to the crowd. Each knight might touch the tip of his lance to a symbolic target or shout a dedication. Well, for example, they might say, "Lance to joust for the honor of Queen so-and-so," something like that. And then the trumpets would sound, and with the blast of a herald's cry, "Laissez-aller, let them go," the two would spur their horses and thunder towards each other. Now, if you didn't catch it, doesn't this sound quite similar to how a modern boxing match would go? Perhaps the old traditions carry forth. Maybe it's more like a UFC match. But the actual clash didn't go in rounds like our modern boxing. It was really over in seconds. A shattering crack as the lancers struck armor or shield. Perhaps the gasp of the crowd if a rider was unhorsed or a horse stumbled. If both kept their seats and neither was unhelmed or carried to the ground, they would wheel about, receive fresh lances, and charge again for another pass. Jousts were often decided by a scoring system, points for hits on the opponent's shield or helmet, extra points for breaking one's lance cleanly, and automatic victory if your foe was unhorsed. Some jousts, however, continued until one knight was dehorsed, or unable to continue. If the joust was à outrance, or to the uttermost, they might continue on foot with swords until one yielded. But this was more common in feud-driven duels or later pas d'armes than in friendly sporting jousts. One of the most famous jousting bouts of the 15th century exemplifies the grandeur of jousting as an international spectacle. The 1467 Smithfield tournament between the Burgundian knight Antoine, the Bastard of Burgundy, and the English champion Lord Scales, also known as Anthony Woodville, slightly less intimidating name than the Bastard of Burgundy. Well, this was a prearranged joust of peace, intended to honor the new alliance between Burgundy and England. Over several days, these two knights jousted with various weapons, lances, axes, swords, before King Edward IV and a lavish crowd. The pageantry was enormous, with each knight entering the lists accompanied by courtiers and trumpeters. Chroniclers revel in describing the brilliant armor and compliments exchanged. In one pass, Lord Scales broke several lances cleanly, demonstrating superior skill. But the Bastard of Burgundy stubbornly continued. Eventually, he suffered a heavy blow to the face that broke his visor. He was nearly skewered and had to retire with a bleeding head wound. Both claimed great honor from the encounter nonetheless, and feasting followed. The story, which is, well, way too long to recount in all of its details now, shows how by the 15th century, the joust had become a spectator sport of the highest order, a vehicle for diplomacy, personal honor, and of course entertainment. It was like a world championship of a boxing match of its day, except with a lot more armor and a few horses added in. Well, to further illustrate the joust's pageantry, consider a grand tournament held in 1390 at St. Inglevere in France, an event which actually combined the joust with the pas d'armes style, drawing participants from across all Europe. Three renowned French knights, one of whom was the famous Jean de Bossecourt, soon to be Marshal of France, issued an open challenge to all comers. They would hold the field at St. Inglevere for 30 days, jousting any knight who wished to face them. Knights from England, Germany, and elsewhere flocked to test themselves. Over 100 knights and squires reportedly took up the challenge. The French champions made elaborate preparations. They set up 3 rich vermilion tents on the fields as their pavilions, each adorned with their coat of arms. Outside each pavilion hung 2 shields, one signifying a joust of peace with blunted lance, and the other a joust of war with sharp lance. Any challenger could ride up and tap the shield of his choice with a ceremonial wand, indicating which type of joust he was after. A herald at the pavilion would then record the knight's name, lineage, and homeland, and the joust would be scheduled. This shield-touching ritual was a brilliant bit of theatre and organization. It gave knights control over the risk level. Some preferred the safer, blunted contests. The bold opted for the sharp combat, and tightened the drama for spectators, as each contestant literally rang the bell for battle. Over the month, dozens upon dozens of jousts were held at St. Inglevert. Froissart, the chronicler, describes splintered lances littering the field and roaring crowds as French and English knights clashed day after day. King Charles VI of France even came in disguise to watch incognito, mingling with the onlookers. And in the end, the 3 French tenons, holders of the field, acquitted themselves magnificently in what became one of the greatest displays of chivalry of the age. This event had all the events that made jousting splendid: international camaraderie, chivalric theatre, heraldic pageantry, and genuine tests of arms, but fortunately, seemingly without deadly result, at least in this case. Thus, the joust evolved into the perfectly packaged chivalric sport. It was dangerous, yet usually non-lethal. It was structured, but exciting, and it allowed knights to showcase individual heroism. For noble spectators, especially ladies watching, a joust was a much more comfortable and enjoyable thing to witness, rather than the chaotic melee. And so by the 14th century, we see aristocratic women regularly attending jousts, even presiding over them by giving prizes or tokens to champions. This was a marked change from the earlier times when, as noted, women often avoided melees for safety. As one 12th century source bluntly put it, tournaments then were too violent to be viewed by women. Well, that's all good and well, until the melee bursts into your town and all of a sudden the tournament comes to you, as previously said. The presence of high-born ladies as spectators only spurred knights to greater displays of courtesy and courage. Jousting became intertwined with courtly love. Knights would declare they rode in the name of a lady, hoping to impress her with valor. One celebrated late medieval knight, Jacques de Lelang of Burgundy, traveled around Europe in the mid-15th century, issuing challenges to joust in honor of his prince and ladies. His feats and the chivalric vows he undertook were recorded admiringly by contemporaries. Jousts could also be staged as allegories. Knights might appear in costumes symbolizing virtues or classical heroes before shedding them to fight. Take this for an example. At a 15th century Burgundian banquet known as the Feast of the Pheasant in 1454, a pseudo-tournament was proposed, where knights would dress as crusading figures. Of course, the days of the Crusades were long gone at that time. Although that particular spectacle remained more pageant than joust, it reflects how theatrical and symbolic the joust could become. So, to sum it all up, the joust added precision and polish to tournament combat. It distilled the action down to just 2 men, 2 horses, and a couple of lancers, in a clash that embodied the chivalric ideal. Yet for all its formality, it retained the visceral thrill of potential disaster at every charge. This tension between ideal and reality knights vying in noble combat, yet at risk of splintered wood and shattered bone, made the joust a centerpiece of late medieval aristocratic life. It was the sport of nobles, the grand pastime of chivalry, and it set the stage for even more elaborate martial pageants of the 14th and 15th centuries, known as the padam. Tournaments had become increasingly ceremonial, and as they did, knights and nobles with a flair for drama developed the padam, or in English, passage of arms. Now, the padam was a kind of themed tournament or chivalric stunt popular in the 14th and 15th centuries, when knights would create an imaginative scenario and challenge others to participate under the rules of that story. Think of it as a live-action role-play version of a tournament, but with real weapons and real risk, but wrapped in layers of pageantry and knightly myth. A bit of a show. In a typical padam, a knight or a group of knights called the tenants, those who hold the field, would declare that they have taken up a defensive position that they will stoutly maintain against all challengers. This position could be a bridge, a city gate, or even an imaginary castle or garden. Anything, really. Just needed to have an objective. They might give the padam a romantic name like the Pass of the Golden Tree or the Garden of Honor. They'd often send out heralds or letters to courts far and wide announcing the challenge. Any knight who passes this way must joust or fight them to gain passage, in the name of knightly honor. Sounds just like the books by Mallory, doesn't it? Well, these challenges sometimes coincided with great feasts or royal occasions, ensuring a crowd of spectators and ample challengers. The organizers would establish elaborate rules, sometimes even styling themselves as characters, for example, knights pretending to be knights of the Round Table, etc. It was chivalric idealism turned into a great performance piece, yet with authentic combat at the core. Now, we already heard of one of the famous padam, the month-long jousts at St. Ingilvaire in 1390, which had elements of a padam, the 3 French knights holding the fields as if it were their pass to defend. But even more quintessential was the spectacular Passo Honroso, the honorable passage held at a bridge in Spain in 1434. This was one knight's extravagant gesture of love and honor. Suero de Quignone, a nobleman of Lyon, was passionately in love with the lady Dona Leonor. To prove himself worthy, and perhaps earn his freedom from love's chains, Suero vowed to hold the bridge over the Orbigo River against all knights for a single month. He and 9 companions obtained permission from King Juan II of Castile, and issued a challenge to all the knights of Christendom. During the holy month of July, any knight journeying to Santiago de Compostela, a common pilgrimage route, who wished to cross the Orbigo must first joust Suero and his team on the bridge. The declared goal was to break 300 lances in the course of the enterprise, after which Suero's obligation to love would be considered honorably discharged. Suero dramatized his romantic suffering by wearing an iron collar round his neck every Thursday, symbolizing the chains of his affection, and he proclaimed that the only victory in this pass of honor would release him from that metaphorical bondage. The Passo Honroso at Orbigo was one of the best documented tournaments of the age. A notary named Pero Rodriguez was appointed to record every detail for posterity. And so, for 30 days, from July 10th to August the 9th, 1434, Suero and his 9 fellow defenders jousted all knights who came to the bridge. And came they did. From all over Europe, 68 in total, came to try their skill. Day after day, lances splintered on steel. The rules were clear. Each encounter would be a joust with standard arms. The Padam format meant Suero's team didn't fight all at once, but rather rotated into face challenges one by one, or one after the other. The event attracted pilgrims and nobles as spectators, turning the bridge and nearby field into a month-long festival. By the end, an astonishing 166 jousting matches had been fought. Not quite the 300 lancers hoped for, but certainly a tremendous number. Well, people did have to travel. It's hard to get all the way down there from England in 30 days, I suppose. Now, what about Suero? Well, he and his friends were badly bruised and injured. Imagine the accumulated damage of dozens of bouts, day after day. And no weekends either, that's for sure. One account says that on the final day, each of the defenders bore grievous wounds, yet none of the challengers had succeeded in forcing passage across the bridge. And so, the judges declared Suero de Quiñones and his men the victors, a vow fulfilled, and Suero ceremonially removed the iron collar from his neck, finally free of his romantic enslavement. In celebration, the exhausted victors then proceeded, limping, no doubt, on a pilgrimage to Santiago to give thanks, even leaving the iron collar and chain at the shrine as an offering. But there was a final happy note. The lady for whom Suero had done all this for did agree to marry him a year later. But chivalric tales often have twists. Incredibly, 24 years later, an old adversary from the 1434 tournament, a knight who felt that he had been bested unfairly, challenged Suero to rematch and killed him in a joust. The Pass d'Orbigo, for all its idealism, literally led to a blood feud that ended in death decades later. Old grudges die hard, I suppose. Another example of in the most theatrical of tournaments could have very real consequences. Other padams were held throughout the 15th century, especially in the Burgundian realm, where chivalry was almost a civic religion. Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy famously encouraged such events. In 1443, for instance, a padam called the Pass of the Golden Tree was staged during a great feast at Lille. An elaborately made golden tree, laden with shields, stood in the banquet hall. Knights who took up the shield committed to themselves to joust or fight on foot to defend the honor of the golden tree and the lady it represented. At a signal, the company moved outside to the lists, and promised combatants were carried out before the gathered court. These padams blended masquerade, allegory, and sport. Knights might dress as pilgrims, or as figures from Arthurian legend, or even as wild men, or Moors, depending on the theme. Challenges were often couched in flowery language. For example, a knight would publish a notice saying, "Sir So-and-so and his companions will guard the path of love by the fountain of tears. Any knight who wishes to pass must prove his worth in arms." During the Burgundian padam of the Bridge of Tears in 1453, one knight famously went into the lists wearing a lady's veil around one eye, declaring he would fight half-blind until inspired to remove it by some truly worthy deed he witnessed. Though sometimes dismissed as chivalric theatrics, padams had real utility for knights. They provided opportunities for young knights to test themselves and gain renown in relatively controlled setting. Because these events drew large audiences of nobles, a knight who excelled could catapult his reputation overnight. But arms also fostered international camaraderie. Knights from different realms would travel far to participate, creating a pan-European fellowship of chivalry. At the same time, the scripted courtesy of padams, the elaborate salutes, prearranged narratives, it helped to keep the violence contained and tempered by a good amount of mutual respect. In a way, the padams was the apotheosis of the tournament. Combat was no longer a means to an end, that is, profit or resolving disputes, but an end in itself, as a showcase of virtuoso knightly performance. So before moving on, let's remember that even in these styled events, the combat could be fierce. An impressive example, at the Padams in 1386, known as the Challenge of the Barriers, the French knight Bossicant, again the same Bossicant as Saint Ingelver, now a celebrated marshal, fought so furiously in a joust and foot combat that he defeated multiple English knights one after the other. Froissart relates how Bossicant, despite the courteous context, aimed to prove French superiority in arms, and indeed he was lauded unbeatable that day. It shows that beneath the layers of showmanship, knights took the martial aspect very seriously. After all, honor was always on the line. So in summary, the Padams turned tournaments into a form of medieval performance art, blend of imagination and reality, events that amplified the social-cultural dimensions of the tournaments, which of course now leads us to consider what was happening around and beyond the fights themselves. While the knights fought for glory on the field, there was a whole world of activity around the tournament grounds. A medieval tournament was not just a sporting event, it was a major social festival. Part fair, part political summit, part carnival. Understanding the day-to-day happenings of a tournament helps put a human touch on the events, beyond the clash of steel. So what exactly was it like to attend or participate in a tournament, aside from the fighting? Travel and arrival. Knights would often travel long distances to join a famed tournament, and travel back then, well, it wasn't easy. They might spend weeks on the road with their retinues of squires, grooms, and pack horses laden with armor and provisions. As they arrived near the host town or castle, many knights chose to make dramatic entrances. It was pretty common for groups of knights to ride in together under the Lord's banner, as William Marshall did with his Lord's company in his youth. Some would send a squire ahead to announce their coming to the heralds. Townsfolk likely turned out to watch the parade of arrivals. It was a chance to see exotic arms and armors, and knights in all their finery. For local merchants and innkeepers, the tournament influx was a boon. They would lodge and feed many extra mouths. We even have records of towns buying up vast quantities of food and drink in preparation for the tournaments, knowing that hundreds of visitors would need meals and wine and ale. The night before the tournament, the area would be lively with campfires and tavern revelry, as knights and their followers mingled. Temporary pavilions or tents sprung up around the field, serving as knights' quarters, armories, social loungers too. In fact, some knights decorated their tents with banners and painted devices to advertise their presence. You know, all the colors and finery that you see. Now, what about the opening ceremony? There had to be one of them, too. Most tournaments began with some form of ceremonial opening. Often there was a church service, a mass in the morning, where knights prayed for protection and vowed to behave honorably. Though the church was critical of tournaments, by the later Middle Ages it often participated in its blessings of the proceedings. Perhaps a pragmatic concession to this entrenched custom. If you can't beat them, join them. After Mass there might be a procession, knights on horseback circling the lists, saluting the dignitaries and ladies present. At the tournament of St. Ingilver, for instance, the 3 defending knights rode out each day from their tents in a little parade with trumpeters, before taking their stations. The heralds would then formally announce the tournament's rules and the day's program, ensuring everyone, participants and spectators, knew exactly what to expect. A tournament's rules could be pretty complex. They specified the allowed weapons, how many courses of jousting, what constituted a victory, and so on. At Richard II's court in England, detailed ordinances for the tournaments were written, including how fallen knights were off limits to further attack, and how ransom should be handled, reflecting a very organized affair. A long way from the old melee days, that's for sure. Now, what about the roles of heralds? Well, heralds were effectively the referees, the masters of ceremonies, and the record keepers of the tournament. Having evolved from simple trumpeters into a professional caste, heralds by the 14th century knew all the knightly lineages and coats of arms by heart. They orchestrated the proceedings, starting bouts with trumpet signals, enforcing rules, for example, stopping a fight if a knight was disarmed or in danger of serious harm, and also adjudicating disputes. Heralds also kept track of the hits and falls to decide the winners, essentially keeping score in the jousts. But perhaps most importantly, they identified the combatants for the audience. In an age when each knight was encased in steel from head to toe, individual identity rested on the colorful coats of arms painted on the shields and surcoats. The heralds could read these symbols like modern sports commentators read jersey numbers. They would announce, "Here comes Sir Guillaume of Beaujeu, bearing argent a lion gules," and the crowd would know exactly who was who. After a day of combat, the heralds might confer to determine who had fought best. We have accounts, actually, of tournaments where heralds or appointed judges declared one knight the champion of the day. In one tournament in France, the judges decided to give an award to the worthiest, the most deserving, the one whose weapons had been used to great effect. They chose William Marshall for this honor. He was presented with a ceremonial lance or pike as a trophy. Amusingly, when the knights went to deliver this prize, they found Marshall not preening at his tent, but over at the blacksmith's forge. You see, his helmet had been smashed so badly onto his head that he needed a smith to pry it off with hammers. They literally found him with his head laid on the anvil, being freed from his battered helm. Only once he was out of his steel prison could he graciously accept his prize. Well, what about the spectators? The audience at a tournament ran the gamut from kings and queens to peasants who sneaked a view from a distant hillside. For the nobility, special stands or viewing galleries were erected. These were often decorated with tapestry and ribbons, placed at a safe vantage point where they could see the field. High-ranking ladies and lords occupied the best spots, sometimes under a canopy, with heralds or squires in attendance to explain the action. The presence of ladies in these stands was significant. Chroniclers frequently comment on the knights performing in the sight of their ladies. A knight might fight even more fiercely if he knew his beloved, or perhaps even more fiercely than that prospective love interest was watching. In many tournaments, a particular high-born lady, and being a princess or countess, was given the honor of awarding the grand prize to the victor, essentially presiding as the queen of beauty and love for the event. This prize could be a wreath of flowers, a jeweled brooch, or a fine piece of cloth, or if you were lucky, perhaps a purse of gold. For example, at the Night of the Golden Tree Padam in 1468, prizes awarded included a golden jeweled brooch presented by a noble lady to the best jouster. Common folk also attended tournaments in droves, where they were open to the public. Some royal tournaments were admittedly more exclusive. It was a day of merrymaking. Vendors would sell food, drink, trinkets. Much like at a fair, jugglers, minstrels, and dancers often performed on the sidelines or between bouts. The whole affair had an atmosphere of a festival or carnival. Games of chance might spring up. One can imagine enterprising folks placing bets on which knight would win each joust, although direct evidence of medieval betting at tournaments is pretty scant. But if we're going to take human nature as a bit of a reference, you could probably assume that it happened. For the hosting town, a tournament was a spectacle and an economic boom. For the knightly participants, it was as much as a social event as a competition. When not in the saddle, knights networked. They courted favor with the powerful, made friendships or rivalries with their peers, and basked in the limelight. A young knight hoping to attract the patron's attention would certainly want to shine at the tournament, and then mingled at the banquets afterwards. In a sense, tournaments were the networking conferences of the chivalric world. And then, of course, after the day's combats were done, usually at sunset or earlier if the schedule was filled, the revelry continued into the evening. The hosting lord would typically put on a lavish feast for all the noble guests and combatants. Picture a great hall, with trestle tables groaning under roasted meats, pies, and subtleties, sugar sculptures and decorated dishes, wine and ale flowing freely. The chronicles often mentioned celebratory drinking, in moderation ideally, since more jousting might come the next day, and you'd need to be on your game for that. Entertainment at night could include minstrel songs, poetry, or even short plays. Often there was dancing, with knights now out of armor and dressed in their finest court attire, vying to partner the ladies. This was a prime time for courtly flirtation and forging alliances. The knight who impressed on the field might receive a token of esteem from the lady during the feast. Perhaps she would send him a ribbon or a veil as a sign of favor to wear in the following day's competition. In the history of William Marshall, there was a charming scene during a tournament at Joigny. While waiting for their opponents to arrive, William Marshall and the other knights, still in their armor, passed the time by dancing with the local countess and her ladies who had come out to support them. So do imagine the scene of mail-clad knights clanking around, trying as gracefully as they could to dance a carol. It was such a rare sight that a minstrel in attendance composed a song on the spot about it, teasing Marshall to give me a good horse. Marshall good-naturedly obliged the performer. Once the combat began, and he unhorsed an opponent, he gifted that very horse to the bold minstrel as a reward. At some tournaments, the evening banquet included a ceremony of prize-giving. The heralds or judges would announce the tournament's standout performers. The assembly hall would applaud, and prizes would be rewarded. For instance, in one 15th century Burgundian joust, the Duke himself gave a heavy gold chain to the knight who had unhorsed the most opponents. There might also be informal honors. A lady might crown a knight as her champion with a laurel wreath. Such moments were certainly highly sought after. They conferred almost as much prestige as winning a battle in war. But keep in mind, tournaments were a very expensive thing. The lord had to cover the cost of the feasts, the prizes, and sometimes even repairs to the town if things got really out of hand. But there were also an investment in prestige, and prestige is worth more than money can buy. A successful grand tournament could put a lord's court on the map and attract the best knights to his service. King Edward III of England famously used tournaments as tools of statecraft, organizing lavishly themed events, like the Round Table Tournament of 1344 at Windsor, to solidify camaraderie among his nobles and advertise the glory of his reign. Knights themselves often spent lavishly to upgrade their armor and attire for the tournaments. One could not appear shabbily in front of the discerning eyes of peers and ladies. This spurred advances in armor craftsmanship and the textile arts, for splendid heraldic surcoats and banners. The culture of heraldry itself was greatly stimulated by tournaments. Knights needed unique and striking arms to be known in lists, and heralds compiled rolls of arms listing who appeared at which tournament. Many extant medieval rolls of arms, essentially pictorial directories of noble coats of arms, were originally created for tournament record-keeping. Now we should also mention the atmosphere of camaraderie, but sometimes grudges that tournaments generated. During the fights, knights who fought honorably might develop a mutual respect. We read of opponents embracing after a particularly good joust, praising each other's skill. A knight defeated in the melee might be invited to dine at the tent of the one who captured him, after ransoming back his horse, of course. These interactions softened the edges of international or inter-family rivalries. A French and an English knight who became friends at a tournament might think twice before treating each other cruelly in wartime. In contrast, a dispute or perceived cheating at a tournament could spark feuds. The story of Suero de Quinones being killed years later by a knight he beat at Paso Honroso shows how tournament outcomes could certainly fester in the memory. Generally, though, the chivalric code urged knights to treat the tournament as separate from real enmity, an ideal space where they could compete fiercely and then make merry together afterwards, leaving those old grudges behind on the field. And so by the end of the multi-day tournament, the town would have a party-like atmosphere. Imagine the streets decorated with banners and torches, knights riding through the town with the populace cheering them on. A 15th century description of a tournament in Brussels mentioned the townsfolk singing songs about the favorite knights as they departed, and children, too, play-acting the jousts in the streets for weeks after. The legend and gossip from a big tournament would persist long after the event. Chroniclers would write chapters about it, and tales of great deeds, or perhaps amusing mishaps, as we've certainly talked about plenty of them, would spread across the courts. In this way, tournaments were certainly a key part of the medieval popular culture, as well as the aristocratic. There were stories in the making. A knight who performed brilliantly could become a local hero, or in some respects, a cross-border celebrity. Picture a medieval castle under siege, where amid the chaos, a defiant knight stands atop the battlements, ready to fight to the end. In one legendary standoff in 1152, King Stephen of England threatened to catapult a hostage child against a castle wall unless the garrison surrendered. The boy's father, the knight John Marshall, shocked everyone by coldly replying he still had the hammers and anvils to forge a better son. Incredibly, the king balked, and the child, William Marshall, who would later become famous as the greatest knight of his age, survived. This is just one little anecdote that sets the stage for our journey into the lives of medieval knights who defied kings, broke oaths, and in general just shattered the expectations of their era. We're going far from the courtly paragons of chivalry in the storybooks. We're looking at the rebel knights that lived by their own rules. By turns they were heroic, cunning, cruel sometimes, but above all they were interesting, and they certainly broke the mold of their time. So if you'll spend the next hour with me, we can learn about a few of these rebel knights. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel, though. Good to have you here. And I will begin with the customary thank you to those who are supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who check out the merch store and the occasional donation through Super Thanks and the PayPal link. It's because of you that this entire channel is ad-free, an oasis in the sea of slop. Every time you leave the house these days, or even when you go home, there's advertisements everywhere. I want you to know that you're not going to get them here. In any case, thank you to those supporting. And if you're not in a position to support, well, how about you just like the video, leave a comment, subscribe, and tell your friends about it. That's really going to help us out. But all that being said, let's get on with the video now. Well, let's begin in 1066, or rather in the few years after it, this time of Norman conquest. Most of England bowed to William the Conqueror's iron rule, and those who didn't, well, they got the pointy end of it. But there was one region, the Isle of Ely, a swampy enclave of rebel resistance, and they refused to yield. It was here that an English nobleman named Hereward earned the nickname the Wake, meaning the watchful, leading a band of outlaws and refugees in defiance of Norman authority. Now, though he was not a knight in the Norman sense, Hereward was every bit the warrior chieftain, and later folklore would remember him as an archetypal English rebel knight. So that's why we're including him. According to monastic chronicles like the Liber Eliensis and the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Hereward had been exiled in his youth and returned to find his family lands seized by invaders. Burning for revenge, he raised a revolt in the Fenlands. And in 1070 to 71, when a Danish fleet briefly joined the English uprising, Hereward and his allies seized the Isle of Ely as a fortress. King William besieged the isle, determined to root out this last annoying little pocket of resistance. And what happened next passed into legend. The Normans were unable to penetrate the treacherous marshes by force, so they resorted to psychological warfare. They erected a wooden siege tower and placed a witch atop it. This sorceress, perched high above the reeds, began hurling curses at the English rebels, loudly prophesying their doom. Interesting strategy, that's for sure, and the Normans hoped that fear and superstition would break the defenders' resolve. But Hereward was not so easily cowed. As the witch chanted, the English launched a sudden counterattack. They set fire to the dry reeds and rushes of the marsh. One 12th century account claims the flames caught onto the wooden siege tower itself. With a crack of timbers and a billowing of smoke, down the tower went. The unfortunate witch, overcome by fire and fear, fell to her death. The Liber Eliensis tartly records, quote, "She who had come to bring death upon others perished herself first by a broken neck." In the confusion, though, Hereward's men even managed to rout part of the besieging army. King William, unaccustomed to such humiliation, certainly being on quite a winning streak at the time, was said to be furious and deeply unnerved by the failure. That rebel knight of the fens had made the conqueror taste defeat. But ultimately, Ely fell, not through a battle, but through treachery. Bribed monks supposedly guided Norman troops through a secret path, and the rest was pretty unpleasant. But what about Hereward? Well, he narrowly escaped capture. And this is where the arguments begin about what happened. Some sources say he went out in a blaze of glory fighting Normans in the woods later on. Others suggest he accepted a pardon and lived out his days quietly. But whatever the truth is, his exploits were celebrated by later generations as proof that one bold warrior could defy an empire. Hereward the Wake's tale, passed down in chronicles and ballads, set a template for the noble outlaw knight in English lore, a man who fought oppression with wits and courage, unconstrained by the usual bonds of feudal loyalty. Well, let's travel now to medieval Spain, where we meet a knight whose very name became legend, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, better known as El Cid Campeador, the Lord Champion. Living in the tumultuous 11th century during the Reconquista, El Cid was a masterful warrior, but he was also a master of his own fate. He served kings when it suited him, but he would just as soon fight for himself, or even for the Muslim emirs if that advanced his goals. In an age when knights swore undying fealty to their lords, El Cid broke the mold by selling his sword to the highest bidder, and ultimately carving out his own principality. Originally a rising favorite in the court of King Alfonso VI of Castile, he earned renown in battles against both Christian rivals and Moorish realms, Moorish being the Muslims, by the way. They would call them the Moors. Well, this prowess won him the honorific Campeador, meaning a champion who had triumphed in single combat. But his very success also bred jealousy. After a dispute involving unauthorized warfare, Rodrigo attacked the Moorish kingdom of Toledo without Alfonso's approval, and earlier had publicly humiliated a powerful noble. King Alfonso exiled him around 1081. And that was when, suddenly cast out from Christian society, El Cid became a knight-errant, leading a band of loyal followers into an uncertain future. But he didn't languish in disgrace. He turned exile into an opportunity. He offered his military genius to the Muslim emir of Zaragoza, and for nearly a decade fought as the emir's champion. So imagine that scene, a Spanish Christian knight commanding an army of Moors against other Christians and their allies. That was practically heresy to some, and fair enough too. But to Rodrigo, warfare was just his job, and political loyalties were negotiable. That being said, the government would throw him under the bus at any turn anyway, so one can hardly blame him for going where the money is. In any case, during these years he defeated formidable enemies, Christian kings of Aragon and Barcelona among them. That enhanced his fame and fortune, while he learned the intricate politics of Al-Andalus. Now the very name El Cid comes from the Spanish Arabic al-Sayyid, meaning the Lord. a title bestowed upon him by grateful Muslim allies. By the late 1080s, our knight had become a seasoned warlord fluent in both Christian and Islamic courts, a rarity that made him all the more formidable. But fate gave El Cid another chance to shape his own destiny when a new danger, the fanatical Almoravid Empire in North Africa, swept into Spain. King Alfonso VI, desperate after a disastrous defeat by the Almoravids, recalled El Cid to Christian service. Rodrigo returned briefly to Alfonso's side, but the reunion was short-lived and quite uneasy. Soon he was off again on his own, pursuing the greatest prize of his career, the rich Mediterranean city of Valencia. Through shrewd diplomacy, siege warfare, and occasional treachery, El Cid took Valencia from its Muslim ruler in 1094. He then installed himself as effectively an independent prince. Though he paid lip service to King Alfonso, in practice he ruled Valencia as his personal domain, a Christian lord of a largely Muslim city, even striking coins in his name. So for the remaining years of his life, El Cid held on to Valencia against all newcomers, the Almoravid armies, the rival Spaniards too, cementing a legacy that straddled the line between outlaw and hero. The famous epic poem, El Cantar de mi Cid, composed not long after his death, recounts how he even in death supposedly won a battle. His corpse, armored and set upon his horse, terrified the besieging Moors of Valencia into flight. Now, in reality, after Rodrigo's death in 1099, his widow surrendered Valencia to the Almoravids in 1102. Must have been turning in his grave. Well, the Cid's autonomous lordship had ended. But the fact remains that for a few shining years, a knight with no crown made himself king in all but name. His story is embroidered with many colorful anecdotes reflecting his wiliness. One legendary tale from the epic describes how upon being exiled with nothing, he needed funds to raise an army. He cleverly filled 2 heavy chests with sand and persuaded 2 moneylenders in Burgos to loan him a large sum, telling him the chests were full of gold and jewels as collateral. Well, after Cid rode off, the lenders discovered the trick. But by then he was long gone, leading his mercenaries eastward. Now, whether that's true or not, it captures a popular image of El Cid as a rogue knight who outsmarted foes and friends alike. And despite bending the rules of chivalry, he's remembered in Spain as a kind of national hero, celebrated for his military genius and independent spirit that allowed him to transcend the petty loyalties of kings and kingdoms. He was a man of his own, getting what he wanted from the world. Now that's a trailblazer, if I've ever heard of one. Personifying the rebel knight as a master of his own destiny, loyal ultimately to honor and gain, not to any one lord. Well, let's move on to Crusader times. There's few medieval knights that have more fearsome of a reputation than Reynald of Chatillon, a 12th century French crusader who earned infamy for his ruthless and rebellious streak. Reynald, who's also called Reginald or Renaud, arrived in the Holy Land during the Second Crusade, and soon proved that he bowed to no authority except to his own ambition. Through marriage he became the Prince of Antioch, and later the Lord of Transjordan. But he quarreled violently with his Christian allies, and gleefully violated treaties with Muslim powers. His lawless actions helped to ignite a war that engulfed the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, and it led to catastrophe. Contemporary chronicles, like the Archbishop William of Tyre, condemned Reynald as a troublemaker of insane audacity. Early in his career as the Prince of Antioch, Reynald's greed led him to torture the Latin Patriarch of Antioch in a grotesque bid for money. The story goes that when the Patriarch refused to finance Reynald's military schemes, Reynald had the old churchman stripped naked, smeared in honey, and left exposed on a rooftop under the blazing Levantine sun. Insects swarmed, stinging and biting the cleric, until he agreed to pay a ransom for his release. Now that's a shocking sacrilege. It scandalized even Reynald's fellow crusaders, but it was just a foretaste of his bold disregard for conventions. In 1156, Reynald also launched a brutal raid on Cyprus, which was then a Byzantine Christian island, friendly to the Crusader states. He claimed vengeance for an unpaid debt, but his forces ravaged Cyprus mercilessly, looting towns, burning churches, and allegedly assaulting nuns. Such violence against fellow Christians was unheard of. After all, the Crusades were called as a response to violence on Christians in the Holy Land, and now the Christians were doing the violence. It wasn't meant to be like that, wasn't it? Well, King Baldwin III of Jerusalem was so appalled that he offered to hand Reynald over to the Byzantine Emperor for punishment. Well, Reynald was not going to have that. To save himself, Reynald had to literally grovel for imperial mercy. I'm talking on both knees, kissing the feet. He travelled to Constantinople and reportedly did cast himself at Emperor Manuel's feet with a rope tied around his neck, begging forgiveness. Any sort of cred that he had earned from his exploits certainly gone with that. It's very hard to look cool after that one. But I think the Emperor maybe just pitied him, because the Emperor decided to spare him. But that humiliation was seared into memory. William of Tyre wrote, "The glory of the Latins was turned to shame." Fate removed Reynald from the stage for a while. He was captured by Muslim forces in 1161, and he spent the next 15 years rotting in a dungeon in Aleppo. Many likely hoped that that was the end of him. But in 1176 he was released for a hefty ransom or in a prisoner exchange, and he came roaring back into the political scene. He soon married a wealthy heiress, Stephanie of Mili, which made him Lord of Krak-de-Moab and Karak in Transjordan, two crucial castles controlling the caravan routes south of the Dead Sea. He was older, but unrepentant. Reynald now held a position where his recklessness could have even greater impact on the kingdom's fate. And he wasted no time in provoking the Muslim leader Saladin, who by the 1180s had united Egypt and Syria and loomed as the greatest foe of Christendom. When a truce was in place between King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem and Saladin, yes, that's the one with leprosy, Reynald flatly ignored it. In 1181, he attacked a rich caravan traveling between Egypt and Syria. Not an act of war, but more of banditry, and one that violated sworn peace. Now Saladin was understandably furious and demanded that the king of Jerusalem rein in his vassal. But Reynald arrogantly refused to return his plunder. Emboldened, he then undertook one of the most daring and, to Muslimize, sacrilegious exploits of the age. He built ships, had them carried in pieces on camelback to the Red Sea, and in 1182 launched a pirate fleet. Reynald's crews raided ports and preyed on merchant vessels. spreading panic that the Crusaders might even strike the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. One raiding party actually reached the town of Rabig, not far from Mecca itself, before Saladin's navy hunted them down. Now this audacity, a Frankish lord desecrating the Red Sea, Islam's home waters, escalated Saladin's determination to annihilate the Crusader presence. Even fellow Crusaders viewed Reynald as a liability, yet he continued to play kingmaker. In 1186, after the death of Baldwin IV and his nephew Baldwin V, Reynald supported the controversial coronation of Guy de Lusignan as King of Jerusalem. That same year, Reynald struck another caravan, reportedly capturing Saladin's sister in the process. Well, this final outrage pushed tensions to the breaking point. Saladin swore an oath to personally kill Reynald for his treachery. War erupted in 1187, with Saladin invading the kingdom of Jerusalem on a mission with a bit of revenge and conquest mixed together. The climax came at the Battle of Hattin in July of 1187, where Saladin's forces crushed the Crusader army. Reynald of Châtillon was among the captives brought before Saladin. The Sultan offered a drink of iced water to the defeated King Guy of Lusignan as a sign of mercy. But when Guy handed the cup to Reynald, Saladin intervened. Sharing a drink symbolized a promise of life, and Saladin had no intention of sparing Reynald. Facing the man who had tormented his people and defied every code of honor, Saladin reminded Reynald of his crimes. And then, keeping his vow, Saladin drew his sword and personally beheaded Reynald. One chronicle describes Saladin's strike cutting through Reynald's shoulder. His guards finished the grisly work of decapitation. The other Crusader captives looked on in stunned silence as Reynald's lifeless body was dragged away. And thus ended the tale of Reynald of Châtillon, a knight who gained infamy as a pirate, a warmonger, and an oath-breaker. In the aftermath, Christian writers often blamed Reynald for having brought ruin on the kingdom by goading Saladin into war. And they're quite right to do so. Because indeed, within months of Hattin, Jerusalem fell, and the Crusader kingdom went into its death spiral. Reynald's rebellious career shows how one unprincipled knight, acting out of greed and arrogance, could ruin the entire plan, altering the course of history forever. He is remembered as the epitome of the rogue knight. Fearless, lawless, but ultimately self-destructive. But not all rebel knights fought solely with the sword. Some wielded words just as lethally. Our next story is about Bertrand de Born, a 12th century Occitan knight from France's Limousin region, famed both as a warrior and as a troubadour poet. He used his poetry to stir up conflict and rebellion, earning himself a lasting infamy. In fact, Dante Alighieri placed Bertrand in hell as a sower of discord in his work The Divine Comedy, which I did do a 14-hour reading of, by the way, if you're interested in that. Well, Bertrand's life demonstrates how a knight could defy the social order, not only by direct action, but by cunning manipulation and incendiary rhetoric. Let's get a bit of background first. Bertrand was lord of the castle of Hautefort, and from the start, he proved to be quite quarrelsome. He fought a protracted civil war against his own brother for control of their family lands. More consequentially, Bertrand involved himself in the tumultuous Angevin politics of King Henry II of England's dominions in France. The Plantagenet royal family was beset by rivalry. Henry's sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, and others, repeatedly rose in rebellion against their father. Bertrand de Born took full advantage of the strife. He became fast friends with Henry the young king, Henry II's eldest surviving son, by the way, and egged him on in revolt. Contemporary chroniclers accuse Bertrand of being an instigator behind the scenes. He penned verses glorifying warfare, and even satirical political poems mocking peace. In one of his poems, Bertrand exalted that, quote, "I love the joyous time of Easter, that makes the leaves and flowers come out, and I love to see on the meadows tents and pavilions spread." Now, of course, he's referring to an encampment. Seems to revel in the sights and sounds of battler's delight. This warrior poet idealized the chaos of feudal conflict. According to legend, he addressed the young king as "my lord," and encouraged him not to submit to his father's will. Some later writers even claimed Bertrand's tongue was the serpent that poisoned the bond between Henry and his heir, though this may exaggerate the role. There were plenty of genuine grievances that drove the rebellions. He just didn't make it any better. Nevertheless, Bertrand fought alongside Henry the young king in the rebellion of 1173 to 74, and again in 1183. And while King Henry II eventually crushed these uprisings, and the young king died of dysentery during the campaign of 1183, on his deathbed, the prince reportedly expressed regret and asked for his father's forgiveness. King Henry, in his grief, came to believe that Bertrand de Born's meddling had helped turn his son against him. There is that old saying, "Your child is only one friend away from complete disaster." One medieval account has Henry II memorably declaring that Bertrand had always sought to kindle war, and that his songs had kindled the fire of strife between father and son. Well, the fallout for Bertrand was severe. After losing his patron and ally, he was besieged by none other than Richard the Lionheart, who at the time was still loyal to his father. Richard stormed Bertrand's castle and briefly sent Bertrand to prison. Facing the wrath of the Angevin king, Bertrand changed tune and begged for clemency. He supposedly composed a humble lament for the king's death that moved Henry II to mercy. According to a possibly apocryphal story, Henry II himself restored Bertrand's lands after hearing his contrite verses, a testament to the power of poetry even in war. So Bertrand de Born thus survived his brush with royal fury, and when Richard the Lionheart later rebelled in turn and became king in 1189, Bertrand served Richard and even went on the Third Crusade with him. The restless troubadour knight continued to stir up trouble in King Richard's quarters with King Philip II of France, writing biting satires urging Richard to war. Only in his old age did Bertrand retire to a monastery, perhaps seeking spiritual absolution for his lifetime of troublemaking. Now, we mentioned Dante Alighieri. He was writing over a century later and delivered the final verdict on Bertrand's legacy. In Dante's Inferno, that is Canto 28, the poet meets Bertrand de Born among the sowers of discord in the eighth circle of hell. Bertrand is depicted carrying his severed head like a lantern, a symbolic punishment for a man whose scheming tongue tore apart the bond between Henry II and his son. Dante has Bertrand's damned soul proclaim, quote, "Thus I carry my brain, alas, separated from its source which is in this trunk. In me you may see the perfect contrapasso," contrapasso being punishment fitting the sin. Well, it's this final gruesome image that immortalized Bertrand as the archetype of the knight who glorified and incited rebellion. But history might treat Bertrand Bon with a little bit more nuance than Dante's poetic justice allows. He was, after all, acting in a feudal world, where rebellion was just another tool of ambitious nobles, and many shared blame in the conflicts he joined. Yet his own contemporaries recognized a dangerous cleverness in him. He blurred the line between knight and propagandist, showing how a sharp pen could amplify the impact of a sword. In any case, Bertrand's life reminds us that not all rebel knights were outcasts, or I suppose we could say lone wolves. Some like him thrived in the world of noble politics, using their wit and a little bit of violence interchangeably to shape events to their liking. Now let's look at another one. By the 13th century, discontent with royal rule sometimes led to entire factions of knights and nobles collectively rebelling. The figurehead of one of the most dramatic of such uprisings was Simon de Montfort, the Earl of Leicester, a French-born nobleman who became the leader of England's barons in a revolt against King Henry III. Montfort's rebellion, the Second Barons' War between 1264 and 67, wasn't a selfish grab for power alone. It had an ideological tinge, aiming to reform the realm's governance. But in the process, Simon de Montfort showed how a rebel knight could, at least for a time, wield more authority than the king himself. Simon de Montfort was a younger son of a famous crusader family. His father led the Albigensian crusade in southern France, one of the more dirtier crusades, I think. Simon came to England, married King Henry III's sister, and rose to prominence at court. Initially a trusted advisor, he later grew critical of the king's mismanagement and favoritism toward the foreign courtiers. Many English barons shared those grievances, which centered on heavy taxation and the erosion of feudal rights. Eventually, discord led to the Provisions of Oxford in 1258, an attempt by the baronial party to impose a constitutional framework on the king. Montfort was at the forefront of pressing Henry III to accept these reforms. When the king backtracked on the agreements, Montfort and his allies raised armies. Civil war erupted in 1264, and despite being in his mid-50s, a very advanced age for battlefield command then, Simon de Montfort proved to be an energetic and capable general. At the Battle of Lewes in May of 1264, he led the baronial forces to a stunning victory over the royal army. King Henry III and his son Prince Edward, the future Edward I, were captured, and in the aftermath, Montfort was made the de facto ruler of England. He did something extraordinary then. He summoned a parliament in 1265 that, for the first time in English history, included not only nobles and clergy, but also commoners, town burgesses, knights of the shires, etc. This Montfort's Parliament is often celebrated as a pioneering step towards parliamentary democracy, and you can imagine the scene in Westminster, the rebel Earl, stern yet idealistic, surrounded by knights and citizens deliberating over the kingdom's governance, all while a captive king watched on as a bystander. It was a revolutionary inversion of the social order, a subject effectively dictating to his sovereign. Montfort's regime, however, made him many enemies. Some barons feared he was becoming a tyrant himself, and others simply saw an opportunity to regain royal favor. In 1265, Prince Edward escaped captivity and rallied royalist forces. A decisive clash came at the Battle of Evesham in August of 1265. Montfort, vastly outnumbered, faced the king's army in what he reportedly called a death for God's sake, fighting bravely alongside his loyal knights, including his own son. Montfort was defeated and then killed right there on the battlefield. The royalists, bent on vengeance, subjected his corpse to a horrific indignity. His body was mutilated, hacked apart, limb from limb. Chroniclers record that his head and his hands and his feet were all cut off. One of his severed body parts, accounts differ whether it was his head or another piece, was even sent to a noble lady who loathed him as a grotesque kind of trophy. So deep was the hatred that Montfort's memory was officially damned by the victors, at least for a time. Yet despite this grisly end, the popular opinion on Montfort was remarkably favourable in many quarters. To the commons and the church, he had been a champion of justice, so much that rumours of miracles at his grave circulated in the years after his death. Some townspeople and monks quietly revered him, almost as a saintly martyr who died for England's liberties. Though the crown tried to suppress such veneration, after all he was a traitor in royal eyes, the idea of Montfort as a righteous rebel lived on. Centuries later, historians would praise him as the founder of the House of Commons for his parliamentary innovations. Simon de Montfort's rebellion shows the dual faces of a knight's legacy. On one hand, he was a traitor who broke his oath to the king and met a traitor's fate. On the other hand, his cause, reforming royal government, was vindicated in the long run, and his method, calling an assembly of the realm, set a precedent for more representative governance. Montfort operated in the grey space between feudal obligation and higher principles. His life and death illustrate how a rebel with a clear vision, a strong sword arm that is, could, albeit briefly, remake the political order. But they also warn that medieval power struggles were unforgiving. Even a noble cause might end on the cutting block if fortune turned against you. But of course, no video about rebel knights is complete without the Scottish Wars of Independence, where knights fought to throw off the English domination. In the late 13th century, Sir William Wallace emerged as a leader of a Scottish resistance against King Edward I of England. Wallace was a minor noble, some say not even knighted until later. But in 1297, he rallied common Scots and fellow knights to rise up. In September of that year, he won a stunning victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge, using strategy and the terrain. Wallace's smaller force ambushed the English as they crossed a narrow bridge, routing a much larger army. In the wake of this triumph, Wallace was knighted, and he was named Guardian of Scotland, effectively heading the government in the name of the exiled Scottish king. However, the success was short-lived. In 1298, Edward retaliated with a massive invasion and defeated Wallace's forces at Falkirk. Wallace slipped into guerrilla warfare and reportedly even travelled abroad seeking support. But eventually, he was betrayed. In 1305, the English captured him and put him on trial for treason. Wallace famously denied being a traitor, having never sworn loyalty to Edward. But he was condemned anyway. His execution was especially cruel. He was hanged, drawn, and quartered. Wallace was strangled by hanging, but cut down alive, and then he was mutilated and beheaded, his severed head displayed on London Bridge, and his limbs were sent to Scottish towns as a grim warning. Rather than break Scottish resolve, Wallace's martyrdom only deepened it. He became a symbol of defiance, inspiring his countrymen in death. And so Scotland's fight continued under Robert the Bruce, a nobleman of royal blood who had initially cooperated with the English. In 1306, Bruce made a fateful decision to turn rebel. He quarrelled with his political rival John Comyn and killed him at a church altar, and then quickly seized the crown of Scotland for himself. King Edward I branded Bruce a traitor and a murderer, and Bruce had to flee into the Highlands when Edward's armies overran his coronation site. But Bruce did not give up. Over the next few years, he waged a dogged guerrilla campaign, gradually winning back castles and territories from English control. And his turning point came in 1314 at the Battle of Bannockburn, when Robert the Bruce outnumbered Scottish knights and spearmen achieved a decisive victory against Edward II, the late Edward I's son. Bannockburn was one of the greatest upsets in medieval military history. Robert's strategy and the fierce resolve of his knights shattered the larger English army and secured Scotland's independence. In the years after, Robert solidified his rule, and eventually the English crown agreed to recognize Scotland's sovereignty. And so Robert the Bruce, once a rebel in hiding, reigned as an acknowledged king until his death in 1329. His journey from outlawed knight to victorious monarch showed that a rebellion, if successful, could be recast as patriotism. And together, the stories of William Wallace and Robert the Bruce showed two sides of the fight for freedom. One knight paid with his life. Another got a crown. But not all rebel knights fought over crowns or countries. Some took up arms for religious reform and paid the price. Let's talk about Sir John Oldcastle, an English knight and one-time friend of King Henry V. But he also became a leader of the Lollards, a proto-Protestant religious movement critical of the Catholic Church. Oldcastle's convictions drove him to rebellion against the king he had once served, making him an early martyr figure for the cause of reform, but also a traitor in the eyes of the crown. Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, had distinguished himself in an early career. He was a veteran soldier who fought bravely in King Henry IV's wars against the Welsh and in France. He was a jovial companion to Prince Hal, the future Henry V, in the prince's wilder youth. Shakespeare later immortalized a fictionalized version of this prince and knight camaraderie in the character of Falstaff, originally named Oldcastle in the early drafts, until protests from Oldcastle's descendants forced a change. But unlike Shakespeare's cowardly comic Falstaff, the real Oldcastle was serious-minded and devout. By around 1410, Oldcastle had embraced Lollardry, a movement inspired by John Wycliffe's teachings. Lollards advocated for scriptures in English, criticized the wealth of the church, and questioned doctrines like transubstantiation. Now, transubstantiation, by the way, is basically, from my understanding, you know how they do the wine for the blood and the crackers for the body? Well, they say that, well, once you drink the wine, once it goes into your body, it literally turns into the blood of Christ. Same with the crackers. Once you eat the crackers, You swallow them, well, then it turns into the body of Christ. That's transubstantiation. If anyone wants to correct me in the comments, please go ahead. It's probably a bit more complicated than that. Well, in any case, this put them on a collision course with the church authorities and the monarchy, which saw heresy as a threat to social order. Initially because of Oldcastle's favour with Prince Hal, he was shielded from prosecution. However, once Henry V became king in 1413, he felt obliged to crack down on heresy to please the church and solidify his rule. In 1413, Oldcastle was arrested and tried for heresy. Presented with articles of faith to recant, he refused. The chroniclers say that in dramatic interrogation, Oldcastle defended his Lollard beliefs unabashedly. He was convicted as a heretic and sentenced to burn. But he managed a daring escape from the Tower of London just a few days before his execution. Now a wanted outlaw, Oldcastle did not flee the country as some might. Instead, he organized a plot to overthrow King Henry V. He and fellow Lollards planned an uprising in early 1414. They would gather secretly at St. Giles Fields outside London, incite the populace, capture the king, and enforce reform, perhaps even instilling a more sympathetic ruler or a council. Henry V, forewarned of the conspiracy, ambushed the would-be rebels, and the result was chaos. Dozens of Lollards arrested and later executed. But Oldcastle slipped away, yet again, becoming a fugitive for several years. The king issued proclamations for his capture, painting him as a diabolical traitor. Oldcastle, for his part, allegedly plotted to kidnap the king on multiple occasions, and maintained clandestine contacts with other dissenters. He evaded capture through a mix of luck and the help of sympathetic commoners who sheltered him. Finally, in late 1417, Sir John Oldcastle was betrayed and seized in Wales. And by this time, Henry was in France waging war, the Agincourt campaign and beyond. The English authorities were keen to eliminate this lingering source of sedition, so Oldcastle was brought to London and condemned both as a traitor and a heretic, a double damnation that the church and crown reserved for someone who challenged both spiritual and monastic order. In December of 1417, Oldcastle was hanged over a fire and burned alive. This method, simultaneous hanging and burning, was unusual and symbolically potent, signifying punishment for both treason and heresy. You'd be hanged for treason and burned for the heresy, so best of both worlds, I suppose. Oldcastle died, reportedly still steadfast in his faith, forgiving his executioners. To the establishment chroniclers, he was a cautionary tale of prideful insurrection. But later Protestant writers in the Reformation, a century afterward, hailed Oldcastle as a forerunner of the cause. The good Lord Cobham, who died for the true faith against a corrupt church and a tyrant king. Well and truly by the side of the Lord in heaven, as they say. Now, this rebellion was thus rooted in ideology more than in feudal politics or ambition. He wasn't trying to become a king, he wasn't trying to get rich, he was just doing what he thought was right spiritually. But it does demonstrate that the knightly class, typically seen as pillars of the old order, could also harbor new ideas. And when those ideas collided with loyalty to a king, Oldcastle chose principle over allegiance. A pretty unusual and risky stance for a knight. Now I think we've saved the best till last. Chivalry held that a true knight should protect the innocent and uphold virtue. But the next figure grotesquely inverted that ideal. Gilles de Rais, a French knight of the 15th century, went from celebrated war hero to a perpetuator of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. And while not a rebel in the political sense, Gilles rebelled against every moral and religious law, committing evil on a scale that made him a rebel against humanity itself. Once, Gilles de Rais was the kind of knight young men idolized. Born to great wealth, entitled Baron de Rais, he even fought alongside Joan of Arc in 1429 during the 100 Years' War. At about 25 years old, Gilles distinguished himself by his fearless fighting in battles such as the Relief of Orléans. He was honored with the title Marshal of France, one of the highest military ranks, as a reward for his service, and by all appearances he was a shining example of French knighthood, brave, devout, and loyal to King Charles VII, at least outwardly. But after the war, things changed. Gilles de Rais had extravagant tastes. He maintained a private army and spent lavishly on luxuries, theatrical pageants, and alchemical experiments. His fortune began to dwindle, and he quarreled with family over his reckless spending. In an attempt to recoup wealth or gain forbidden knowledge, he turned to the occult. He patronized sorcerers or alchemists that promised the secrets of the philosopher's stone or demonic summoning to find hidden treasure. And it was during this period that Gilles began a hidden career of unspeakable crime, the kidnapping, sexual abuse, and murder of children. Rumors whispered of a missing peasant boy last seen near Gilles' castle. It took years for suspicions to surface publicly, partly because de Rais was a noble with the power to intimidate or silence accusers. But by 1440, the Bishop of Nantes had gathered enough testimony to take action. Arrested and put on trial, Gilles de Rais eventually confessed, under threat of torture, by the way, to a catalogue of horrors. According to the trial accounts, he admitted to sacrificing over 100 children. Some accounts say possibly 200, in a perverse spree spanning over 8 years. He and his accomplices would lure young boys, and occasionally girls from the countryside by offering food or employment as pages. The children as young as 6 years old were then brutally violated, killed, and their bodies burned in the furnaces. The descriptions from witnesses and Gilles' own confessions are quite ghastly, detailing how he derived sadistic pleasure from the rituals of torture and death. The court and spectators were aghast that a man of noble blood, a knight who fought under the sacred banner of Joan of Arc, could commit such abominations. Some wondered if madness or demonic influence had overtaken him. Gilles remained unrepentant until facing imminent execution, when he made a final show of penitence. In October 1440, he was hanged and burned. His ashes were then cast into the river, as if to erase his presence from the earth. The shocking case of Gilles de Rais sent tremors through medieval society. Here was a knight who broke the code of chivalry in the most extreme way possible. Instead of protecting the weak, he preyed upon them. Instead of honoring God, he was said to have invoked devils. It was a betrayal of everything that knighthood stood for. And yet it happened under cover of Gilles' lofty status. Many historians consider Gilles de Rais as one of history's first documented serial killers, and we've talked about him a bit in the Serial Killers of Medieval France video. His trial transcripts survive too, allowing us to hear the voices of medieval peasants who tearfully recounted how their children vanished, and of servants who stumbled upon charred bones in their master's fireplace. But hold your horses. It is worth noting that some later skeptics have speculated whether Gilles might have been a victim of a political or a church plot, just as Joan of Arc had been. But the weight of evidence and his own admission strongly support his guilt. Indeed, Gilles' close association with Joan of Arc made his fall from grace all the more jarring. You see, Joan was seen as a pure saviour of France, whereas Gilles became a cautionary tale of how even the highest, the noblest, could fall into depravity. His story was sometimes linked in popular imagination to the legend of Bluebeard, a wife-murdering noble in fairy tales, and has served as a morality play. Even those who once fought for good can be consumed by evil if they rebel against the laws of God and man. I'm quite sure that no one would disagree that knights are quintessential to medieval study, as much as crusades, castles, and kings are. It's all important, but it's way too often that we see knights in particular in this romanticized form. And that's no fault of our own. Think about it. Basically every non-literary mention of knights dresses them up in this idealized view, and even some medieval sources engage in a bit of that. But there is a truth behind it all, and sometimes the truth is just as fascinating. So today I invite you to look into how knights actually prepared for that crescendo of battle. Because after all, no one is born with a sword in hand. In fact, combat effectiveness, and not to mention chivalry, is forged through a long process, and is often quite a gritty one at that. So we'll go through all those little details of knight training today, and by the end perhaps you can decide for yourself if you would be signing up for such a thing, if you were awarded the chance. Well, before we begin, allow me to issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you're new here, well, it's good to meet you, and if you feel inclined, click the subscribe button and leave your thoughts down in the comments. Now, this video, along with all the other videos on the channel, are 100% mid-roll and ad-free, and that's all made possible by the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and those who checked out the merch store. So thank you once again for those who have followed those links, which you can find in the description and pinned comment, if you feel like taking a look. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand: how knights were trained across Europe. Well, where does it all begin? Around the age of 7 or 8. That's your quick answer. About that time, a noble-born lad was uprooted from his home and sent to live in the household of a great lord, or perhaps a higher-ranking knight. And when he got there, he began service as what is called a page, that is P-A-G-E. Well, this practice of fosterage had a few purposes. First of all, it forged political and family alliances, ensured the boy's loyalty to a patron, and most importantly, this would immerse him in an environment where he could learn all the basic skills and values expected of one who would become a future knight. But he was certainly a long way from there. Now, there's an old medieval saying that says, "What a man learns in his youth, he will hold best in his old age." I don't think anyone can argue with that either. Makes sense. And so it was deemed pretty important to begin a knight's education as soon as he was old enough to ride a pony. But what was life as a page like? Were you whisked away for some exciting trip in some far-off land? Not quite. Life as a page was a blend of menial service, a little bit of play, and an introduction to arms. Of course, all of this was under the watchful eyes of the noble household. But pages performed humble tasks, mainly to hammer home the point of humility and obedience. A young page might be assigned to serve at table, carving meat and pouring wine for the lord and his guests. The Chaucerian image of the squire who, well, from the Chaucerian text, quote, was courteous, humble, and willing to serve, and carved before his father at the table, has its roots in the real expectations placed on youth in knightly training. By attending to the needs of his lords and ladies, the page would learn proper etiquette and a bit of deference. They were also instructed in polite speech, how to bow and kneel properly, and how to behave with modesty and courtliness, befitting the chivalric class they were just becoming a part of. Medieval courtesy manuals began appearing by the 12th century, specifically to guide the upbringing of noble children in such refined behavior. And these guides were quite interesting, actually. They were often written in verse for easy memorization, not like a big list of different things, but rather little rhymes and songs, mnemonics, things like that. And they covered everything from table manners to personal hygiene. There is one 15th century English book of courtesy that even admonishes a page to, quote, "Purge your nose of the vile matter inside each morning, and be sure not to do this with your hand," warning that nose-picking was pretty foul and uncourteous. While the young reader is further instructed to walk politely and greet people with a pleasant expression, so that onlookers will say, "Well, here passes a good one." Instructions like this, they show how seriously medieval society was taking the polishing of a young nobleman's manners. The page's training in these early years was thus as much about forming character and social graces as it was about getting the foundation of martial skills. After all, being a knight is not all about going out onto the battlefield. Now, of course, pages were not confined to domestic chores alone. The martial aspect of their education began in boyhood, yes, but it was in quite a rudimentary form. Castle life provided ample opportunity for warlike play. Pages would engage in mock combats with wooden swords and small shields, enthusiastically sparring with one another in the courtyards. They learned to ride by practicing on ponies, and a strong emphasis was placed on becoming a good horseman from an early age. In noble households known for their martial reputation, a page might even be assigned a page of stables role, or a role as a page of the hounds. Let's take an example. The 14th century master of hunting, Gaston III, nicknamed Phoebus, recommended that boys start training in the hunt at age 7 by serving as a page of the hounds. Well, in this role, the page would essentially help care for the lord's hunting dogs. He'd feed them, clean the kennels out, and memorize each hound's name and temperament, thereby learning responsibility and developing a bit of grit at the same time. 7-year-old with a part-time job, that's one way to grow up quickly. But this was not merely make work. Hunting, well, that was considered excellent preparation for war. There was a bit of crossover of skills. Chasing a stag or wild boar through a dense forest tested a youth's riding ability, strength, and courage. Medieval writers often commented that hunting was a noble pastime that kept a young warrior fit and vigilant, second only to warfare itself in the education of a knight. But there wasn't always warfare on. You could always go hunting, though. Education for pages could also include more scholarly pursuits. Well, this would depend on the household, of course. And while not all knights were able to read, it became increasingly common by the high Middle Ages for young nobles to receive instruction in basic reading, writing, and a few languages, whichever ones were relevant to diplomacy or war at the time. He could learn to read prayers or biblical passages, since piety was of course prized, or to recognize the names of heroes in the songs and romances popular in noble courts. There is evidence, too, that some pages were even taught to compose their own music or verse, accomplishments that would serve them well in later courtly society. The whole ideal of it was a well-rounded gentleman in the making, hardy and skilled in arms, but also conversant in polite letters, and capable of appreciating a bit of music and literature. By the end of his pagehood, a boy was expected to have built a foundation in horsemanship, basic weapon handling, manners, religion, and of course, loyalty. Can't go without the loyalty. He'd essentially been apprenticed to knighthood in all but name, closely observing his elders and imitating their behaviors. And when the boy reached his early teens, 13 or 14 years old, it was time for the next stage. It was here that the page would advance to the rank of squire, and that's where the real combat training would begin in earnest. So here we are at the age of 14, where a page who had proven himself dutiful and capable would be promoted to the status of squire. Now, a squire was essentially, if we're going to boil it down, we can say it's a knight's apprentice. In fact, the word squire, from the word esquire, in French, meaning shield-bearer, perfectly captures the role. You see, a squire served as the personal attendant and protege of a knight. He'd literally carry the knight's shield and equipment, and shadowing him in both peace and war. If the page's years were about laying groundwork, the squire stage was about intensive, on-the-job training, not just in chivalry but in warfare too. A young squire was typically assigned to a specific knight, often a renowned knight or sometimes a relative who became his mentor. Under this mentor, the squire's responsibilities grew heavier, and his freedom grew broader. You see, he was now expected not only to serve, but also to fight when needed and begin demonstrating those qualities of knighthood. The daily life of a squire was different to that of a page. It was filled with martial exercises and services. Every morning, a squire might assist his knight in donning armor, learning firsthand how each piece, mail hauberk, plate, breastplate, spurs, sword belt, and so on, how it was all properly fitted and cared for. Of course, armor was pretty expensive, so it had to be properly cared for. And that was the squire's job. He maintained his lord's weapons, keeping swords sharp and lances repaired. Now there was also an intimate familiarity with this too, with the equipment of war as a crucial part of the education. Squires also continued to serve at their lord's table, but now they served in a bit of a higher capacity. That carved meat, pour wine, and managed the banquet hall. The combination of such service with arms training produced a knight who could both fight and feast with equal grace, as chivalric culture demanded. But it was in the training grounds, lists, and the battlefield that the squire truly came into his own. Under the tutelage of the knight, a squire practiced every manner of combat skill. Weapon training intensified. He drilled with the sword, not just wooden wasters now, but real steel, although, that being said, it was often blunted for practice, just in case. He learned to parry, thrust, strike properly, sometimes under the guidance of a master-at-arms, if one was attached to the household. He also practiced with the lance, learning to couch it under the arm and charge at targets. A common training device was the quintain, a rotating arm with a shield on one end and a sandbag on the other. If the squire struck the shield off-center with his lance, the sandbag would swing around and knock him, teaching him to have a proper aim. Contemporary illustrations and accounts frequently mention these young squires running at the quintain as both training and sport. Squires also sparred with each other on foot, using blunted swords or pole axes, and wrestled to improve their grappling skills. And you'd really want that as a last resort. Grappling could be essential in the crush of melee combat. But perhaps the greatest training area for squires and young knights alike was the tournament. Now, I've done a full video on knight tournaments, and if you're interested, you might want to go and take a look. But we'll just cover it briefly in the next minute or two. You see, by the High Middle Ages, tournaments were quite elaborate events that included jousts, that is, single combats with lances on horseback, and melees, team battles with dozens or even hundreds of knights. Initially, a squire might only observe or help at tournaments, holding spare lances, armoring his knight, tending to the injured combatants. But as he grew in prowess, he could participate, especially in the melee. Some squires were knighted on the tournament field itself after a particularly valorous performance. And as one way of getting it, certainly a memorable way of earning your spurs. The famous 12th century knight, William Marshall, is a case in point. As a young squire in the 1160s, he cut his teeth in the rough and tumble of the French tournament circuit. Serving the household of Henry, the young King of England, Marshall became something of a team captain in tournament outings. Chronicles and his own biographers recount how William Marshall excelled to the point of capturing dozens of rival knights in these mock battles. By one later estimate, he took over 500 of them captive over his career in tournaments, of course earning pretty good ransoms for each. Well, this is likely an exaggerated number, but even if it's a fifth of that, it's pretty damn good. And in any case, it speaks to the critical nature of tournaments, how important they were for practicing martial skills, but also gaining reputation for yourself. Now, in the melee itself, squires learned the chaos of real combat. Bands of armored horsemen charging, the clatter of swords on steel, and the need for quick thinking and cooperation with allies. A 14th century depiction of a tournament melee shows two massed groups of knights crashing together while squires on the sidelines hold spare lances and watch the fray with anticipation. And these experiences were worth any number of drills, for they taught a youth how to keep his head amidst that chaos of battle. And that's not something you can learn from a book, that's for sure. But speaking of battle, real war eventually came. And when it did, squires were expected to follow their lords into combat as well. And this is where things got quite real. Many a teenager found himself experiencing live battle before he ever formally became a knight. Medieval chroniclers mention squires fighting bravely alongside knights. For instance, at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, a 14-year-old Philippe, future Duke of Burgundy, stood by his father King Jean II of France as a dutiful squire amid the chaos of that defeat. Squires in battle performed crucial support tasks too, bringing up replacement weapons or horses, guarding prisoners, or even pulling wounded knights out of the line of fire. They were effectively light auxiliary troops to the heavily armored knights. A chivalric convention noted that by some writers it is fully fledged knights would avoid deliberately targeting squires in battle if possible, seeking opponents of equal rank for an honourable duel of combat. But squires, on the other hand, earned quite a bit of prestige if they managed to unhorse or capture an enemy knight. This was concrete proof of skill that might hasten their own path to true knighthood. Now, beyond combat, the squire's apprenticeship included lessons in leadership and lordship duties. A squire often acted as a junior officer if his lord had men-at-arms or archers in his retinue. He might be tasked with relaying orders during a skirmish or organizing camp. He continued to learn courtly arts as well, dancing, music, perhaps even composing a poem to impress a lady at court. Nothing impresses a lady like a poem. Chaucer's fictional squire, described as fresh as the month of May, could write skillfully, compose songs, poems, joust, dance, and draw, reflecting that idea that a young noble should be both martially adept and also skilled in the arts. No bloody meatheads around here. You got to earn your spurs in all kinds. Well, all these experiences were meant to prepare the squire for the full responsibilities of knighthood. The length of squireship, of course, varied, and there was no fixed graduation age. Things just happened when they were ready to happen. But that being said, some prestigious knights were actually knighted as early as 17 or 18. This was after proving themselves in battle, while others, especially in peacetime, might remain squires until their mid-20s. Traditionally, 21 was the average age of knighthood. But this was a guideline more than a rule. What mattered most was that the youth had shown the skill, discipline, and the virtue expected of a knight. When his lord or another sponsor deemed that the timing was right, perhaps after a noble feat or simply when reaching maturity, the squire would be formally invested with a knighthood in a dubbing ceremony. But before describing that moment, let's have a look in a bit more detail at the various aspects of training. After all, that's what we're here for, right? Both social, physical, and spiritual. We should touch upon them. It'll give us a more broad picture of all aspects of the knight. Well, the core of a knight's identity was that of a horse-backed warrior, and the martial training of knights was accordingly intense and pretty comprehensive. Now, physical training in the Middle Ages lacked the scientific programs of modern athletes, but knights intuitively developed regimens to maximize strength, stamina, and, of course, combat skill. Now, much of this training was practical, things like riding and weapons practice, but some dedicated individuals went on to remarkable lengths to condition their bodies for the demands of armored combat. Let's go through a few of them now. One of the most illuminating accounts of a knight's physical training comes from the early 15th century biography of Sir Jean Le Manger, also known as Bossecant, a famed French knight who served the Marshal of France. Now, Bossecant's biographer describes how, as a young man, he imposed on himself a rigorous daily regimen to reach peak fitness. The text recounts that he would practice leaping onto a horse while fully armored. In other words, vaulting into the saddle in full armor without using his hands. Well, this feat required explosive leg strength and agility, proving that despite the weight of the armor, which could be about 50 to 60 pounds, a well-trained knight could be extraordinarily nimble, if he was well-trained, that is. Well, at other times, Bossecant would run long distances on foot in armor, deliberately training himself to not get out of breath and endure long efforts. Effectively doing medieval cardio, I suppose. Conditioning of sorts. He would also spend extended sessions striking a pell, that is a wooden post with an axe or mace, to toughen his arms and accustom himself to the fatigue of swinging heavy weapons. So tireless was his practice that his biographer says, You wouldn't find another gentleman in equal physical condition at the time. Boscant even would perform a somersault in full armor, apparently, though this might be apocryphal, and apparently would dance in male shirts to demonstrate and hone his balance and agility. And whenever he was indoors at his lodging, he never rested idle. He would challenge other squires to games of casting spears or other tests of war, effectively turning leisure time into training competitions as well. This almost obsessive routine made Boscant a paragon of knightly fitness. It was recognized even then, however, that his training was exemplary, certainly not typical, and not every young knight went to such extremes. Yet his example illustrates the upper limits of what some knights strove to achieve. It also dispels the myth of that clumsy knight, too, especially when they're wearing their armor. In reality, successful knights were closer to well-conditioned athletes. For most squires and knights, martial training was incorporated into their daily life and duties. Horsemanship, that was the most important. A knight had to practically live on the back of a horse. They learned not only to ride, but to fight from horseback at speed. Training a war horse was itself an art, and knights often started with calmer horses to practice controlling movement while wielding weapons. They practiced maneuvers like wheeling, charging, and riding in close formation. Young knights also practiced in hunts on horseback, chasing deer or boar over rough terrain, which taught them how to handle a horse in the unpredictable situations that battles would present. As one medieval writer, the master of game Edward of Norwich put it, hunting made a man better at arms, because it trained eyes, heart, and courage for war. Now as for weapons training, that covered a wide array of arms. The sword was the knight's constant companion. Squires would spar with each other under supervision, learning various strikes and counters. The medieval sword could be used in one hand or two, but knights learned to wield it in both, and on foot mounted. They also trained with lancers for the joust and battlefield couched lance charge. Contemporary jousting manuals, like those of the late 15th century masters, show knights how to aim for the opponent's shield or helm in a joust. In earlier periods, before formal jousting was widespread, knights still honed lance skills by charging at rings or dummies. Polearms such as spears, glaives, or poleaxes were taught especially for foot combat in the later 15th centuries and 14th. When plate armor became common at this time too, the poleaxe became a favored weapon for duels and close combat, and knights trained accordingly, often in a competition called the beord, or foot combat barriers. And it is notable that by the 14th century, specialized combat teachers and fencing masters had emerged, and they sometimes wrote illustrated fight books. Well, these treatises, such as that of Fiore degli Liberi or Hans Tallofer from 15th century Germany, are primary sources that reveal sophisticated fighting techniques taught to knights and nobles. They include instructions on how to grapple in armor, how to strike weak points in an opponent's plate defense, and even how to fight with daggers or wrestle if you had to. Last resorts. While these manuals came in after the heyday of the classic knight, they showed that knightly martial education could be quite technical. A master like Fiore degli Liberi noted that he trained several noblemen in combat arts, and that a knight should be well-rounded in unarmed combat and wrestling in addition to weapon use, because in the scrum of battle, or perhaps a tournament melee contest, well, it often closed into a grappling range, and if that happened, well, you best know what you're doing. Of course, strength and endurance were cultivated through regular physical labor and drills. Knights did not go to the gym like we do in a modern sense. At least I hope you've been going to the gym. But training activities were their workouts, essentially. We hear of squires lifting stones, climbing ladders or castle walls by hand, and engaging in mock wrestling bouts. Some knights practice swimming in armor or crossing rivers on horseback to build confidence. The rule of the Knights Templar, a 12th century military order, implied regular exercise, as it praised discipline and warned against idleness. In his treatise, In Praise of the New Knighthood, St. Bernard of Clairvaux lauds the disciplined regimen of the Templar Knights, noting approvingly that, quote, in the first place, discipline is in no way lacking, and obedience is never despised among the warrior monks. While Bernard's work is more of a spiritual exhortation than a training manual, it certainly draws a contrast between the hardened, austere life of the holy knights and the indulgence of secular knights. Now, but secular knights, too, they recognize the need for self-discipline. Geoffroy de Charnay, a 14th century French knight, celebrated as a true and perfect knight nonetheless, wrote that those who seek honor and chivalry must tirelessly pursue challenges and endure hardship. In Charnay's Book of Chivalry, yes, he literally wrote the book on it, he encourages young men to test themselves in jousts, tournaments, and real warfare. Really, in as many circumstances as possible, from jousting in public festivals to campaigning in foreign wars, since only through varied experience could a knight attain prudence and hardiness that distinguish the great from the average. And implicit in Charnay's advice is the idea that a knight's training never really stopped. Even after they were dubbed a knight, one had to continue honing one's craft and suffer great pains and labors, achieving that glory to serve the common good. That was what it was all about. But being a knight, it's not just about the fighting. It's a real social station. After all, knights were minor nobles, and you bloody well better act like one, or else. Well, threats aside, they were expected to conduct themselves as gentlemen, and often to serve in a lord's court. And of course, if you're doing that, you better be polite, don't you think? Thus, an integral part of knightly training involved education in the courtly arts, manners, and intellectual skills, all the ingredients for a young aristocrat. From his pagewood onward, the future knight was drilled in the complex code of courtesy and etiquette that governed interactions among the medieval elite. And we've already seen how pages learned basic manners, how to bow, address their superiors, behave modestly, and so on. As the youth matured, those lessons expanded, and he was taught the art of conversation, also when to speak and remain silent, the proper way to greet lords and ladies of various ranks, and the ceremonial protocols for occasions like banquets, hunts, and religious feasts. For example, a young squire would learn how to enter a hall with grace, how to kneel and kiss the hand of a high-born lady, and how to perform services with elegance, carving meat with precision, presenting wine without spilling it, etc. The importance of such training is, well, it's underscored by the proliferation of courtesy books that we've spoken about. We have texts like the Book of Courtesy, or the English Babby's Book, compiling rhyming maxims for noble youths on the proper behavior, and one popular admonition was to avoid boorish habits. Now, what do they mean by that? Well, quote straight from the text. Do not scratch yourself in public, nor spit across the table, nor speak with your mouth full, Yeah, that sounds pretty boorish to me. A knight's comportment had to reflect refinement and self-control, qualities thought to distinguish true nobles from the common soldiery. Education in music, dance, and the arts also featured highly in knightly upbringing. A well-bred knight was expected to be able to dance gracefully. Many learned to play a musical instrument too, like the lute or a harp, or at least to appreciate and patronize minstrels. Troubadour poetry and songs of chivalry were the pop culture of high medieval courts, and a budding knight had to be familiar with the themes of courtly love and knightly virtue. Thus it was not unusual for knights themselves to compose verses. Knights like Thibaut de Champagne or like Ulrich von Liechtenstein were celebrated for blending arms with arts. While these were exceptional, of course, their fame reinforced the ideal that a knight should strive to be, if not a poet, at least a cultivated audience for poetry, able to exchange witty compliments or recite a romantic stanza to a lady. Even the ability to write letters or keep a journal could be quite valuable, especially for knights who might serve as officials or need to correspond during campaigns. And speaking of which, literacy among knights, that would vary by era and also region. But by the 14th century, at least, many knights in Western Europe could read to some extent. They might read romances and epics that recounted heroic deeds, stories of King Arthur's Round Table, Charlemagne's paladins, or those classical heroes, which both entertained and subtly instructed them and guided them in those old chivalric values. Now, one charming image is of a castle's great hall in the evening, a knight and his family, perhaps listening as a book of chivalry is read aloud by a cleric or by one of the educated ladies, the young squires hanging on every word, as Gawain and Lancelot exemplify their courage and courtliness. Literary exposure like that was all part of the moral and cultural education. Very important. A practical but crucial aspect of a knight's learning was also heraldry, a system of coats of arms and insignia that identified noble families and individuals. In battle or tournament, recognizing the blazons, that is, the colorful emblems on the shields, surcoats, and banners, could mean the difference between friend or foe, and knowing whom to challenge and whom to avoid. Thus squires were often taught to read a coat of arms like a second language. They memorized the arms of the great lords and knights of their region, and of major kings and princes of Christendom. They learned the language of heraldry, the meaning of colors and symbols, that being tinctures and charges, at least to a basic degree. Many would design their own coat of arms to be assumed at knighthood, so they studied what combinations were honorable and distinct. In some accounts, older knights or heralds would quiz their squires, asking whose banner was whose or which lord uses what kind of symbolism. And of course the squire was expected to answer correctly. The pageantry of tournaments, where knights paraded with banners and crests, provided a living classroom for his knowledge. The Order of the Garters ceremonies in 14th century England, for instance, involved elaborate heraldic display. A squire assisting at such events would learn all the symbolism and formalities. By mastering heraldry, a knight demonstrated that he understood and respected the hierarchical and honor-bound nature of his society. It was essentially the visual language of chivalry. But we should note that knightly education for social and intellectual skills was not something restricted to males only. We had high-born ladies playing their own roles in instructing young boys in refined behavior. Chronicles often mention that a page would learn courtesy and gentleness from the lady of the house. The lady or other noblewoman might teach the page courtly speech, or how to act around women, even skills like reading or singing. This female influence helped ensure knights were not purely rough warriors, brutes out to just smash people's heads in and cave people in half with hatchets, but also deferential and gracious to women, an expectation of chivalric culture. And indeed, by the late Middle Ages, the concept of courtliness had merged with chivalry. If you want to be a true knight, you had to act bravely on the field of battle, but gently and with honor off the battlefield. Well, in the household of a great prince or king, education could be even more formal. Let's take the Burgundian court of the 15th century. They established the Order of the Golden Fleece, which, among other things, encouraged knights to pursue knowledge and good governance. A young noble in that milieu might attend lessons with tutors in languages, learning Latin or the vernacular literature, for example. In history and law, too, especially if he might one day govern lands, and in rudiments of philosophy or theology to sharpen his mind and piety up. The famous knight, Sir Thomas Malory, though writing in prison later, had clearly absorbed enough education to translate the whole cycle of Arthurian legends into English, and Don Luis Zapata de Cardenas, a 16th century Spanish knight, wrote treatises reflecting on knightly behavior. And these are just a few examples, but they show that knights were not expected to be illiterate brutes at all. They didn't want to be either. Many of them strove for some level of learning. Of course, some strove a bit more than others. In any case, by the time a squire was ready to be knighted, he ideally could read and perhaps write, was fluent in the polite dialect of his region's aristocracy. By the way, French was the international language of chivalry in the High Middle Ages, so even English knights often spoke it at court. He also knew how to comport himself at any high social event, and could identify his peers by their heraldic arms at a glance. A later medieval document describing the perfect courtier, the Book of the Courtier of 1513 by Castiglione, slightly post-medieval, but we'll get away with it as long as you don't tell anyone, distilled the expectations that had been in place for knights and nobles for centuries. Grace, ease, and skill in arms and gentler pursuits alike. That's a real knight. Well, let's get to the next section. We've all heard of chivalry, right? And we all know that it's central to that concept of knighthood. That code of conduct blended in with martial values and moral and religious ideals. It has to have all three of them, though. Otherwise, it's not really chivalry. A knight was expected not only to excel in combat and courtly manners, but also to embody certain ethical principles, showing loyalty, mercy, bravery, protection of the weak, and of course, devotion to God. Training for knighthood, therefore, placed heavy emphasis on moral and spiritual instruction. Medieval society, especially the church, was quite aware that knights were essentially professional warriors, and, well, all that could be quite violent and unruly. So, of course, a concerted effort was made to instill in them a sense of higher purpose and Christian value. From childhood, our aspiring knight would have been exposed to religious education. In a noble household, a chaplain or priest was usually tasked with the spiritual welfare of the lord's family and pages. A young page learned his prayers, the Paternoster, Ave Maria, and the Creed, likely as soon as he could speak. Well, he attended daily mass in the castle chapel, serving perhaps as an altar boy, which taught him reverence for and familiarity with the liturgy. Obedience to the church and respect for clerics were drilled in as fundamental duties. This was reinforced by the broader social movement of the peace and truce of God in earlier centuries, where church councils demanded that knights swear to protect non-combatants and refrain from violence on holy days. Now, while a young lad might not know the details of such decrees, he grew up in a climate where the church tried their best to channel all that knightly aggression towards a more righteous cause. And the most righteous cause, of course, is the defense of Christendom. One of the most powerful influences on a knight's moral outlook was the literature of chivalric romances and epics, as we touched upon earlier. Now, these stories often carried clear moral messages. The hero knight defeats evil. It might be dragons, it might be pagan warriors, it might be just a bunch of wrongdoers. But in any case, it was to exemplify virtues like honor, fidelity, and compassion. For instance, let's look at the epic Song of Roland, circa 1100. It presents the ideal knight as fiercely loyal to his lord, willing to die rather than be dishonored. It's really a good read. You should, yes, that's your homework. Go and read the Song of Roland. Well, the Arthurian romances introduce concepts like chivalry in the service of justice and the protection of the innocent. Sir Lancelot sparing a beaten opponent, or perhaps Sir Gawain showing courtesy to a lady, even under magical testing. Young squires absorbed these tales eagerly, and they served as both entertainment and moral case studies. A knight was to model himself not on the mere brawlers, but on paragons like Sir Galahad the pure knight, Ogier the Dane, the loyal paladin of Charlemagne. At least, that was the aspiration. Not many could really live up to Lancelot and Galahad. After all, they're stories. But at least they had something to aspire to. And we should all have that, I suppose. Anyway, apart from informal influences, there were formal exhortations and treatises that directly instructed knights in virtue. One significant text is the Ordre de Chevalerie, which is the Order of Knighthood, a 13th century French poem in which a captured Christian knight explains the meaning of knighthood to a Muslim emir. Sounds good, but it's a fictional scenario. In any case, in doing so he allegorizes every part of the knighting ceremony as a moral lesson. For example, the ritual bath a squire takes before being knighted is said to symbolize the purification of his soul. The white garment he dons signifies purity and chastity. The knightly sword has two edges, one representing justice and the other loyalty. The spurs remind him to never flee from the enemy, and so on. This kind of symbolic interpretation was apparently common knowledge in chivalric circles by the 14th century. It essentially transformed the practical ritual into a sermon on knightly duties. The fact that such a poem existed and was later translated and even printed by William Morris in the 19th century shows how seriously the knights and their contemporaries took the ethical dimension of knighthood. A knight wasn't just a fighter, but he was a warrior of God in the ideal sense, a protector of the innocent, an upholder of righteousness. Another influential treatise was Raymond Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry. That was written about 1275. Lull, a Catalan philosopher and one-time aspiring knight, wrote this as a dialogue between an aging knight and a squire. It describes what chivalry is, and the qualities that a knight must have, and how a squire should be examined and knighted. Lull emphasizes that love of God and the common good must motivate the true knight. Before knighting a squire, he says, an examiner should question the candidate on his morals and faith. Ask him if he loves and fears God. for no man's worthy of knighthood who does not. A squire should also be made to vow that he would defend the Christian faith, administer justice, and always correct his own faults before judging others for theirs, which is, well, I think even non-Christians can follow that advice. Lull goes so far to insist that a knight who is a wicked robber or traitor betrays chivalry itself, and he ought to be punished by his fellow knights. Now, this is a reminder that knights were expected to police their own conduct, and each other. Being admitted to the order of chivalry was like joining a brotherhood with very high standards. A corrupt knight tarnished the honor of all. According to such ideals, that was the situation, and therefore the training of a knight had to include a formation of a conscience. We can imagine a squire's lord or a resident priest imparting these lessons during long evenings of campaign or the quiet of winter months. And indeed several knightly vows from this era include promises to defend the poor, widows, orphans, and to fight injustice. And don't forget, upholding the church. Now, speaking of the church, they tried to harness knightly fervor through the ideal of crusade and military religious orders. A young knight in training in, say, the 13th century would likely hear inspiring tales of the Knights Templar or the Knights Hospitaller, warriors who took monastic vows and fought in the Holy Land. And this presented a powerful model of pious knighthood. Knights Templar followed a strict rule, partly written by St. Bernard, that forbade luxury and required constant readiness for battle against the infidels. While not every secular knight would follow such austere rules, they're all human after all, the existence of these orders raised the prestige of virtues like chastity, sobriety, and absolute obedience within knighthood. There's a well-known passage from St. Bernard's exhortation to the Templars that contrasts them with worldly knights who dress in silks and seek glory. Bernard praises the Templars for their humility and discipline, noting, quote, "They come and go at the bidding of their superior. They shun idle chatter and frivolous display." Whereas, of course, the secular knights often succumb to pride and sin. Well, pretty harsh criticisms. A class system among knights as well. But such criticisms by churchmen would ultimately filter down, often via sermons, and would be part of a knight's moral diet, especially when clergy had a captive audience of a gathered army before battle, or perhaps during the long ceremony leading to knighthood. And here's another vivid element of knightly moral training: the vigil and fast that preceded the dubbing ceremony. On the night before being made a knight, knights, yes, the squire was expected to keep a vigil of prayer, typically in a church or chapel, sometimes all in white and his weapons laid on the altar. It was essentially a crash course in spiritual focus. He would confess his sins and cleanse himself in ritual bath, as we mentioned, and he prayed for guidance to live up to that very strict ideal. Chronicles report that some squires even heard sermons on chivalry that night from a bishop or priest, reminding them of their vows to God, and it's not hard to imagine the psychological impact. You see, after years of training, difficult training, the final hours before knighthood were spent in a kind of soul-searching and communion with the divine. It impressed upon the candidate that his sword was to be made in the service of good, and always, of course, under God's authority. But, of course, if you've watched my other knight videos, the reality often fell short of the ideal. Knights could be greedy, they could be brutal, they could be neglectful of their supposed duties, they could be human. The very existence of so many treatises scolding bad knights, like Chanet's laments about the soft, greedy, and sexually loose aristocrats of his day, tells us that not all trainees took their moral lessons to heart. Yet, the persistence of the teachings in the training process had a cumulative effect on civilizing the martial class, to at least some degree. Perhaps probably the best degree they could get. In any case, by the late Middle Ages, knights who egregiously violated the code, such as by cowardice, treason, or sacrilege, well, they could face public shame or even expulsion from noble orders. And how are you meant to recover from that? The training and rites they underwent had planted the concept of honor so deeply that fear of ignominy, often curbed their worst impulses. Often, not all the time, but often enough. And even a warlike king like Edward III of England, in forming the Order of the Garter, insisted on high moral character and deference to the order's spiritual patron, that being St. George, also the patron saint of England, by the way. So I suppose we can say that though through family piety, household instruction, chivalric literature, church influence, and a bit of symbolic ceremony, a young knight was taught to see himself as part of a greater Christian mission, and to hold himself to those standards of virtue. Now, this did not make the knights into saints. Quite far from it. And there's no way that knights would be really going for that kind of thing. But it did differentiate knighthood as an ethical calling, rather than just being a man of arms, another sword-wielding, screaming maniac in the line. Now, the phrase often used was that knights were to be champions of Christendom, protectors of the faith and of the defenseless. As the 14th century French Song of Girard put it, to God and the people a knight owes his sword. Knights, often celebrated for their martial prowess alone, led multifaceted lives beyond the battlefield, deeply intertwined with feudal responsibilities, courtly culture, and the pursuit of chivalric ideals. In times of peace, they managed vast estates, administered local justice, and served as patrons of the arts, contributing to the culture and economic development of medieval society. Of course, their daily routines included rigorous training to maintain physical fitness and mastery of skills, participation in tournaments that showcased their valor and refined combat techniques, and engagement in religious observance would reinforce that moral framework of chivalry. It's through the diversity of these roles that knights not only upheld the social order of the feudal system, but also played a part in shaping the cultural and political landscape of their time. Now, today we're going to learn all about what knights were doing when they weren't charging headlong into the fray. If you like this kind of content, and if you want to learn more, like and subscribe, tell me your thoughts in the comments, and perhaps check out the Patreon if you feel the need to do so. But let's get nice and relaxed first. Go back to the Middle Ages for an hour or so. The image of the knight, wearing armor, charging bravely into battle. That's typically what we think of when someone brings up the topic. But it wasn't always like that. During times of peace, these warriors performed a wide range of tasks and activities, spending large portions of their lives away from the battlefield. In fact, in peacetime, a knight's day-to-day activities were anything but idle or frivolous. Knights maintained the cultural religious standards of their class, while juggling their roles as warriors, landowners, vassals, and of course, don't forget, family men. When there was no war to fight, A knight's days were filled with both utilitarian duties and also sophisticated hobbies. A normal day might consist of a hunt in the afternoon, administrative meetings by noon, weapons practice in the morning, and prayers in the evening. Knights, of course, engaged in courtly life, diplomacy, and local government, in addition to maintaining their physical health and fighting skill. As members of the nobility, they were supposed to be patrons of the church, leaders of their communities, and let's not forget, models of chivalry. So, over the following hour, we'll examine the various aspects of the everyday life in peacetime. What was it like to be a knight off the field? Ranging from family life to cultural interests to training regiments and even their estate administration. First, let's talk about the physical conditioning and training. Knights continued, of course, to be committed to martial art training and physical fitness even during times of peace. After all, a time of peace, for a knight, is just a time to prepare for war. There's always another one around the corner in medieval times, that's for sure. They were aware that maintaining their combat skills was essential as professional warriors. Many knights practiced their swordplay in drills for hours each day. To prevent severe injuries, they used wooden swords or blunted weapons when sparring with partners, who were frequently other knights or their own squires. They improved their skills with swords, axes, and maces through these simulated battles. Horsemanship was equally important in a knight's everyday life. Group practice melees were also common, allowing knights to mimic battlefield conditions and maintain coordination when fighting alongside their comrades. In order to strengthen their relationship with their war horses and hone their riding abilities, knights would also practice this each day. On horseback, they rehearsed skills like charges, sharp turns, and leaps. Tilting at quintain, a rotating target used to practice lance strikes, was a common training exercise too. A knight would charge at a mannequin or spinning shield and attempt to strike it directly with his lance. The weighted arm of the device could swing around and knock him off his saddle if the strike was improper or too slow. Of course, it's one way to learn the hard way and encourage him to increase his timing and accuracy. A knight's ability to couch a lance and aim accurately at an opponent while riding at full speed was refined in these exercises. In addition to weapons drills, knights underwent intense physical training to increase their strength and stamina. To increase one's overall physical strength and close fight skills, wrestling and grappling were popular practices. Knights also trained in heavy armor to get used to it so their bodies wouldn't become too tired from the weight of it in actual combat. Hunting was a sport, but also a form of exercise for them too. A knight's endurances and reflexes were put to the test while pursuing a stag or boar on horseback, which served as beneficial war training. The habit of regular exercise was ingrained in knights since the majority of them started their combat training as boys. Knights made sure that they were always prepared for the demands of the battle by maintaining a rigorous training regimen during peacetime. Notably, this commitment to training started early. Noble boys joined knightly training as pages and squires, where they learned combat arts and discipline from an early age. This regiment of martial practice not only maintained their fighting edge, but also gave them a way to release their energy and competitive spirit during extended periods of peace, not to be too softened up by these times. A knight's daily workouts as an adult were merely just a continuation of his childhood routines, keeping him constantly prepared for battle. And of course, moving on from this, we also have the social duties, the proper conduct of a knight. After all, there were expectations. Knights were supposed to participate actively in noble society when they weren't fighting. Vassals carried out a number of social duties that maintained the feudal order as they were sworn to lords and, eventually, the king. Whenever called upon for significant occasions or councils, a knight would routinely appear at his lord's court, whether it was his king's palace or a local baron's hall. Knights were supposed to represent chivalry and proper conduct at court. The extent to which they did, well, that depends on the actual knight himself, as some found these codes to be a little bit too stifling, too many rules. At banquets and ceremonies, they wanted to adhere to rigorous protocol, which included using appropriate titles, bowing to superiors, and acting politely. Particular attention was paid to a knight's behavior towards women. He was supposed to be honorable, brave, and protective. As part of the courtly love tradition, he might, for example, give a noble lady a token of respect, or dedicate a contest victory to her. Knights were distinguished as civilized gentlemen, rather than just fighters, by their refined behavior. After all, anyone can beat somebody up, drag them off their horse, but it takes a special somebody to give them a hand up afterwards, and teach them how to do it better. It reminds me of being in a mosh pit at a metal concert, actually. It's kind of the same thing, perhaps not. Well, back to the topic. There was a practical aspect to court life as well. Knights would socialize with other nobility and form networks of friendship and loyalty by attending feasts, festivals, and other celebrations that their lords threw. These meetings provided a forum for local politics, distant news, and alliance building. By attending a neighboring lord's daughter's wedding or his liege's lord's festive feast, a knight was strengthening his ties of duty and allegiance. Being present and polite at these events was part of a knight's duty during a period when interpersonal relationships were the glue that held politics together. During peacetime, knights occasionally functioned as advisors and diplomats. A lord may designate a trusted knight to represent him at a far-off court, deliver messages to another noble, or negotiate a small treaty. Knight statuses allowed them to speak to other nobles as peers, perhaps not as equals all the time, but at least in the same or around about the same level. Their word also carried weight, as they were bound by honor. In local affairs, a knight could mediate conflicts between families or nearby landowners in an effort to keep feuds from turning violent. In addition, knights advised their superiors during councils or parliaments. The council of seasoned knights on matters of military or local concern was respected, but the ultimate decisions were made by a baron or king. Throughout these encounters, a knight maintained awareness of his honor and reputation. He would also witness charters and legal agreements, effectively attesting to transactions or settlements by the presence and sworn word. In a society where interpersonal relationships were valued highly, loyalty, respect, and keeping one's word were essential. Perhaps we can learn a little bit from that society. An insult at court or a diplomatic blunder could damage a knight's reputation, or even start a feud. Thus, maintaining knightly qualities of integrity, courtesy, and honesty was another way that peacetime social duties were exercised. After all, not getting on the wrong side of the wrong people, that is a battle in itself. Of course, in addition to being landowners, the majority of medieval knights possessed fiefs or estates, which were given to them in return for their years of military service. During times of peace, a knight's daily activity revolved around managing these lands. In actuality, a knight's main source of wealth was usually the money he received from his estates, which he used to maintain his equipment, provide for his family, and carry out feudal obligations. A knight's estate typically comprised of one or more villages with peasants, serfs, or perhaps free tenants who worked the land. As a result, in the absence of war, a knight frequently served as a land manager, or lord of the manager supervising agriculture, finances, and justice on his domain. A knight would oversee the agricultural cycle, frequently with the assistance of a steward or a bailiff. On a daily basis, this meant making sure that crops were harvested effectively, that livestock were taken care of, and that fields were plowed and sown in the appropriate season. Knights were informed about crop yields, grain stocks, and any problems that affected plants or animals such as drought, floods, or disease. They had to decide how best to manage their resources, such as whether to clear new land for farming or when to rotate crops. Peasants performed the physical labor, but a watchful knight would ride among the fields to check on the work, be present, and answer any questions his tenants might have. The manor's economy also depended on livestock, including pigs, sheep, and cattle, so the knight also monitored animal husbandry. Since a thriving estate meant more money to support his knightly duties, he essentially served as an agricultural manager. Doesn't sound like much for a knight to do, but it's important work. Another important duty, of course, was financial management. The people who lived on the knight's land paid him rent and feudal duties. These payments may take the form of cash, livestock, other goods, or a share of the harvest. In times of peace, a knight monitored the accounts of his manor to determine the health of his estate. This included counting livestock heads, tallying grain in storage, or going over income and expense records. Illiterate knights might consult written account rolls, while illiterate knights, who would depend on stewards or clerics to keep track of them. So, in any case, the lord of the manor needed a clear picture of his finances to make plans for the future, whether those plans included funding a daughter's dowry, or buying a new suit of armor, or getting ready for a possible lean year. Land ownership also came with administrative and legal responsibilities. Knights' estates had a manorial court. The knight or his designated representative would arbitrate disputes between the peasants and uphold the rights of the lord in these local courts, which were held on a regular basis, possibly monthly or seasonally. Common issues could be disputes over property lines, inheritance issues, and instances of small-time theft and misbehavior. To administer justice equitably, the knight needed to be knowledgeable about local laws and customs. Everyday problems were settled at the manor level, but major crimes might be reported to higher authorities. Maintaining the estate's infrastructure was another daily concern. By serving as judge and protector, the knight strengthened his authority, and ideally gained the respect of the people living on his land, or perhaps risked their resentment if he was perceived as unfair or harsh. Since mills, bakeries, smithies, and other crucial establishments were frequent sources of revenue or essential services for the community, knights made sure they were kept in good condition on their properties. If the knight lived in a castle or other fortified manor house, he was also responsible for maintaining it. This covered everything from fixing gates, walls, or moats to keeping enough food in storage. Castles required upkeep and a small garrison to be prepared for any trouble, such as banditry or local unrest, even in times of peace, because in times of peace, the banditry does not stop. His fortifications, and the men who guarded them, were routinely examined by a conscientious knight. traveling between properties could be a regular occurrence for knights who owned several estates. They might spend a few weeks at one manor before relocating to another to see how things were going there. But not every knight was wealthy enough to own many manors or big castles. That's ridiculous. There were different kinds of knights, of course, and they were not all as well off as the other. Of course, the knight's estate also had to support his feudal obligations upward, and some only had a small manor house and one village under their lordship. Still not bad, but they largely had to run these alone. For instance, the knight's effective management of agriculture and rents allowed him to fulfill his obligations to his liege lord, who might have demanded a period of military service or a payment known as a scutage in lieu of service. A knight who practiced good stewardship in peacetime was able to support his household and prepare for battle when the time came, if the time came. Doing all this without placing an undue burden on the peasants. But of course, it's not all business. They gotta have a little bit of fun, don't they? In peacetime, knights engaged in a wide range of recreational pursuits. Despite their numerous duties, you must find time to relax. Of course, hunting was the most popular noble activity among them. In order to find deer, wild boar, or other game, knights would plan hunts in game parks and forests on their estates. They would frequently do this while riding horses and using trained hounds. Exciting activities like riding, tracking, and archery or spear throwing were all well practiced during a hunt. It was a source of fresh meat, too, for the table, and an exciting sport. A successful hunt was a source of pride. Hunting with trained birds of prey, or falconry, that was another esteemed pastime, and quite a skill on its own. In an exciting demonstration of skill, a knight may spend his mornings wearing a hawk or falcon on his glove, releasing it to swoop after ducks or rabbits. These outdoor activities were also social occasions, kind of like the modern equivalent of playing golf in our modern era. A lord could call nearby knights together for a large hunt, transforming the wilderness chase into a chance for friendly competition and camaraderie. While knights resorted to indoor entertainment and socializing on festive days or after sunset, feasts were typically to commemorate family holidays or holy days. A knight and his guests were treated to a sumptuous feast that included several courses of delectable food and beverages, as well as storytelling and musical entertainment. Can't go without the lute player, by the way. In the great hall, minstrels or troubadours performed romantic epics and sung ballads of valiant acts. Chivalric ideals the knights aspired to were reinforced and entertained by tales of noble love and legendary warriors, such as Charlemagne's paladins or King Arthur's Round Table, this kind of thing. Additionally, jesters might be there to lighten the mood and make people laugh with jokes. Following a meal, knights and women would dance together in stately medieval dances, which gave the knights a chance to show off their civility and grace rather than fighting skills. For more subdued activities, knights engaged in games and other entertainment. Chess was particularly well liked by the nobility, who saw it as a strategic exercise similar to warfare. Knights playing chess could be a miniature version of a serious intellectual duel. Other board games, such as backgammon and drafts, as well as different dice games, provided entertainment and opportunity for friendly bets on long nights. Other popular leisure pursuits were reading and listening to literature. If a knight was literate, he might read for his own edification from an illuminated manuscript, which could be a religious devotional, a romance, or a chronicle. Having a cleric or knowledgeable companion read aloud from books would be enjoyable even for knights who were illiterate Professional entertainers like jugglers or acrobats may come to a castle on special occasions to perform risky stunts and tricks, enhancing the spectacle of the host knight's hospitality. That all sounds very wonderful, doesn't it? Jesters, musicians, all that knights drinking and feasting together at the table, swapping stories. Fascination of a bygone era. Knights managed to strike this balance between their demanding responsibilities, leisure time, and cultural activities. In the midst of the routines of peacetime, this leisure kept their spirits uplifted and also their minds active. Now, of course, we have the mind, the spirit, and the soul. Of course, the church had their own obligations for knights. Medieval life was heavily influenced by religion, and knights were supposed to be both skilled fighters and devoted Christians. A knight's daily and weekly routine was interwoven with religious obligations and observances. A knight would frequently attend Mass and start his day with prayer. Within their castle or manor, many knights had a small chapel where services were led by a local priest or resident chaplain. If not, particularly on Sundays and significant holy days, the knight and his household would ride to the closest church. The knight would publicly display his piety at church by kneeling in prayer alongside his vassals and family. The year was punctuated by feast days and festivals of the numerous saints of the church calendar. Following religious ceremonies, knights frequently sponsored or hosted feasts for the villagers, joining their communities in commemorating important holy days like Easter and Christmas. Beyond regular worship, knights were expected to support and uphold the church and society. The knight strengthened his spiritual devotion and his ties to the community through these acts of worship and charity. They took an oath to uphold the teachings of the church and to protect the defenseless, which was regarded as a divinely mandated responsibility of knighthood. But in actuality, knights supported religious organizations by providing funds or land to churches and monasteries, building chapels, or protecting nearby abbeys. Sincere faith, a sense of feudal duty, and the conviction that these good deeds would contribute to the knight's soul's salvation were the driving forces behind this generosity. Knights made time for personal devotion on a regular basis. They frequently prayed at specific times of the day and read the Bible or a book of saints' lives, or at least had it read to them if they were illiterate. Many would confess their sins to a priest to be absolved, and many observed fasts on specific holy days. Given the inherent violence of his line of work, a knight was frequently especially concerned with obtaining forgiveness and upholding his rightful place in God's eyes. During protracted times of peace, however, some knights made pilgrimages to sacred shrines in their homeland or overseas, in places like Canterbury, Santiago de Compostela, or Jerusalem. They did this in order to perform penance, keep their promises, and strengthen their faith. Most maintained close ties to local clergy and saw themselves as lay champions of Christian values, even though only a small number joined military religious orders such as the Knights Templar or Hospitaller, which required monastic vows. For instance, the knighthood ceremony was full of religious symbolism. A squire would usually keep vigil through the night in a church on the eve of being dubbed, praying for guidance and purity before he was officially made a knight. In medieval literature, knights were occasionally referred to as soldiers of Christ, implying that they would be defenders of Christian principles. In times of peace, you had to do this too, and that meant making an effort to be faithful, benevolent, and just, so their swords served both the realm and righteousness. And then we have the tournament. Taking part in tournaments was one of the most well-known manifestations of knightly energy during peacetime. Knights engaged in combat in front of spectators during tournaments, which were elaborate affairs. A tournament may be held by a king or a strong lord to commemorate a milestone, or just simply to let the knights show off their skills, blow off a bit of steam perhaps. Knights from far and wide would travel to the tournament field with their armor, war horses, and squires. They would frequently dress magnificently to leave a lasting impression. Of course, when we think of a tournament, you can't go past the joust, that hallmark competition of these events. During a joust, two knights in armor mounted on horses charged at one another with lances, each attempting to hit the other's shield or dismount his competitor. Points were given for strong hits, and they rode along a divider, the lists, to avoid collisions. Knocking the opponent off the saddle was the ultimate goal. Jousting demanded exceptional courage too, not to mention aim and horsemanship. Even though lances were typically blunted for safety, mishaps did occur. I'm sure you can imagine. But like any sport, it has its dangers. A knight could be hurt by splintered lances or an unfortunate blow. Occasionally it was fatal. The melee, a fictitious conflict in which teams of knights engaged in combat, or it was every man for himself, was another important component of tournaments. Dozens of knights may engage in combat with maces and swords in a disorderly yet regulated setting. It's kind of the same as what we have these days. If you've not looked at that medieval combat they have in Europe now, I believe they might have it in the United States, but it's quite entertaining. Although they had marshals directing the battle and adhered to established regulations, the melee still gave knights a taste of the ferocity of battle. Knights could win by being the last fighter standing or by capturing opponents, who would then surrender and be ransomed in accordance with tournament rules. Tournaments were as much social and cultural celebrations as they were combat contests. Both nobles and commoners flocked to see the spectacle in great numbers. Announced by heralds and applauded by supporters, knights would frequently parade into the grounds with vibrant banners and heraldic shields on display. As a source of motivation and pride, they might wear a lady's token of favor, like a ribbon. A tournament victory carried a lot of prestige, too. A winner of a tournament would receive cash payouts, expensive weapons or armor, or exquisite horses as prizes. Certainly something worth fighting for. But more importantly, he gained respect from the general public and recognition from his peers. A successful knight would frequently receive invitations to significant courts, or attract attention of aristocratic families seeking eminent sons-in-law. Another obvious financial advantage was that, in accordance with chivalric tradition, a knight who unhorsed a rival during a joust was entitled to the rival's armor and horse, unless the opponent had paid a ransom to get them back. As a result, talented fighters competing in tournaments might increase their wealth. Tournaments were occasions for celebration in addition to actual combat. Knights and nobles had an opportunity to socialize during the feasts, dances, and ceremonies that accompanied these events. In contrast to war, young knights could learn from veterans, develop friendships, or perhaps rivalries, and establish themselves in a setting that was comparatively safe. Tournaments were valued by their rulers too, as ways of keeping knights occupied and entertained while honing their actual skills for combat. To put it briefly, it was a good thing for them. They enjoyed the competition, excitement, and the platform to exhibit the martial skills that characterized knighthood through jousting and tournaments. It also kept them from getting drunk down at the tavern and causing trouble. Although knights are typically thought of as action-oriented, rather than being intellectually inclined, you might be surprised they were not without education or intellectual pursuits. The upbringing of many knights included at least a basic education, and in their spare time, some of them developed sophisticated intellectual and cultural interests. Noble children raised to be knights frequently learned more than just fighting skills, even though formal education was uncommon. As squires and pages in noble homes, they learned how to run a household, how to be courteous, and occasionally how to read and write, which was a big deal back then. A young page might read simple texts or religious prayers with a tutor or the castle's noblewoman to learn his letters. A squire's ability to read simple texts in his native tongue and keep, possibly, accounts by the time in his mid-teens would be helpful to a future landowner. By the beginning of their knighthood, many knights might have what we'd call at least a functional literacy and a familiarity with courtly culture, though not all of them achieved full literacy. As adults, knights frequently continued to pursue intellectual and cultural endeavors, particularly in times of peace. In noble society, a knight was expected to value the arts, music, and literature in addition to fighting. Manuscripts of well-known chivalric romances and epics might be owned or borrowed by knights with literacy. Among the works they enjoyed were heroic, romantic, and adventurous stories about the old characters. Think of Lancelot, Roland, and other mythical heroes. Knights and their families often spent their evenings listening to a cleric or minstrel read aloud these stories. For example, in medieval France, some knights were troubadours who wrote about poetry and songs honoring love and chivalry. In other places, knights themselves became patrons or authors of literature. Knights appreciated practical knowledge in addition to poetry. In order to navigate the intricate web of nobility and identify friends and enemies in combat, they studied heraldry, which includes coats of arms and family ancestry. Since managing a manor required knowledge of legal contracts, feudal rights, and fundamental finance, they also studied law and administration. A knight with an intellectual bent might occasionally go deeper into learning, studying classical works of history or philosophy, or learning additional languages. A popular one, of course, was Latin for official matters, but perhaps even foreign tongues encountered during travel. A knight frequently sought advice, too, from educated clerks, gaining insights into topics such as estate management, local customs, and even the fundamentals of politics and philosophy. Although warriors rarely attended formal universities, knights could learn by reading any books in their lord's library or talking to an educated clergyman. The characteristics of a courtier, and even a scholar, were being incorporated into the ideal of a knighthood by the late Middle Ages. Therefore, a truly successful knight embodied the idea of the gentleman warrior, being as at ease discussing literature or law as he was brandishing a sword. But on to a little bit of the community relations. As we mentioned at the start, knights had families too. A knight's private life, of course, focused on his family and his home, while public life was dominated by battle and feudal service. In order to gain alliances or property, knights were usually married to women of similarly noble birth. During times of peace, a knight and his spouse collaborated to manage their property and bring up the kids. When the knight was not present, the lady of the house frequently assumed responsibility for managing the household, and that includes supervising the servants, keeping an eye on the food and supplies, and occasionally even managing the finances of the estate. A solid alliance was crucial. In order to maintain daily operations, the knight's wife would step in for him when he had to travel to court or perhaps to a far-off tournament, hopefully not without giving him a little ribbon for good luck. Children were raised to maintain the family's prestige and carry on noble heritage. It was customary for sons of knights to pursue knighthood themselves. A boy may be sent as a page to another lord's castle at an early age, starting a journey akin to his father's. It would be there that he would learn riding, basic literacy, manners, and maybe some combat skills here and there. He became then a squire when he was a teenager, and frequently returned to work for his father or another knight. He assumed greater responsibility as a squire too, taking care of horses, polishing armor, and honing his weaponry skills, until he was judged ready or not to be knighted, which usually happened when he was around 21 years old. A knight took pride in watching his son grow, of course, and making sure he learned the qualities that characterized knighthood, such as bravery, loyalty, and courtesy. Knights' daughters, on the other hand, received education in the expected skills of noble women, including household management, needlework, and fine crafts, possibly too reading and writing, though it's a little hard to tell. When they reached adulthood, their unions would be planned to strengthen the family's ties and reputation. Beyond the immediate family, a knight was the head of a larger household and community. He took great care to ensure his daughters had happy marriages, negotiating with other noble families to secure matches that brought prestige or new connections. Pages, squires, men-at-arms, and domestic servants were all members of his extended family who shared his home. Everyone owed the knight loyalty, and he was in charge of their welfare in exchange. They gave their labor and service, whether it was cleaning the castle, serving at the table, or standing ready in arms, and he gave them food, shelter, protection, and direction. Close ties could exist within a knight's household. Squires and men-at-arms frequently developed a loving, almost paternal attachment to their lord, particularly if he was kind and generous. The knight ruled over the peasant families who cultivated his estates as part of his lordship. He dealt with them on a regular basis during peacetime, collecting rents, hearing petitions, and seeing to their welfare. A shrewd knight recognized that a stable and fruitful realm was synonymous with happy peasants. Protecting the weak and impoverished was one of these chivalric ideals, and many knights took this seriously when it came to local government. In order to prevent oppression or conflict among their people, they attempted to administer justice fairly in the manorial court, and would step in if outside soldiers or bandits threatened their villagers. This could range from something as basic as personally settling a dispute between neighbors to something as significant as planning relief efforts during a famine or plague, i.e., opening the Lord's granary to feed the starving villagers. Together with their household and tenants, knights attended the village church and shared in the worship of holy days, further demonstrating their involvement in the community's spiritual life and well-being. Generous deeds like providing alms to the underprivileged, organizing a festival meal for the entire village, or financing a new parish church roof, perhaps, served to strengthen the bonds of friendship and allegiance between the knight and his subjects. Essentially, a knight served as a protector and caretaker of everyone in his territory during times of peace. His reputation was based on his ability to be a just lord, a good husband, and a responsible father, in addition to his valor in combat. These connections, fostered during times of peace, established a solid base of loyalty and support that would endure the storm of war if it finally returned. In times of peace, a knight's everyday existence was of course a patchwork of duties and roles. When they weren't engaged in combat, they had a wide variety of tasks on the table, managing the lands that supported their livelihoods, and undergoing that intense training to keep their skills sharp. Through polite behavior and devotion to their lords, they participated in courtly society and upheld the chivalric code. In order to make sure their homes and communities thrived, they worked closely with their wives and advisors as estate stewards, and, of course, did their best to be good family men at home. They continued to be pious people who based their deeds on their faith and looked to the church for honor and direction. In their leisure time, they pursued activities that bolstered their minds and spirits, hunting, jousting, supporting arts and education. In addition to being essentially to the stability of medieval society, all of these pursuits helped them to define their own identity. Thus the reputation of the knight as a noble leader and protector was developed through everyday duties and behavior as much as it was through brutal combat. The quiet heroism of a knight's daily labor, training, governing, and caring for those under his charge, was just as important to the medieval world as was in times of war. They upheld the structure of feudal life and embodied the ideals that we associate with chivalry through their peacetime roles. Even when the swords were all put away, medieval knights earned their place in history by carrying out their duties, preserving the stability and morals of their time. Thank you very much for listening. Didn't we have fun learning about knights? I did. I always have fun recording ones like this. Of course, if you like this sort of content, then you better hit the subscribe button, like the video, and consider supporting on Patreon. Speaking of which, I will thank the top tier supporters: Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, and Talvery. As always, I wish you all the best, and I will see you in the next exciting video. Good night, everybody. Lots of love to you all.